Marshall Peak, Chapter 5207, There's News. A few days away from Great Evolution Pass, the North-South Army was moving through the void, hurrying to the spot designated for the ambush. An Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had scouted the place beforehand, and according to him, there was a high chance for the Black Ink clan to pass through this spot if they were to send their army. However, there were no guarantees when it came to such things. Their likelihood of success hinged on how lucky they were. The North-South Army had originally hidden in the direction of Azure Void Pass, so they had to move at lightning speed. From the looks of it, their path took them to a place between Great Evolution Pass and the Black Ink clan's territory. Several days passed by in a flash. In the conference hall aboard a purifying Black Ink battleship, Mi Jing Luan and the few Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were in charge, were all silent. It was as if they were waiting for something. Meanwhile, Gong Lian was leaning against a pillar on the side with a blank look in his eyes. His mind was wandering as usual. Yang Kai was on the other side with a communication bead in his hand. He kept pouring his divine sense into it, to try and get in touch with Yang Lai. Previously, when Yang Kai came from beyond Great Evolution Pass and returned to the purifying Black Ink battleship, Yang Lai had to stay back to keep an eye on the Black Ink clan's movements at Great Evolution Pass. If the Black Ink clan were to send forth their troops, then the North-South Army and the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass would inevitably cross paths. The distance between them would decrease as time went on, and he would surely be able to get in touch with Yang Lai once more. Still no news? One of the Eighth Order Division commanders turned to Yang Kai all of a sudden. Yang Kai shook his head, not yet. The Eighth Order Division commander frowned, judging by how long it's been, it should be any time now. We should have been able to get in touch with Brother Yang half a day ago. It was evident that something must have happened that caused half a day's delay. However, just as soon as the division commander finished his sentence, Yang Kai became excited. There's an update. Yang Kai immediately began probing into the communication bead with his divine sense. Everyone had their eyes on him. Once Yang Kai got the gist of the message, he informed everyone else. Senior Yang said that the Black Ink clan who came out of Great Evolution Pass seemed to have their guards up against the North-South Army. So, they circled around and took a less direct route. Mi Jing Luan had a look of realization. No wonder Brother Yang took so long to get in touch with us. Great Evolution Pass's Black Ink clan army did not know much at the moment, only that there were two human armies nearby. The first army came from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass. This army had evaded their detection and then sent tens of thousands of puppets as a distraction while they launched a sneak attack on their territory. The Black Ink clan also knew that there was a second group which came over from Azure Void Pass. Numerous Black Ink clan scouts had mysteriously disappeared, and this proved that a group of humans were hiding in the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass in the direction of Azure Void Pass. Unfortunately, this human army seemed to be continually changing their location, and the Black Ink clan could not gather any information on them. The Royal Lord had given the command, so 15 or so territory lords from Great Evolution Pass had no choice but to lead their army out and rush towards the royal city. However, knowing that an unknown number of human soldiers were hiding nearby, the territory lords had a simple discussion and decided to take the longer way around to avoid them. Naturally, they chose a route in the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass. They were certain this was a safe option, since the human army that came from that direction had already launched an attack within their Black Ink clan territory and exposed their location. If they had a choice, they would choose to ensure their safety by giving a wide berth and making a huge detour to avoid the hidden human army. However, time was of the essence and they were afraid of causing too great a delay, so they could only take a slightly circuitous path, which would delay them by a day or so. This was why Lang Lai only managed to get in touch with the North-South Army now. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Yang Kai kept using his divine sense to stay connected to Yang Lai, allowing both parties to confirm their respective locations. Still, it was both Yang Kai's and Yang Lai's first time in the Great Evolution Theater and they were unfamiliar with their surroundings. Neither one of them had an accurate universe chart of this place, so it was rather troublesome for them to talk about their positions. Yang Kai could not ascertain where Yang Lai was exactly, and similarly, Yang Lai had no way of confirming where the North-South Army was. The only thing they both knew was that their distance was within a day's worth of travel, as this was the communication bead's maximum range. Amid their exchange, the North-South Army arrived at the designated ambush point. Initially, based on the deductions by the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who scouted the place, it was highly likely that the Black Ink clan would pass through this place if they were to send their army out from Great Evolution Pass. As long as the North-South Army set up here in advance, they would be able to deal a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan. As it was, the North-South Army had arrived, but there was no sign of the Black Ink clan. Furthermore, based on the update from Yang Lai, it was unlikely that the Black Ink clan army would be passing through this region. Uncertainty was to be expected on the battlefield, as it was impossible for people to know everything and have a contingency for all possibilities at all times. Things could change at any given moment, and the only way to ensure victory was to be highly adaptable. Yang Kai carried on communicating with Yang Lai, but he was still unable to pinpoint the latter's location. Both of them described what the area around them looked like, but it did not ring any bells for either one of them. Yang Lai had a fiery temper, and since it was impossible to communicate effectively, he decided to cut things short. Just wait. That was the last Yang Kai heard from him, even though he kept trying to reconnect with Yang Lai. After relaying this to the 8th Order Division commanders, they all wore helpless, exasperated expressions. However, soon enough, Yang Lai's burly figure came striding in while grumbling, "It's so troublesome without a universe chart. It would have been a lot easier for them to communicate if both of them had a universe chart, as it would have allowed them to confirm their locations and the distance from each other." Nevertheless, Great Evolution Pass had been lost for 30,000 years, and the humans who were stationed here in the past had been annihilated. Thus, the universe chart of that time was no longer usable. If they wanted a universe chart now, they needed to make one themselves. Meanwhile, Yang Lai managed to get back quickly thanks to the purifying Black Ink battleship's universe array. "Brother Yang, where are the Black Ink clan reinforcements now?" Mi Jingluan quickly asked. "I don't know, but I left behind a bit of my aura before I left. Let me check where it is and I'll know where the Black Ink clan army is," Yang Lai replied. Saying so, his hand started rapidly forming seals. A few breaths later, a burst of red light shot out from his fingertip and pointed in the direction of the aura he had left behind. Mi Jingluan took note of the location and nodded. "We are about a day's travel away from there. Taking into account the difference between our travel direction and the Black Ink clan armies, the North-South Army should adjust our position so that we can encounter them within a day or two." Yang Lai nodded. "Good." The two of them talked for a bit and soon decided on where they should reposition the North-South Army. The order went down and the fleet, which had only just arrived at the ambush location, set off again without even having time to do anything. All the 8th Order Division commanders cupped their fists. "We should go and prepare." If everything went smoothly, then in a day or two, the North-South Army would engage in a huge battle with the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass. Naturally, it was best to start preparing as soon as possible. Mi Jingluan nodded. "I'll be off too, honored master," Gong Lian bowed. Yang Lai waved him off casually in response. Mi Jingluan finally addressed Yang Kai, "Martial nephew, what's your plan now? Are you going to join us here or head off to find the East-West Army? Since there's going to be a battle here, it's best if I remain to help," Yang Kai said. He could have left now if there were no battle, but since the fight was imminent, it would not be right for him to leave just like that. Furthermore, taking part in the upcoming battle was a good way for him to gather more information about the situation here. That way, he would be able to inform Xiaofan and the others about what was happening here when he reunited with the East-West Army. Good, Mi Jingluan said, since you're staying, you can choose a squad or a battalion to join. This junior would like to act alone. Would that be alright? Yang Kai asked. He was unfamiliar with the people here in the North-South Army, and it may not be a good thing for him to join a squad so abruptly, hence, he preferred acting alone without having any ties to anyone. Mi Jingluan eyed him with a smile, since you're so confident, martial nephew, I won't stop you, but do be careful on the battlefield. Understood. Yang Kai cupped his fist and bowed before leaving. Once he left, Yang Lai piped up, that brat sure is confident to want to act alone, and you even gave him your permission. That's not at all like you. Mi Jingluan chuckled, I don't know if you've heard much about him, brother Yang. If any other 7th Order junior made the same request, I would have rejected them immediately, but if it's him, it's fine for me to make an exception just this once. Yang Lai nodded, I've heard quite a lot about him, so you can't take advantage of me being ignorant and uninformed, brother me. Now that we're on the subject, it's quite unbelievable that a 7th Order brat had the guts to disguise himself as a Black Ink disciple to infiltrate the Black Ink clan. He even managed to destroy the warship that the Black Ink clan was building and come back alive. It's practically a miracle. That's right. Although the old ancestor went out to receive him in person, before that, he managed to kill a territory lord while he was in the Blue Sky Theater, which is quite the feat even if the territory lord was badly wounded at the time, Mi Jingluan said. New talents rise up with every generation. We're getting old now. Yang Lai lamented. Mi Jingluan smiled at him, it's rare for you to pay such a high compliment to someone of the younger generation, brother Yang. What's the matter? Are you regretting the fact that you didn't encounter him sooner to take him as your disciple? Ha! Yang Lai snorted loudly, why would I regret that? I have a disciple now. Even though my disciple isn't the same as him, he's not worse off in any way. In fact, my disciple has more potential than him. Mi Jingluan sighed, things never go the way you want them to in life. Yang Kai is a peerless talent, but it's a pity he will not enter the 9th Order. If he could make it to the 9th Order, he would make a huge difference for the entire human race. Nothing's perfect in life, Yang Lai remarked, speaking of which, we're partly to blame for his current situation since it's the unfortunate result of the cave heavens and paradises interfering with him. If it had not been for those cave heavens and paradises working together to suppress Yang Kai, he would have directly advanced to the 7th Order and would have stood a chance to become a 9th Order old ancestor. Mi Jingluan shook his head, they were doing it to prevent uncertainty in the future, and there's historical precedent for their actions. All along, the cave heavens and paradises have maintained the same attitude towards all those who had the possibility of directly advancing to the 7th Order open heaven realm. Based on their perspective, they didn't do anything wrong at the time, but looking back now, they've made a monumental mistake. Martial Peak, Chapter 5208, Lack of Combat Experience. There was no point in discussing mistakes made in the past. Yang Kai had directly advanced to the 5th Order open heaven realm. Although there was hope that he could become an 8th Order master because he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit, he was not going to be able to become a 9th Order master. That was unless he could find the innate open heaven pill which was produced in the universe furnace. However, there was no sign of the universe furnace and no one knew when it would next appear. Even if it did, Yang Kai might not have the chance to obtain one of its innate open heaven pills. There were tons of people in all the cave heavens and paradises who were stuck in the 8th Order open heaven realm and could not rise any further. Who among them was not in even more urgent need of those open heaven pills than Yang Kai? As the two were speaking, an alarming fluctuation came out from the faraway depths of the void. Mi Jingluan and Yang Lai exchanged glances before instantly heading to the deck and stared in the direction where the fluctuation was coming from. Yang Kai was also there staring into the distance, however, although everyone could sense the fluctuations, they could also tell that the source was incredibly far away. "The old ancestor and the royal lord are exchanging blows," Ouyang Lai quickly said. Mi Jingluan nodded lightly. An eighth-order master and a territory lord would not have been able to create such powerful fluctuations when they clashed. Across the entire theater, only a battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord could cause such a huge disturbance. This was the first fight between Yingyang Pass old ancestor and the royal lord of Great Evolution Theater. No one could predict the outcome. That being said, based on the information they had received, they were certain that Yingyang Pass old ancestor would not be the one suffering. Even just by the number of years of cultivation alone, the royal lord could not compare with her. The current royal lord was the one who rose to that position 30,000 years ago. The veteran royal lord who had been alive for much longer had died along with the Great Evolution Pass old ancestor. Both were the strongest among their respective sides and had immense power. The two silhouettes continued clashing in the depths of the void, and just the fallout from their fight was enough to destroy the barren universe worlds around them. Everything within 100,000 kilometers of their clash was thrown into chaos and turmoil. At this very moment, the royal lord was suffering in silence. When the royal lord found out that the human race army had invaded his domain, he left Great Evolution Pass in a fluster. Along the way, he searched for signs of the humans and he finally managed to intercept the old ancestor. Everything would be fine in his royal city as long as he stopped the old ancestor. However, before he even had the time to relax, the following turn of events caught him off guard. Initially, he assumed that since it was his first time exchanging blows with this human old ancestor, both parties would focus on feeling each other out since they were both the most formidable on their respective sides, and neither could afford to take any big risks. The best option was to test the waters and get a sense of what their respective strengths were before breaking off the fight and leaving it for another day once they were more prepared. That was what the royal lord thought, and he assumed the human old ancestor had the same idea. Except, the old ancestor thought very differently. Although she was a woman, her actions bordered on madness. As soon as they started fighting, she threw all caution to the wind and attacked as if she was prepared to fight to the bitter end, even if it meant sacrificing her life in the process. Waves of ferocious divine abilities and merciless secret techniques followed, dumbfounding the royal lord. It had to be said that although this royal lord had risen to his position 30,000 years ago, he had only ever fought an old ancestor once in that entire time. It was just after he had become a royal lord and joined forces with the original royal lord of Great Evolution Theater to kill the old ancestor here. Ever since then, the Black Ink clan claimed Great Evolution Pass and no other battle occurred. For the past 30,000 years, he stayed within his theater. Now and then, he would send his territory lords out to help in battles at Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass, but he himself had never left. Thus, it could be said that he barely had any experience when it came to fighting with an old ancestor. Moreover, this particular old ancestor was attacking ruthlessly and relentlessly. The royal lord had been suppressed from the moment the fight began, and the momentum was now decidedly against him. Even the old ancestor was a little shocked by this too. However, she soon realized why this was the case. This royal lord lacks combat experience. This was an unexpected surprise for her. Back at Yingyang Pass, she would get into minor scuffles with the royal lord there every century or so, and a serious battle happened every millennium. It was no secret what each other's divine abilities, secret techniques, battle strategies, and personalities were. As the saying went, those who truly understood a person the best were not their friends, but their enemies. In the Yingyang Theater, as soon as the old ancestor made a move, the royal lord there could immediately tell what she was up to and formulate a counter on the spot. That was why the two clashed frequently over the years without ever deciding on a victor. That was not the case here. The old ancestor had a wealth of experience fighting against a royal lord, and even though it was a different opponent, the experience still counted for something. This was not the same for the royal lord here. He had probably forgotten all about the fight 30,000 years ago, and such a long period of peace was enough for him to lose his will to better himself, which was why he found himself in such a state when he got into a fight with a ninth-order open heaven realm master all of a sudden. The old ancestor's line of thinking was rather simple. Since she brought Yang Kai here, she did not need to hold back out of caution. All she had to do was focus on attacking as hard as she could and wounding the royal lord as much as possible, even if she was injured in the process. It did not matter if she got wounded because she could borrow Yang Kai's small universe to rapidly heal and restore herself. Although the royal lord could also use his black ink nest to recover from his injuries, the rate at which he would heal would never be as quick as her. She would be gaining on him with every single round of recovery. Perhaps that would not be immediately noticeable, but given enough time and battles, the royal lord would at some point not be able to handle it anymore. When the time came, she might even have the chance to kill this royal lord. Therefore, she fought him now without holding back at all, as if she wanted to perish together with him. Her opponent's obvious decline in combat effectiveness over time only strengthened her resolve to commit to her initial plan. Meanwhile, the East-West army paid no mind to the clash between the two powerhouses. As the old ancestor headed out to take the royal lord head-on, the East-West army changed course and continued forward. Even though the East-West army's 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would undoubtedly be of great help to the old ancestor if they joined the fight, no one could guarantee that they would all come out alive if they got involved. The East-West army had an even more important task on hand, and that was to wipe out the Black Ink clan army and take back Great Evolution Pass. That was their ultimate goal. Passing through Black Ink clan territory, they saw that only the weakest Black Ink clansmen remained in the outskirts, which they could not be bothered to deal with. They made a beeline in the direction of the royal city instead. Right now, they still did not know where the royal city was exactly or how far away it was, but as long as they continued in this direction, they were bound to reach the royal city at some point. Upon arrival, they would lay siege to the city. The further the East-West army went, the more dangerous it was for them as the likelihood of receiving help from the North-South army decreased with the increasing distance between the two armies. However, as long as the North-South army managed to stop the Black Ink clan coming from Great Evolution Pass, the East-West army would not need to worry about being attacked from behind. Since arriving at this theater, the 30,000-man strong East-West army had only engaged in a single significant battle. They had been marching in haste all this while after that, but even so, the army's fighting spirit had not diminished at all. On the contrary, it was even stronger than before. It was safe to predict that when the army reached the royal city, they were sure to strike fear into the hearts of the Black Ink clan. The North-South army led by Ouyang Lai and Mi Jingluan soon reached a new location after a day of hastened traveling. Mi Jingluan was the one who deduced that they would encounter the Black Ink clan army at this spot. However, looking out into the void around them, all was quiet and there was no sign of the Black Ink clan army. Even then, Mi Jingluan was not particularly disappointed even though there were no signs of the enemy since they had to take into account the difference in the two armies' traveling speed as well as the possibility of changes in the opposing armies' routes. Several scouts were sent out for reconnaissance in the surrounding area. Soon, they received word that there was a sighting of the Black Ink clan army coming from Great Evolution Pass. They were passing through a location that was less than an hour away from the North-South army's current position. Mi Jingluan exhaled slowly before commanding the army to attack. Under the circumstances, an ambush was impossible as there was no time for them to find suitable spots to set up and hide. The North-South army's only choice now was to charge straight into battle with the Black Ink clan and take them head-on. Fortunately, they knew about the Black Ink clan's movements while the other party knew nothing about them, so they had the advantage. The mighty fleet sailed through the void, and 1 hour later, the Black Ink clan army came into sight. By now, the Black Ink clan had naturally discovered the humans as well. One of the feudal lords immediately rushed to Zhichong and reported frantically, "Sir Territory Lord, we've spotted human warships." Zhichong had been uneasy the past few days, like something bad was about to happen, and that was the reason why he chose to take a longer route when leading the army out of Great Evolution Pass. He was doing everything he could to avoid the human army that had not revealed itself just yet. All had been calm and peaceful for several days, and his only worry had been the human race army that had been attacking the Black Ink clan territory. He did not know when or even if his army and the human army would meet, but if they did, the Black Ink clan might not be able to stand against them. After all, he had personally witnessed just how mighty that human army was. Furthermore, there was still the human old ancestor with them. Thus, he could not stop himself from jumping in fright when his subordinate reported the news to him. "We're running into a human race army in a place like this. Is it the one led by the old ancestor? Where are they? How far away from here?" Zhichong asked in alarm. The feudal lord pointed with his finger. "They're in that direction. We'll probably run into them in less than an hour." Zhichong looked out in that direction, and sure enough, he spotted a massive fleet approaching. It was a sea of human warships, at least 2,000 to 3,000 of them, just like the one he saw over a year ago. Based on the direction the human army was heading, it could be seen that it was not charging into the Black Ink clan's territory. The humans were positioning themselves in advance so that they could meet the Black Ink clan army, make contact an hour later and block their way forward. Why are we running into them here? Zhichong could not figure it out, and he was not about to dwell on it now. His fear of the old ancestor made him lose his composure as he bellowed in terror, "Enemy attack!" The other dozen or so territory lords gasped in fright when they heard him. They turned to check for themselves, and sure enough, they saw the human fleet in the distance. All at once, the territory lords started to panic. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5209, Two Armies Clash. None of the territory lords had expected to run into the human race army here, but from the looks of it, the humans were fully prepared for this. It was the Black Ink clan who had been too careless and only noticed their enemy when they were right in front of them. On the battlefield, there were terrible consequences to not being the one who held the initiative. All the territory lords turned to Zhichong, and one of them asked frantically, "Do we engage them?" The two armies were only an hour's distance apart, so they needed to decide right away whether they were going to fight or flee. The territory lords considered Zhichong their leader, so naturally, the decision depended on his opinion. Zhichong's brow twitched. There could be an old ancestor among them. In other words, if they were to fight, the Black Ink clan would suffer massive casualties. Even the territory lords might be losing their lives here. The territory lord who asked earlier frowned. "Didn't we sense the fluctuations from the fight between an old ancestor and the royal lord just now? Since their old ancestor is fighting with Sir Royal Lord, why would their old ancestor be here?" Zhichong froze upon hearing that. "That's right. We did feel the fluctuations from a battle between two of the most powerful masters coming from a great distance away just now. It was clearly caused by the human old ancestor and our royal lord. Since they're fighting over there, there won't be an old ancestor here then. The humans couldn't have sent two old ancestors over, right?" Zhichong realized that he had jumped to conclusions just now. When he saw that the enormous fleet of the North-South Army was so similar to the one he had seen over a year ago, he subconsciously assumed that the old ancestor would be with them too, causing his fear to override his judgment. Regardless, even if the enemy did not have an old ancestor among them, it was probably still too late for them to flee now. Zhichong was a decisive individual and immediately came to a decision: relay my orders, prepare for battle. A fleet of 2,000 to 3,000 warships meant there were some 30,000 humans. Although this was not even a tenth of the Black Ink clan army's numbers, the territory lords knew that numbers alone would never be able to determine who was the stronger of the two. Furthermore, a group of 30,000 humans implied that there were dozens of Eighth-Order masters among them. Meanwhile, there were only 16 territory lords on their side. If they chose to flee instead, it would be giving the humans a chance to chase after and attack them from behind. Thus, meeting the enemy in battle was the best option. It would minimize the number of casualties and they might even be able to deal a heavy blow to the humans. Orders were passed down and the hundreds of thousands of Black Ink clansmen formed rank in the void. They fused Black Ink strength together to form a massive Black Ink cloud that covered a vast swath of the void, hiding them from view. This was the sight that greeted the human army when they arrived an hour later. All they could see was an enormous Black Ink cloud that had gathered within the void. There was some movement within the cloud, but there was no sign of the Black Ink clan. Mi Jing Luan and Ouyang Lai stood on the deck of the purifying Black Ink battleship with deep, profound looks on their faces. It had to be said that the Black Ink clan had made a clever move with their defensive action. They formed a Black Ink cloud to mask their army, which meant that the humans had no way of determining what the Black Ink clan was up to or what they were planning. If the humans charged forward hastily, they would be wounded and suffer heavy casualties. Yet if the humans chose not to strike, they would be doing exactly what the Black Ink clan wanted. The Black Ink clan could use this opportunity to arrange their formations and decide on a battle strategy, and the longer the delay, the less of an advantage the human army would have. Confronted with this situation, the humans had no other choice. The only thing they could do was rely on the power of their warships to disperse the Black Ink cloud and force the Black Ink clan army to show themselves. This was likely what the Black Ink clan hoped for too, as this would mean that they could expend a lot of the human army's strength, even though it also meant that they would suffer a lot of casualties on their end. Mi Jing Luan and Ouyang Lai exchanged looks before nodding at each other. The very next moment, an order went out from the purifying Black Ink battleship. The warships began moving forward again, separating into different lines in the void before coming to a stop at around 1 million kilometers away from the Black Ink cloud. Following that, all of the warships started powering their arrays. Lights flashed, and a raging surge of energy waves began to fluctuate. Next, the points of light transformed into a myriad of attacks of different forms, all of which shot straight into the Black Ink cloud. The warships had separated into 5 smaller fleets at this moment, with each one consisting of 400 to 500 vessels. The small fleets took turns attacking one after the other, allowing for a continuous barrage to be maintained. Each attack was akin to hundreds of Seventh-Order Masters launching a full-force attack together. The onslaught of attacks kept striking the Black Ink cloud and causing it to disappear. Blinding lights flashed within the Black Ink cloud. It was a terrifying sight even from a distance. There were signs of life auras withering constantly, but at a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers and combined with the chaos of the energy fluctuations, even the Eighth-Order Masters could not sense everything clearly. Even so, the withering life auras were clearly a sign of death among the ranks of the Black Ink clan hidden inside the Black Ink cloud. The humans' attack went on for a half-day. Throughout the whole time, the warships did not let up on the bombardment. The artifacts and the spirit arrays mounted on the warships kept shooting straight into the Black Ink cloud. However, the humans were surprised at the lack of a response from the Black Ink clan army. They seemed to be lying in wait for the right moment to strike, or perhaps they had even fled the battlefield. Nevertheless, even though they had the Black Ink cloud to hide them, the Black Ink clan could not flee the battlefield with so many Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around. Thus, the Black Ink clan army was certainly still hidden inside the Black Ink cloud. They were waiting. The optimum window for them to strike back would be when the human strength was depleted from their attacks. It had to be said that the territory lords who led this army were all remarkably patient. Anyone with a fiery temper would have led the army out of the Black Ink cloud to start attacking the humans by now. Still, this was the exact opposite of what the humans wanted. Half a day later, the enormous Black Ink cloud that had loomed over the void was beginning to thin out. Even though the Black Ink clan kept channeling their Black Ink strength to strengthen the Black Ink cloud, they could not withstand the constant attacks from the warships. They would have long since revealed themselves if it had not been for the large amounts of black ink strength that escaped from the dead bodies of the black ink clansmen, which helped thicken the black ink cloud. They were at their limit after holding out for half a day though. The thinning black ink cloud could no longer hide all of the black ink clan army, and the powerful Eighth Order masters were beginning to break through the black ink cloud and survey the state of the enemy inside. They were dissatisfied with what they found. A half-day's worth of ceaseless attacks did cause some casualties on the side of the Black Ink clan, but it was far less than what they expected. Less than 50,000 had died out of the Black Ink clan army, which was almost 500,000 strong. It was only a 10% casualty rate. These were not results to be pleased about, as they had expected to clear out at least 30% of the Black Ink clan. The human warships continued their attacks, but by now, the black ink cloud was thin and wispy, meaning they could launch targeted attacks, which made the number of casualties rise seriously. Evidently, the Black Ink clan realized this problem too. The territory lords gave out an order and 400,000 of the Black Ink clan army swiftly retreated out of the Black Ink cloud before rushing off into the distance. The Black Ink clan was trying to escape. The human army was not about to ignore that, so Ouyang Lai immediately gave the order to pursue. However, the attempt to flee was merely a feint. As soon as the human army entered the wispy black ink cloud, the Black Ink clan army suddenly turned around and launched its attack. The Great Evolution Theater had been at peace for 30,000 years, but on this day, an explosive battle took place between two armies just a few days' travel away from Great Evolution Pass. Although the East-West Army had already attacked some of the territory lords' territories, that was not the same as this fight. Ouyang Lai and the others were a little startled by the Black Ink clan's strategy, but that was all. Mi Jingluan had already been on guard back when Ouyang Lai gave the order to chase after the supposedly fleeing army. Even though the Black Ink clan had suffered some casualties, the fight had not truly begun, and there was no way the Black Ink clan would flee without a fight when they still had 400,000 soldiers. The territory lords who led the army would surely know that they would be doomed the moment they fled. He was proven right. The Black Ink clan did not plan on fleeing. They merely wanted to lure the human warships into their Black Ink cloud so that they could gain a geographical advantage. Although the Black Ink cloud was thin and sparse now, it was still a significant help to the Black Ink clan and a hindrance to the humans once they were inside. Purifying black ink pills were readily available for use on the battlefield now, and all the humans had to do was consume one in advance, and they would have a temporary window of time where they did not have to worry about the black ink strength invading them. That being said, as time wore on, the medicinal efficacies would wear off, and things would be less rosy then. Furthermore, repeated consumption of the purifying black ink pills in short order reduced their effectiveness. Those at Blue Sky Pass had done a systematic test and figured out that a Sixth Order Master could use 2 purifying black ink pills within the span of a month. Any more than that and the medicinal efficacies would be greatly diminished. A Seventh Order Master could use 3 pills. There was a limit to the medicinal efficacies of each purifying black ink pill as well, making them only effective for 6 hours at most. Thus, if the humans fought against the Black Ink clan within the Black Ink cloud, they would need to end the fight as quickly as possible, for the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantaged they would be. The Black Ink clan had launched their attack at just the right time. They had perfectly positioned the battlefield within the area that still had the wispy black ink cloud. Despite that, they were still shocked by the humans' reactions. They thought that the humans would be disadvantaged if the fight happened in such an environment, but how could they have anticipated that the humans would not be affected at all? As the two armies clashed head-on, the Seventh Order Masters swiftly leaped out of the warships without caring about being affected by the black ink strength at all. The Black Ink clan was thunderstruck. They had preconceived notions that the humans avoided black ink strength like the plague, especially those with lower cultivation. Only some of the Eighth Order Masters could withstand the encroachment of black ink strength for an extended time in battle. However, from the looks of it now, even the Seventh Order Masters could move freely within the black ink cloud without being affected at all. What was going on? While the Black Ink clan was reeling from shock, the human squads began to unleash their full strength. The Seventh Order Masters all stuck close to their warships and coordinated with the other squads in their battalions to launch concentrated attacks. The face-to-face confrontation was quickly decimating the Black Ink clan army. It was 30,000 against over 400,000, which was a huge disparity in numbers, yet to the humans, being heavily outnumbered was not a problem at all. Throughout the ages, humans had always battled against the Black Ink clan under such circumstances, so they amassed a ton of experience. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5210, Black Ink Disciples. Although the two armies clashed fiercely, it was evident that both sides were still exercising caution and restraint. No one pressed forward recklessly as neither the humans or the Black Ink clan had anywhere to fall back to for safety in the vast, unending void. Pushing too aggressively would not benefit either party, especially if things started deteriorating for them. It could even lead to the destruction of the entire battlefield and a devastatingly high number of casualties. Thus, if anyone had a distant overview of the battle, they would notice that the fight between the two armies on the battlefield was fairly straightforward. The human race army of 30,000 and the Black Ink clan army of over 400,000 were like two waves oscillating back and forth as both parties continued to engage, retreat, and then engage once more. Every time the two armies collided, both parties would attack with all their might. All manner of secret techniques burst forth in the thick of the skirmish, only to stop when both parties retreated to regroup. The leaders of the human army did not expect to achieve a decisive victory in short order. They were using these small but frequent skirmishes to exhaust the Black Ink clan army's strength and endurance and slowly gain the upper hand. However, Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai never expected that the Black Ink clan army's strategist also had the same thought. The commanders on both sides were thinking along the same lines. Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai even felt a glimmer of kinship with the territory lord who was commanding the opposing army. Naturally, it was Xiaofan who was in charge of commanding the Black Ink clan army in this battle. Among the territory lords, Xiaofan was competent and more importantly, cautious by nature. If it had not been for his prudence, he would not have made the snap decision to escape when he was ambushed by the human race army back at Wind and Cloud Pass. But he did, and therefore, he survived. Although he was a territory lord of the Great Evolution Theater, over the past 30,000 years, he still gathered considerable combat experience as a result of leading armies to aid in the battles at Wind and Cloud Pass or Azure Void Pass dozens of times. Though in all fairness, his army often suffered crushing defeats and few would come back alive. Still, his wealth of experience going into battle against the humans was the reason why he could come up with the appropriate strategy for this battle. He was also the one who came up with the idea of forming the Black Ink cloud to conceal their movements when they discovered that the North-South army had come to launch a surprise attack. If it had been any other territory lord at the helm when they saw the human race army's sudden arrival, they would have most likely rushed headfirst into battle without a second thought. It had to be said that even though his strategies seemed rather cowardly, Xiaofan did manage to make things a lot more difficult for the humans. Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai had hoped that they would encounter a reckless Black Ink clan army that believed they would win based solely on their overwhelming numbers. They never thought they would run into an army led by a shrewd mind. This was something worthy of marvel, as after so many years of going to battle against the Black Ink clan, it was their first time coming head-to-head with a Black Ink clan commander like that. The two armies continued to engage in battle, and each time they clashed, life auras would wither, with the vast majority of the casualties being on the side of the Black Ink clan. The humans would not be in much danger if their warships were intact, but if their warships were to be destroyed, then the whole squad would be in great danger. After clashing over 10 times, things started becoming less orderly and more chaotic. The humans were not at fault for that. Despite only numbering 30,000, the human army was disciplined and trained to listen to their superiors without question, thus, they carried out their commander's orders to the letter. It was not the same with the Black Ink clan. There were over 400,000 Black Ink clansmen, and while Xiaofan was considered the commander, they were actually made up of the individual armies that belonged to over a dozen different territory lords, each with a mind of his own. Upon seeing that there were so many fatalities within Black Ink clan after each clash, while few if any occurred on the human side, many of the territory lords lost their cool and started pushing more aggressively. The more reckless they were, the more casualties there were on the Black Ink clan side. It was humiliating, and that resulted in angering them further, so much so that they joined the battlefield in person. The Eighth Order Masters were not about to let the territory lords have their way on the battlefield. While the territory lords stayed out of the battle, the Eighth Order Masters also hung back and observed, but now that the territory lords were making their move, the Eighth Order Masters were not going to stand idly by either as they came forward to stop them. Thus, after 2 hours of skirmishes, the battle suddenly intensified. The battlefield began to fill with the fluctuations from the fights between the territory lords and the Eighth Order Masters. Meanwhile, on the purifying Black Ink battleship, Yang Lai declared, "I'm joining them. I'll leave things here to you, brother Mi." Mi Jingluan simply nodded. Yang Lai took one step and instantly appeared in front of a territory lord many thousands of kilometers away. He threw out his fist with great force and the territory lord who was caught unaware ended up flying backwards. That being said, he was still a territory lord. Despite being a little dazed after the blow from Yang Lai, he quickly regained his composure and started fighting back. In the ferocious clash between the two, it was Yang Lai who was unable to unleash his full powers, while the territory lords attacked without holding back at all. It could not be helped as the two were fighting in an area that not only had a lot of Black Ink clansmen but also a number of humans. The territory lord attacked in a frenzy as he did not care about the deaths of his clansmen, but Yang Lai could not disregard the lives of the humans in the same way. Therefore, even though he gained the upper hand with his initial sneak attack on the territory lord, he still could not finish or defeat his opponent in short order. Yang Lai was not the only one confronted with this situation. Most of the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were faced with the same predicament. The territory lord's despicable behavior was forcing a lot of the Eighth Order Division commanders to hold themselves back. The purifying Black Ink battleship hovered in the void at approximately 1 million kilometers from the battlefield. It was not far by any means, and if a territory lord wanted to launch a surprise attack, he could get to the battleship quite rapidly. Though, of course, it was not considered close either. It was a good spot for Mi Jingluan to oversee the entire battle. Of the two commanders of the North-South Army, Yang Lai was the one who adhered to the principle of talking with his fists, and thus, Mi Jingluan was the one who commanded the army in battle. The purifying Black Ink battleship was not alone in the void as several battalion-class warships hovered around it, each one crewed by an Eighth Order Division commander and an entire battalion. All of this was to ensure that the purifying Black Ink battleship would stay safe even when they were so far away from home. One could not claim that the humans were acting too conservatively. On the contrary, the purifying Black Ink battleship was just far too important. Not only did the battleship have a great variety of strategic functions, but both the battleship and the battalion-class warships around it were carrying quite a number of specialists who followed the army to this battle. The East-West Army had over 1,000 artifact refiners with them, along with alchemists and array masters in similar numbers. It was the same with the North-South Army. These humans were at the very least in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, with a few even being in the Eighth Order. Even so, they spent all their time fully focused on their respective daos such as artifact refining, alchemy, and spirit arrays, thus, they lacked combat power and were not suited to step foot on the battlefield. The loss of any one of them would be a notable loss for the human race. They could only remain in safety until the battle came to an end. If they were to remain here, then there had to be people here to protect them as well. Therefore, even though the North-South Army had 30,000 soldiers in total, in reality, 3,000 to 4,000 of them were not taking part in the battle against the Black Ink clan. Mi Jingluan's brows were tightly furrowed as he surveyed the battle from the deck of the purifying Black Ink battleship. What was happening was unlike anything he had expected. Initially, he assumed that it would not be hard for the North-South Army to come out victorious, as a Black Ink clan army of 500,000 would only have slightly over a dozen territory lords commanding it. The North-South Army had nearly 60 Eighth Order masters, which was several times more than their opponent's number of territory lords. The advantage they had in high-level combat power was enough to make up for the huge difference in numbers between the two armies. That being said, it would be impossible to ruthlessly slaughter the entire Black Ink clan army, as they would undoubtedly flee once things did not look good for them. The situation at this battle was different from the ambush that the East-West Army had set up at Wind and Cloud Pass. Yang Kai had filled Mi Jingluan in on all the details of that battle, and Mi Jingluan knew that the East-West Army's successful vanquishment of all 300,000 of the Black Ink clan army in such a short amount of time was mainly due to the circumstances of the ambush, and also the fact that they had an old ancestor with them. All in all, the Black Ink clan had no hope of even putting up a strong fight against the humans back then. However, the North-South Army failed to set up an ambush and did not have an old ancestor to assume command, so they could not compare themselves with the advantageous position the East-West Army had. Still, the North-South Army should have been able to achieve victory relatively easily without having to suffer too many casualties on their end. Unfortunately, the reality was quite different. The humans did not seem to have as much of an advantage on the battlefield as they anticipated. Despite the high hopes that Mi Jingluan placed on the Eighth Order masters to turn the battle in their favor, they did not seem to be giving the humans that much of an edge in battle. The reason for this boiled down to the existence of numerous Seventh Order and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples among the Black Ink clan army. Even after experiencing so many years of everything from great battles to minor skirmishes with the Black Ink clan, Mi Jingluan had never encountered so many Black Ink disciples at once, and all of them had such high orders. It was not surprising to find Black Ink disciples, a rather unique form of being, on the Black Ink battlefield. In the past, in every major battle, there would always be Black Ink disciples taking part. Some unfortunate humans ended up turning into Black Ink disciples and becoming an enemy of the human race in every clash. However, ever since Yang Kai came to the Black Ink battlefield and brought the purifying light to the Great Passes, the number of Black Ink disciples drastically decreased. The Black Ink disciples either died on the battlefield or were caught by human masters who used purifying light to restore their sense of self. Without fresh blood to bolster their numbers, the Black Ink disciples naturally grew fewer and fewer. This had become even more apparent in recent years, as Mi Jingluan had barely seen any sign of Black Ink disciples on the battlefield. Yet now, at the Great Evolution Theater, he saw the Black Ink disciples once more, including quite a number that had Seventh Order and Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivations. Most were in the Seventh Order, numbering in the hundreds. Although they did not have quite as many Eighth Order Black Ink disciples, Mi Jingluan had counted nearly 30 of them, and he knew that there had to be more than that, as there would be some he did not manage to spot in all the chaos. No one would have ever thought that there were so many high-rank Black Ink disciples in the Great Evolution Theater. And this was only those that belonged to the armies of the dozen or so territory lords present. The situation would certainly be a lot grimmer if all the forces in the Great Evolution Theater were combined. There was no other theater like this one. While the other theaters also encountered Black Ink disciples on the battlefield, it was impossible for them to be confronted with such powerful ones and in such alarming numbers. Nevertheless, after mulling in silence for a brief moment, Mi Jingluan soon realized the reason for this. The Great Evolution Theater's situation was unique due to the Great Pass having been lost over 30,000 years ago. No great battles had taken place throughout that time in this theater, which meant that the Black Ink disciples could spend all their time on cultivation. They did not have to worry about going to battle and losing their life, and thus, they slowly managed to reach the Seventh Order and Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52:11, Collapse. Judging by the number of black ink disciples there were on the battlefield now, it proved that not all of the human soldiers who were part of the battle at Great Evolution past 30,000 years ago had been killed by the Black Ink clan after the death of the old ancestor. The Black Ink clan must have taken quite a number of them and turned them into Black Ink disciples. There was no other way of explaining why so many Black Ink disciples with high orders would appear in the Great Evolution Theater. Why did all of the cave heavens and paradises in the 3,000 worlds classify everything that had to do with the Black Ink clan? That was because Black Ink's strength was far too tempting for some people. As it was, once a person's body was corrupted by Black Ink strength, they would undergo a drastic change and become someone who served the Black Ink clan above all else. In other words, they would become an entirely different person, but at the same time, the power that Black Ink's strength provided was enough to enable a cultivator to not be affected by the shackles of the open heaven realm. With enough luck and resources, one could continue to cultivate all the way to the Ninth Order open heaven realm. How many Ninth Order masters had there been throughout history? Too few that even the most prominent of cave heavens and paradises could easily count them with their fingers. With that being the case, it would be hard for cultivators who had reached the ceiling of their cultivation and failed to break through to not be swayed by the temptation of Black Ink strength. Yuan Du, a vice sect master of Langya Paradise, was a 7th Order open heaven realm master. He knew very well the risks and dangers of Black Ink strength, but even then, he could not overcome the temptation. In the end, he chose to become a Black Ink disciple. Not only did he turn against his people but he even threatened the safety of his sect. The sect master, Li Yuan Wang, had no choice but to kill Yuan Du himself. The fact that even the vice sect master of Langya Paradise succumbed to the draw of Black Ink strength proved how hard it would be for most people to resist the temptation as well if the powers of Black Ink strength became public knowledge in the 3,000 worlds. Humans were always unpredictable. 30,000 years ago, the Great Evolution old ancestor died and the Great Pass was conquered. Most of the human soldiers died on the battlefield, but a significant number of them must have been captured by the powerful members of the Black Ink clan and turned into Black Ink disciples. 30,000 years of peace was enough time for these Black Ink disciples to cultivate and break through to a higher order. They made full use of the prolonged period of time, which was enough to let a 6th Order Black Ink disciple advance into the 8th Order open heaven realm. Still, this kind of cultivation came with its own set of dangers. One false move could lead to the cultivator's death while trying to break through to a higher order than they would normally be able to reach, and even if the cultivator succeeded, the process would leave visible marks on their body that would clearly indicate they were no longer human. This was the reason why Mi Jingluan spotted so many 7th Order and 8th Order Black Ink disciples on the battlefield. Although these Black Ink disciples still had human forms, most of them also had some abnormal characteristics that made them stand out. One of the 8th Order Black Ink disciples had a large growth coming out of his shoulder, and from a distance, it looked as if he had 2 heads. Yet another 8th Order Black Ink disciple had 2 tiny, fleshy wings growing out of his back. With one long and one short, the wings looked like knobbly chicken feet. One of the 7th Order Black Ink disciples even had an extra arm growing out of his abdomen. He was creative enough to come up with a combat strategy that made use of his 3rd arm and wielded 3 swords, one in each arm, making him quite a formidable force on the battlefield. All of the Black Ink disciples who had these abnormal traits were those who relied on Black Ink strength to break through their innate limitations. They would never have had the chance to advance any further, but after being corrupted by Black Ink strength, they were able to explore a higher martial Tao. The power that they exhibited was noticeably unstable though, and those around them could feel that it was frenzied and volatile. However, it was exactly due to the efforts of these Black Ink disciples that the humans could not gain a decisive victory with their current strategy. Originally, Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai assumed that since they had dozens of 8th Order masters to deal with only slightly more than a dozen territory lords, the numbers would work in their favor and the territory lords would not be able to put up a fight. As long as the division commanders could gang up on the territory lords, they would surely be able to kill all of them fairly quickly. Once the territory lords were gone, the hundreds of thousands of Black Ink clansmen would amount to nothing more than headless chickens, and the humans could wipe them out with ease. However, it was the presence of numerous Eighth Order Black Ink disciples that foiled their plans. The Eighth Order Black Ink disciples were fearsome in their violent attacks, but the ferocity also proved that they did not have full control over their strength. In other words, these Eighth Order Black Ink disciples were not on even footing with the true Eighth Order masters. Their powers did not come from proper cultivation, and as a result, they were even weaker than ordinary territory lords. If it came down to a solo fight, any one of the Eighth Order division commanders could easily defeat an Eighth Order Black Ink disciple. Even so, it would not be as easy to kill one. Furthermore, both the territory lords and the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples attacked without any restraint, not caring whether they injured or even killed their fellow Black Ink clansmen in the process. On the other hand, the Eighth Order masters had to take great care not to harm their fellow humans. Thus, when it came to the battle between the two parties' top masters, although the humans still had the advantage, it was not a significant one and could not produce the result they had hoped for. As the fierce battle progressed, the casualties mounted on the side of the Black Ink clan. The humans also began to suffer more casualties, and there were even signs of Seventh Order masters dying on the battlefield. Mi Jingluan frowned as this was not what he wanted to see. If things carried on like this, even if the humans emerged victorious, it would still be at the cost of far too many lives, which would be a crushing blow to them. We must break the deadlock as soon as possible to achieve our goal today. After thinking in silence for a moment, his divine sense surged and in the next moment, 5 figures jumped out of the battalion-class warships around the purifying Black Ink battleship and joined the battlefield. These 5 were all Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Initially, their job was to stay with the battalion-class warships around the purifying Black Ink battleship and protect all of the non-combatants on board the ships, but now, it was time for them to make their move. 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joining the battlefield was enough to change the tides of the battle between both parties' apex cultivators. Once they found the opportunity to kill a few of the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples or even some territory lords, they could create a snowball effect and create an overwhelming advantage for the humans. Still, this required time. Mi Jingluan's eyes next fell onto a different side of the battlefield, away from the battlefield between the Eighth Order Masters and the territory lords. There was a solitary figure over there who was rampaging about. This person worked alone without teaming up with any of the warships. All he had was a long spear in his hands, but wherever he passed, the Black Ink clan would crumble. Even the feudal lords could not withstand a single blow from his spear. Naturally, it was Yang Kai. Ever since the battle started, Mi Jingluan kept checking in on Yang Kai's situation, yet the Eighth Order Army commander was shocked to find that despite his high regard for Yang Kai, he had still underestimated him. Yang Kai was only a Seventh Order master, but he was exhibiting powers that vastly exceeded what someone in the Seventh Order should be capable of. This was the reason why he could breeze through the battlefield without any difficulty with no one able to stop him. Although Mi Jingluan did not know much about Yang Kai, he had heard a lot of stories in the past. He knew that Yang Kai had made a name for himself across a number of battlefields, and he also knew that Yang Kai had a World Tree clone planted inside his small universe. Apparently, the World Tree clone had the unbelievable effect of purifying and enhancing world force. From the looks of it now, the effects were even more astounding than Mi Jingluan had expected, as Yang Kai's world force was both dense and powerful enough that he could launch devastating attacks with great ease. Meanwhile, the 5 Eighth Order Division commanders joined the battle among the top masters of both armies and worked together to shift the momentum in the humans' favor, though their efforts would take time to produce real results. Someone needed to break the stalemate that was happening between the two armies' forces that were below the Eighth Order. That way, By gaining an advantage in both the top and bottom ranks, the humans would be able to decimate the Black Ink clan in the shortest amount of time possible. Yang Kai was the best person for that task. As soon as the thought flashed across Mi Jingluan's mind, his divine sense surged once more. Out on the battlefield, Yang Kai was immersed in the fervor of battle. It had been so long since he could throw caution to the wind and not hold himself back. Ever since the creation of Dawn, he would have to lead the Special Operations Squad into battle each time, and as the squad leader, he had to take a lot of concerns into account. This time though, he did not need to worry about anything, all he had to do was kill the enemy. He rushed headlong wherever the enemy gathered without having to worry about others failing to keep up with him. He did not have to worry about leading his people into a risky situation with no way out. With the use of space principles, his figure flitted about erratically, and as long as the territory lords did not get involved, no one among the Black Ink clan was a threat to him. Naturally, not needing to worry about others also meant that no one was there to help him. Since the beginning of the battle, countless Black Ink clansmen had died at his hands, but he also suffered a few injuries in the process. Regardless of how strong he was, Yang Kai could not avoid getting hit a few times in the chaos of the battlefield. Still, such injuries did not affect him too greatly, and the pain only increased his bloodlust. Just as the fighting was raging, a warship suddenly approached. It did not look like the regular squad-class warship as it was a lot bigger and there were clear signs of numerous enhancements. It was the warship that belonged to a Special Operations Squad. Dawn's dawning light was an example of such a warship. 8 Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were gathered around the warship, each of them radiating a formidable aura. They were covered in black blood and there was no telling how many Black Ink clan soldiers they had killed. The one who took the lead was a young man with a dignified appearance, and his voice rang out across the distance, "Brother Yang, the army commander has ordered the Profound Wind Squad and the Snow Wolf Squad to work together with you to break the enemy lines." Yang Kai thrust his spear out, and the resulting shadow pierced through a dozen of Black Ink clan soldiers in front of him. Once he withdrew his spear, he turned around and asked, "Where's the Snow Wolf Squad?" The young man, who seemed to be the Profound Wind Squad leader, pointed with his finger, "Over there. They can't get away just yet. Follow my lead." Yang Kai said before dashing in that direction with his spear sweeping through the enemies along the way. After being on the battlefield for so long, Yang Kai had already sensed the peculiarity of this particular war. The Black Ink clan were not as weak as the humans thought they were, and it was all due to the significant number of 7th Order and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Yang Kai was surprised by this too. He had encountered numerous Black Ink disciples before and knew what the benefits and consequences were for these Black Ink disciples who relied on Black Ink strength for cultivation. At first, he thought that it would be immensely difficult for a Black Ink disciple to become an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although Black Ink disciples were unshackled from their innate constraints, the risk they faced during the ascension to a higher order than they were naturally capable of reaching was far worse than the average human cultivators. More often than not, Black Ink disciples would fail to control the power within their body and end up exploding, so even though some might reach the 8th Order, there shouldn't be many. Yet he saw so many 8th Order Black Ink disciples here. It was hard for either party to gain the upper hand when it came to the fight between the top masters, so the outcome of the battle was still undecided. Things would only get worse for the humans if they did not break the stalemate. Yang Kai was only in the 7th Order, and although he managed to kill a territory lord before, it was still hard for him to join the battlefield of the stronger fighters. The army commander seemed to have taken this into account and thus ordered him to lead 2 of the special operations squads instead. He wished to have Yang Kai be the one who gave the humans an opening when it came to the fight among those with lower cultivation. Thus, when Yang Kai heard the order from the Profound Wind Squad, he did not have to dwell on it for long before he surmised what the army commander's plan was. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-12, hidden murderous intent. A single human charged forward with a mighty aura. The battlefield was havoc as far as the eyes could see, but Yang Kai drifted through the chaos, taking down enemies with great ease and single-handedly carving out a path behind him. The Profound Wind squad followed closely behind him. All 8 of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had looks of solemn respect on their faces, especially the young squad leader. Only the best among the 7th Order could become the squad leader of a special operations squad. Under the young squad leader's leadership, the Profound Wind squad had also achieved great success in their own theater. Initially, he did not understand why the army commander ordered the 2 elite squads to work together with Yang Kai, but now that he saw just how unparalleled of a fighter Yang Kai was on the battlefield, he began to understand why the order came down. Only an unstoppable force such as Yang Kai could lead the 2 special operations squads to break the enemy on the battlefield in the shortest amount of time. Yang Kai and the squad charged straight forward, and soon, they arrived at a different part of the battlefield. The area was filled with black ink clansmen, including many feudal lords. They swarmed the area, which made it impossible for anyone to get in or out, and at the very center was a warship that belonged to another special operations squad that was currently being besieged on all sides. This was the Snow Wolf squad, which had about the same number of people as the Profound Wind squad. Both squads had roughly 50 members, with 8 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters assuming command. Special operations squads had a lot more members than regular squads, and when combined with the numerous improvements made to the squad's warship over the years, the Snow Wolves were undoubtedly a formidable force in combat. Although there were only 50 of them, they had the power of the warship and should easily be able to take on at least 1,000 to 2,000 Black Ink clansmen at once, as long as they did not have to face a territory lord as well. Yet, at this very moment, the Snow Wolf squad was surrounded by the Black Ink clan and had no way of escaping. They were not in a dire situation due to the power of their custom warship, but things were still looking pretty bad for them. Among the 8 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, one was heavily injured and had to return to the warship deck to recover. Under the command of the Snow Wolf squad leader, the remaining 7th Order Masters kept trying to find a way to break out of the encirclement, but every attempt was hindered by the Black Ink clan's frenzied attacks, which forced them back. The Snow Wolves were slowly losing ground and things were taking a turn for the worse. Even so, the squad leader remained calm as he unleashed a series of divine abilities and secret techniques, all the while trying to find a way out for them. A special operations squad was sure to have its own trump cards, such as powerful arrays installed in their warship. The Snow Wolves had such an array that was capable of unleashing an attack on par with an 8th Order Master's all-out strike. It would not be hard for the squad to escape after using this, but the array expended too much power, so once used, the entire warship would lose over half of its combat power temporarily. The battle began not too long ago, and the Snow Wolves were unwilling to pay such a heavy price in a situation such as this, especially since they were not pushed to the brink just yet. Just as the Snow Wolf squad leader was trying to think of a good strategy, a commotion arose among the Black Ink clan. All of a sudden, a spear breached through the ranks of the Black Ink clansmen, and in an instant, a sliver of space was carved out as the siege was split into 2 like a ripped piece of cloth. A solitary figure plowed through the opening. The Snow Wolf squad leader's expression brightened at once and he quickly ordered his squad to head towards the opening, and at the same time, he frantically called out, "Watch out, junior brother! Behind you!" As soon as he said that, Yang Kai felt his heart clench and soon, he felt a wave of pain coming from his lower back. Someone had indeed snuck up on him. The one who launched the sneak attack had done it so quickly and surreptitiously that he had not noticed anything until he had been hit. Yang Kai instinctively swept his spear out but hit nothing. He spotted a silhouette brushing past him out of the corner of his eye, but when he tried to catch a proper glimpse, he could not find it anymore. Still, he did not remain still. He kept charging forward and the Profound Wind squad's warship pushed in through the breach in the Black Ink clan's lines behind him. The two squad leaders of the Special Operations Squads knew each other, so they exchanged a light nod of greeting but skipped over the usual pleasantries. The Profound Wind Squad leader informed the Snow Wolves Squad leader of the army commander's orders, and the latter chuckled bitterly before turning to Yang Kai. "Are you hurt, junior brother?" The army commander ordered both of our Special Operations Squads to work together with junior brother Yang, but he suffered a sneak attack just as soon as he showed up. One of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters under his command had suffered from a sneak attack as well. He was the one who was tending to his injuries on the warship's deck, thus, he knew just how insidious the ambusher who snuck up on Yang Kai was. The Snow Wolf Squad would not have been blindsided by the Black Ink clan and ended up getting sieged if it had not been for the fact that the attacker had hidden so well that none of them could locate him. Although the squad leader asked Yang Kai if he was hurt, truth be told, he did not think they could rely on Yang Kai for much now. Contrary to his assumptions, Yang Kai just shook his head. "I'm fine." The squad leader was taken aback for a moment before he kindly advised, "Junior brother, don't try to put up a strong front when you're on the battlefield. If you need to tend to your injuries, then it's best not to delay doing so." Yang Kai chuckled, "I'm fine, really. Perhaps you don't know, senior brother, though this junior brother here may not have much else to boast about, my skin's thicker and my flesh is stronger than average." It was true that the one behind the sneak attacks was powerful and not to be underestimated. Such an attack on a regular 7th Order Master would at least result in serious injuries, if not worse. However, Yang Kai carried a potent dragon vein, which made his physique a lot stronger than that of a regular human. Thus, something that would have heavily injured someone else was not so serious when it came to him. Furthermore, his body's restorative abilities were quite astonishing, so Yang Kai did not need to bother tending to such injuries. He would fully recover soon enough. What got his attention now was the strength that was contained inside the attack from the one who snuck up on him. Yang Kai could clearly sense the dense black ink strength that lingered in his wound, which was clearly trying to eat into his body and spread to his small universe. This was the most troublesome aspect of this sneak attack. Even if a human could survive the initial blow, they would have to deal with the black ink strength's attempt to invade after. However, Yang Kai was unbothered by black ink strength, so he simply ignored it. So what if it managed to spread into his small universe? It was not as if he did not already have lots of black ink strength sealed up within. Was it a black ink disciple? Yang Kai asked grimly. It was. The Snow Wolf Squad leader replied. It was just as Yang Kai suspected. At the time, he had a feeling that the one who attacked him was not from the Black Ink clan. From the looks of it now, it was indeed a Black Ink disciple, and probably a 7th Order one. The attacker was a master of concealment, so even though Yang Kai's divine sense was stronger than average, he could not find any traces of the attacker. That Black Ink disciple seemed to have vanished right after striking him. It went without saying that Yang Kai knew the attacker would not have vanished and was simply hiding somewhere, eyeing them like a venomous snake. I need to get rid of that attacker, or else the other 7th Order Masters might suffer a death blow if they were not careful. After teaming together, the two squads did not come to a halt. Yang Kai and the squad leaders had a quick discussion, and soon, the two warships began their attack under Yang Kai's leadership. Initially, the Black Ink clan here had managed to rely on the support of that 7th Order Black Ink disciple to keep the Snow Wolf Squad cornered without any hope of escape, but now that the Profound Wind Squad had shown up as well, the Black Ink clan was having a hard time dealing with the humans. In just a few moments, the enemy's siege was breached yet again. Two feudal lords had been overseeing the situation at the breakthrough spot, but Yang Kai easily cut them down with his spear as if they were nothing more than fish on a chopping block. The rest of the high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen did not amount to much. Wherever the azure dragon spear swept, large swaths of them exploded into black blood mists. This was the first time that the Snow Wolf Squad leader ever saw a 7th Order Master killing a feudal lord with such ease, causing his eyes to nearly fall out of their sockets. When comparing in terms of realm, a feudal lord was supposedly on par with a seventh-order master. However, as the two races cultivated in different ways, generally speaking, feudal lords tended to be weaker than seventh-order humans. However, despite being somewhat weaker, they were still feudal lords and not just random black ink clansmen. The squad leader had killed many feudal lords himself, but he never thought there would be a seventh-order master who could cut down feudal lords as if they were helpless chickens. How the heck did he do that? Is he still human? The Snow Wolf squad leader could not resist checking to see what Yang Kai's order was right now, as he was beginning to suspect Yang Kai was secretly an eighth-order master who was hiding his true cultivation. His actions did not escape the Profound Wind squad leader's attention, and the latter chuckled as, just a short while ago, he had the exact same reaction. Before seeing the way Yang Kai slaughtered their enemy with great ease, never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that a seventh-order open heaven realm master would possess such terrifying strength in combat. Regardless, the two squad leaders were relieved to find that Yang Kai did not seem to be affected by the sneak attack from earlier. Both of them spotted the trail of golden-colored blood on Yang Kai's lower back, but it did not seem to be much of a hindrance to him. That being said, they were startled to see the golden-colored blood as well. The blood of regular humans would not be of that color. Nevertheless, they had no time to waste on such thoughts. The two squads followed closely behind Yang Kai and boldly rushed towards the breach in the enemy lines. However, before they passed through the opening, they saw a flicker of something right behind Yang Kai, and, in the very next moment, a shadowy silhouette appeared with an artifact in hand that was similar to a dagger. The silhouette was aiming straight for the back of Yang Kai's neck. The shadowy silhouette had appeared so abruptly that no one noticed anything until it was right there. Evidently, it was the Black Ink disciple who had snuck up on Yang Kai earlier. He had indeed been hiding nearby, waiting for his chance to attack once more. When he saw that Yang Kai was leading the two special operations squads out of the encirclement, he evidently grew impatient and tried to attack again. "Junior brother, watch out!" the two squad leaders exclaimed in shock. However, Yang Kai, who was in the lead, did not seem to hear them at all. It was as if he had not noticed anything amiss. The dagger-like artifact stabbed right into the back of Yang Kai's neck, and everyone in both squads, including the squad leaders, stared in grievous horror. However, they did not see the spurt of golden blood and the sudden loss of a life that they expected. For the moment the dagger was about to cut into the back of Yang Kai's head, Yang Kai's figure became transparent and illusory. A wave of space principles could be seen propagating out. The attacker could not withdraw in time and he ended up stumbling through Yang Kai's body. It was Yang Kai's Nihility secret technique. A long time ago, Yang Kai had already comprehended a space principle's secret technique that allowed him to exile his body to the void to avoid certain attacks. While in this state, Yang Kai's body was no longer part of this world. Naturally, someone powerful enough would still be able to attack him by shattering the local space and thus affecting him even in the void, but the Black Ink disciple who snuck up on him did not seem to have expected Yang Kai to employ such a bizarre tactic and was thus unprepared. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52:13, Cut across the battlefield. Everything happened in a flash and Yang Kai reacted just as swiftly. When the attack failed, the shadowy silhouette faded away in such an uncanny way that it was almost as if the silhouette never existed in the first place. Even divine sense could not detect any traces. However, Yang Kai simply smirked. "Do you think you can use the same trick twice?" By the time he finished speaking, the attacker had vanished. All of a sudden, Yang Kai whipped his head about and reached out to grab something in that direction. Once again, space principles rippled out and space was locked in from all sides. By the time Yang Kai withdrew his hand, it was clenched around the neck of a figure. His world force surged and crashed into the other person's small universe, which made the person dazed and unable to use his strength. "Attacking me twice, huh?" "You seem like a rather stubborn person," Yang Kai remarked coolly as he stared at the person. It was clear that the attacker had been highly trained in the art of assassination. When an attack failed, he retreated right away. That was why Yang Kai failed to detect him during the first sneak attack and could not find any traces of him after. However, after taking into account the mystifying powers of concealment that this black ink disciple had, Yang Kai was certain that the attacker would not give up so easily. He would strike again. Yang Kai did not know who the attacker would strike against next, or if he would even show himself once more. Still, the black ink disciple did intend to strike again, and the best and final opportunity would be when Yang Kai led the two squads out of the siege. Therefore, Yang Kai kept his guard up the whole time. He stayed vigilant and aware of everything that was happening around him, including the goings-on near the two squads behind him. Sure enough, the attacker showed himself again, and he even chose to make Yang Kai his target. Why would Yang Kai, who already had his guard up, allow himself to be attacked in a similar fashion twice? To zero in on Yang Kai twice in a row meant that the attacker was stubborn and proud. As he failed to deal a heavy blow to Yang Kai on his first attempt, he did not hesitate at all to try again. Unfortunately for him, he chose the wrong target. His first sneak attack had been successful due to his tactics and Yang Kai's lack of vigilance. That was not the case this time. On the battlefield, one had to pay the price for such willful stubbornness. The attacker could feel the terrifyingly powerful world force that flowed out of Yang Kai's hand and crashed into his small universe. His small universe quaked and the black ink disciple was terror-stricken. He could sense that Yang Kai was merely a seventh-order open heaven realm master, just like him, but Yang Kai was now holding him by the neck as if he were a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. How could there be such a huge difference in strength between them? What he found even harder to grasp was the way Yang Kai had managed to locate him. His concealment secret technique was exceptional, and in the heat of the moment, even an eighth-order master might fail to notice him. However, when he tried to conceal himself and vanish earlier after the second attack had failed, Yang Kai managed to capture him with just one hand. As the black ink disciple tried to struggle, he caught Yang Kai's eyes and was shocked by the sliver of golden pupil he saw. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Are you from Myriad Demon's heaven? Once the black ink disciple spotted that intimidating golden pupil, he came to a realization. He assumed Yang Kai was from Myriad Demon's heaven and had cultivated the Demon Eye of Annihilation, one of their core secret techniques, to a high degree of mastery. No wonder he knew exactly where I was. After working it all out, the black ink disciple was filled with bitterness. He could not believe how terrible his luck was to encounter someone from Myriad Demon's heaven on the battlefield, and one who even cultivated the Demon Eye of Annihilation to such a high level to boot. This mystical technique of the Myriad Demon's cave heaven could see through all illusions and falsities. If cultivated to the apex, it was rumored to be capable of seeing into a person's past and future. All in all, it was the bane of his concealment secret technique. The concealment secret technique that he relied on was nothing more than a joke before the Demon Eye of Annihilation. Yang Kai had no intention of responding to the black ink disciple's question. Had this taken place 200 years ago, Yang Kai might not have been able to capture the black ink disciple so easily. Although he gained the Demon Eye of Annihilation a long time ago when he was still a fledgling cultivator, he did not actively cultivate it and thus could not utilize much of its powers. Later on, when he left Black Territory and headed for the Black Ink battlefield, an Eighth-Order Divine Monarch, M.O. Shah, from Myriad Demon's cave heaven passed the cultivation technique to him. Throughout these years on the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai kept cultivating the two-eye secret techniques of Myriad Demon's heaven, making some small progress. This carried on until 200 years ago when he used an enormous amount of military merits to head to Myriad Demon's Pass and personally sought guidance from the Myriad Demon's Heaven Old Ancestor. Ever since then, Yang Kai's mastery of these two-eye secret techniques soared tremendously. This was a good thing about the Battle Ink battlefield. With enough military merits, a person could cultivate any secret technique of the cave heavens and paradises. One could even ask an old ancestor for help in the process. This was simply unthinkable in the 3,000 worlds. These powerful secret techniques were the foundation upon which all cave heavens and paradises built themselves, so who would ever readily allow an outsider to learn them? However, when on the black ink battlefield, none of the cave heavens and paradises believed in selfishly safeguarding these secret techniques for self-preservation anymore. All of the old traditions and beliefs had been broken, and everyone from the old ancestors to the regular cultivators had one goal in mind: to eliminate the Black Ink clan once and for all. Anything that furthered that goal was acceptable, including teaching others these once carefully guarded secret techniques. By now, Yang Kai's understanding of the 2i secret techniques far surpassed what it once was 200 years ago. Based on how the myriad demons heaven separated the mastery level of both these secret techniques, Yang Kai's cultivation of the demon eye of annihilation could be considered to be far above average now. After all, receiving help from an old ancestor was no small matter. Therefore, it was laughable that the Black Ink disciple attempted to conceal himself in front of Yang Kai. At this very moment, Yang Kai was holding the 7th Order Black Ink disciple by the neck and staring at the lump that came out of the latter's forehead. Seeing it, Yang Kai let out a small sigh. Not all Black Ink disciples were alike. If someone became a Black Ink disciple because their body had been invaded by Black Ink strength, then there was still a way to save them. All they would need to do was remove the Black Ink strength with purifying light. However, if a person chose to rely on Black Ink strength to break through the innate barriers of their cultivation, there was no way of saving them anymore. This was due to the fact that once the Black Ink strength left their body, the person's small universe would no longer be capable of containing their cultivation. The person would end up dying from the explosion of their small universe. The 7th Order Black Ink disciple in front of Yang Kai right now had a bulbous, sore-like mass on his forehead that was surging with Black Ink strength. It was a clear sign that he had used Black Ink strength to break through his natural limits. In other words, this Black Ink disciple could not be saved, and that was the reason why Yang Kai sighed. His world force, which had already been coursing fiercely to begin with, intensified even further as it rushed into the Black Ink disciple's small universe. In less than a breath, the Black Ink disciple's small universe began to rumble and quake as cracks started spreading across it like a spiderweb. The Black Ink disciple was visibly petrified. Soon, his small universe split apart and shattered into a million pieces. As his small universe collapsed, a huge amount of world force madly surged out, along with all of the Black Ink disciple's vitality. By the time Yang Kai tossed the Black Ink disciple aside, there was no longer any sign of life within him. It had only been several breaths from the Black Ink disciple's appearance during his second assassination attempt on Yang Kai till the point where his lifeless body was cast aside. The surrounding Black Ink clansmen did not even have time to register what was happening. Suddenly, the screech of a golden crow reverberated across the void and a brilliant great sun rose into the sky. The golden crow kept awing in joy as the light shone out brilliantly. Yang Kai lifted his spar to the great sun as he shot forward as fast as lightning and roared, "Charge!" Members of both the Profound Wind Squad and the Snow Wolf Squad were still dazed from the death of the Black Ink disciple. Now that they saw a great sun rising and felt its glorious power spreading through the area, they became even more thunderstruck. Following Yang Kai's battle cry, the great sun flew across the immense battlefield like a huge ball, and everywhere it went, the Black Ink clan helplessly fell aside. Those who touched the great sun died upon contact, and all others in its proximity were wounded. 2 special operations squads trailed behind the great sun, the 2 squad leaders exchanging glances, seeing the astounded look in each other's eyes. Both of them could see that the great sun was a divine manifestation. High-rank open heaven realm masters had the power to create a divine manifestation of their own, and as squad leaders of special operations squads, both of them were among the top talents among the 7th Other and naturally had their own divine manifestations. However, they both realized that their divine manifestations were hopelessly weak in comparison to the one that Yang Kai displayed. This junior brother Yang of theirs was wielding a divine manifestation of such astonishing strength. It did not have the power of an attack from an 8th order open heaven realm master just yet, but it was very close. Judging by how quickly the Great Sun was slaughtering the Black Ink clansmen, it showed that those who were beneath the feudal lords were killed by the Great Sun's blinding power before they could even get close. However, after recalling the power that Yang Kai had exhibited earlier, it was not hard to understand why his divine manifestation was this strong. It was hard to miss the sudden appearance of the Great Sun on the battlefield. It smashed through the enemy lines with unstoppable force, and it made its way through the battlefield without even slowing at all. The two squads stayed right behind Yang Kai, one on either side, acting as his wings as they worked together with him to reap as many of the Black Ink clan soldiers' lives as possible. This was the benefit of having squad members to work with. Previously, when Yang Kai acted alone, he did not have to worry about others, but his kill count did not stack up as quickly as it did now either when he did not have help. Right now, Yang Kai could focus his attention solely on charging forward and killing all the enemies in his path. He did not have to care about anything else, for even if he failed to kill those that fell by the wayside, the two special operations squads following him would finish them off. He also did not have to look over his shoulder or worry about being attacked from behind. The army commander had ordered the two special operations squads to join forces with him, and although there was no clear task communicated in the order, Yang Kai could tell that the appearance of numerous Black Ink disciples of high orders had most likely disrupted the North-South Army's plans. They were in a deadlock and they needed to break the stalemate. He could not help with the battle between the 8th Order Masters and the Territory Lords, so what he could do was give the humans an advantage in the fight among those of the lower orders. Since the army commander hoped that he could break the stalemate, his only choice was to give it all he had, thus, Yang Kai immediately summoned his divine manifestation. The army commander did not say how he should break the deadlock, and under the circumstances, Yang Kai would not be receiving any advice from anyone else. Therefore, his plan was very simple. He was going to rely on the strength of the two special operations squads and rampage through the battlefield without holding back. Once the Black Ink clan's morale fell far enough and they were routed, the humans could naturally break the stalemate. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52:14, Light of the Sun. Amid the chaos, a great sun flew forward, and with the help of two special operations squads, they cut a large swath right across the vast battlefield. All of the Black Ink clansmen who stood in their path were slaughtered. The 7th Order Masters behind Yang Kai relentlessly cut down any enemies that managed to survive the initial impact of the Great Sun. Though a large number of Black Ink clansmen died from the Great Sun charging up ahead, many more managed to escape and began to launch frenzied attacks upon the source of the deadly attack. Yang Kai was under such heavy assault that his word force protection faltered and cracked. His skin split open and golden blood oozed out of the wounds all over his body. If no one dealt with these Black Ink clansmen, then they would be a huge hindrance to Yang Kai, and soon, he would not be able to fight as ferociously as he did now. The task of getting rid of these Black Ink clansmen fell onto the shoulders of the two special operations squads. The only way to ensure that Yang Kai could continue pushing forward unyieldingly was to stop the Black Ink clan from attacking him. By now, the two special operations squads trailing behind Yang Kai had already killed countless enemies, and Yang Kai who led the charge killed even more. Yang Kai and his spear had stormed through over 10 million kilometers of space, and the light of the Great Sun had now grown dim. Once the light completely extinguished, the two special operations squads behind Yang Kai who had been valiantly killing their opponents abruptly noticed that there was no one around them. They had cut through the entire battlefield and rushed out into the open void beyond. Not too far behind them was the battlefield upon which tens of thousands of humans and hundreds of thousands of Black Ink clansmen were still clashing. It seemed that all of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who moved around outside the warship were injured. They had traversed the entire length of the battlefield in such a short amount of time, and all the while, they had been surrounded by the enemy on all sides. It was not hard to imagine just how many attacks they had to endure, and even though they were 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with formidable strength, it was impossible for them to come out completely unscathed. Even so, they were still spirited and full of vigor. Despite belonging to special operations squads and having earned glory in numerous battles against the Black Ink clan, they had never done anything quite as reckless as this. 2 special operations squads under the leadership of Yang Kai had carved out a straight path all the way through the entire battlefield. No one had ever heard of anything like this being done before. Their long-lost fervor for battle consumed them once more. They could not resist the urge to roar at the top of their lungs as they only wished to rush into the battlefield to do it all over again. Yang Kai did not disappoint them. As soon as he broke out of the battlefield, he turned around to face the immense battlefield once more. He raised his spear and pointed at the expansive killing field before shouting, "Take your pills. We're going in again." After a brief moment of startlement, all of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately realized what Yang Kai meant. Without any further hesitation, they swiftly grabbed handfuls of pills, some to restore energy, some to aid in recovery, and even some to provide a temporary boost in strength, and stuffed them into their mouths. Even the 5th and 6th Order Masters aboard the warships who were in charge of the arrays and the artifacts did the same. Despite this being their first meeting and their first time working together with Yang Kai, his ferocity had been seared into their hearts and minds. At this moment, the young man who was covered in golden blood looked like a glowing torch in the dark that could lead them down the path of vanquishing all their enemies. They did not need to think about anything, all they had to do was follow him, and they would be able to wipe out all those whom they wished to exterminate. The golden crow screeched yet again, and the blinding great sun rose once more. Just as before, Yang Kai's spear lifted the great sun as he roared, "Kill!" He led the charge as he stormed back into the colossal battlefield, the 2 special operations squads following closely behind. The brilliant great sun started rampaging through the battlefield for the second time. An incense stick later, the light of the great sun went out once more as Yang Kai and the 2 special operations squads appeared on the opposite side of the battlefield. They were in dreadful states as all of them were covered in blood. Even the 2 warships showed visible signs of damage. Again, Yang Kai chose a different direction this time and charged into the battlefield once more. The light of the great sun blazed for the 3rd time. The 4th round started another incense stick later. Then, the 5th round began. With each summoning of Golden Crow casts the sun, Yang Kai and the 2 special operations squads under his leadership were able to cut through the battlefield and eliminate their opponents from one end to the other. By the time the 6th round ended, although the 2 warships were still following closely behind Yang Kai, there were 5 or 6 fewer 7th Order Masters moving around outside the warships. Not every 7th Order Master could withstand such intense fighting with such a reckless strategy. Charging forward in such an unbridled manner also meant that they would constantly be confronted with new opponents. After doing so repeatedly, 5 or 6 of the 7th Order Masters of the 2 squads had become heavily injured and had to return to their warships to recover. The remaining 7th Order Masters were not doing too well either. Even though they consumed a lot of pills, it was still taking a toll on them, and those with weaker heritage were beginning to look rather pale. No one knew just how much longer they could keep this up and continue to weave through the battlefield. Perhaps at some point, they would be exhausted halfway through and all of them would end up dying together. Compared to them, Yang Kai was likely the one who had used up the most strength as he unleashed his divine manifestation every single time they charged. Although divine manifestations were powerful, they expended a lot of strength too. The squad leaders of both the Snow Wolves and Profound Wind squads had divine manifestations of their own, but even though they were in the 7th Order, they could only use them 5 times at most before the strength within their small universes would completely dry up. All high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters considered their divine manifestations their trump cards and would not summon them easily. However, Yang Kai had used his divine manifestation for the 6th time and it was still as powerful as before. It proved just how profound the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe was. The 7th, 8th, and 9th rounds soon followed. In just over 2 hours, they had charged through the battlefield 10 times and killed countless Black Ink Clan soldiers. By now, there were only 7 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters following behind Yang Kai. 3 were from the Snow Wolf Squad and 4 were from the Profound Wind Squad. The rest had returned to their warships to recuperate. Next, the 11th and 12th rounds. When Yang Kai broke out of the battlefield once again with the light of the great sun going out once more, all the color had drained from his face, but his eyes still radiated a brilliant light. All of the 7th Order Open Heaven Masters who followed him out looked depleted. Even the 2 warships were heavily damaged and flashing with sparks of light, which meant that many of their arrays had broken. The Open Heaven Realm Masters within the squad who were familiar with spirit arrays couldn't help feeling forlorn. Both squads had used up an enormous amount of military merits on their warships. They had requested the artifact refiners from their respective great passes to enhance the 2 warships so that they could withstand more intense battles. Yet, in a little over 2 hours, the warships had been heavily battered and were now on the verge of falling apart. This proved just how violent and ruthless the attacks on them had been thus far. Out of the 16 7th Order Masters that belonged to both squads, 13 of them were heavily injured. There were 3 of them remaining who could still put up a fight, but the strength within their small universes was nearly dried up as well. They could no longer return to the battlefield. Yang Kai was aware of this. He knew that they were at their limits, so he said, "Please head back to the Purifying Black Ink battleship." The Snow Wolf Squad leader instantly caught what Yang Kai had left unsaid and had to ask, "What about you?" Yang Kai grinned at him, "The battle is still undecided. I'm going to continue." The Profound Wind Squad leader frowned, "Won't it be too dangerous for you to go alone?" Yang Kai shook his head, "Since I've received my orders, I will continue in spite of the dangers, and besides, the situation's different now. The Black Ink Clan army has been seriously weakened, so it won't be too dangerous even if I head back in alone." As veterans on the battlefield, everyone had the ability to make their own judgments and were persistent in their own ways too, therefore, upon hearing what Yang Kai had to say, neither one of the squad leaders tried to talk him out of it. "It is a pity that I can't stand shoulder to shoulder with you till the end of this fight, Brother Yang. I will buy you a drink once you come back victorious," the Snow Wolf Squad leader declared. Yang Kai nodded and smiled, "I'll look forward to it." The Profound Wind Squad leader said nothing, but he bowed and saluted Yang Kai. It was easy enough for the 2 squads to return to the Purifying Black Ink battleship from here since the Black Ink Clan were not around to stop them. After watching the 2 squads' warships limp off into the distance, Yang Kai finally rejoined the battlefield. The strength in his small universe had also almost dried up after using his Golden Crow casts the Sun Divine Manifestation a dozen times. However, this did not matter as he still had world fruits to replenish himself. He took out a low-rank world fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. The medicinal efficacies were rapidly absorbed into his body and the pure and rich world force swiftly filled his small universe. Yang Kai tore off a scrap of his tattered, blood-soaked clothing and used it to tie back his disheveled hair. He raised his azure dragon spear and took a deep breath before pointing the spear in front of him and roaring, "Kill!" The great sun that had gone out not too long ago once again filled the void with its brilliant light as it plowed through the battlefield. The 2 squads had gathered on the decks of their warships as they headed back to the Purifying Black Ink battleship and felt their hearts surging as they watched from afar. Just as Yang Kai had said to the 2 squad leaders earlier, the situation on the battlefield now was no longer the same as at the start of the battle. The humans relied on the strength of their warships, their bravery and tenacity, and their collaborative efforts with one another, but the Black Ink clan did not show the same unity. All of the respective armies under the various territory lords did their own thing and rarely coordinated with each other. Therefore, despite the huge difference in numbers, it was the humans who had the advantage on the battlefield. Furthermore, Yang Kai had led the two special operations squads on a reckless rampage through the battlefield over and over again, and they had dealt the Black Ink clan a devastating blow. After weaving in and out of the battlefield over 10 times, Yang Kai had successfully divided up the battlefield and helped the human race army in various areas to eliminate all of the nearby Black Ink clansmen in the most efficient manner possible. The effects were not so noticeable after only 1 or 2 rounds, but after the 7th or 8th time, the advantage became clear. When Yang Kai stepped back onto the battlefield alone, he was faced with a lot fewer obstacles. However, he did not have the two special operations squads behind him now, so he had to be in charge of making sure he eliminated all the threats around him. He was under a lot more pressure now than before. Even so, Yang Kai showed no signs of trepidation. Relying on just his powerful heritage and the power of the world fruit to restore his world force, he continued to work his way through the battlefield over and over again. At some point, there was suddenly the aura of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master dying somewhere on the battlefield. All of the humans felt a jolt. The humans had fought against the Black Ink clan on the battlefield countless times, and rarely did they ever witness an 8th Order Master dying, but that did not mean that it never happened. Each time they felt this sort of disturbance, it meant that an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had been killed. And if an 8th Order Master died on the battlefield, it meant that the situation was incredibly dire for the humans. This explained why everyone in the human army was deeply shaken by the commotion that signified the death of an 8th Order Master. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-15, Black Ink Clan withdraws. However, the humans soon realized that the 8th Order Master who died might not have been one of their division commanders, as there were many other 8th Order Black Ink disciples on the battlefield as well. Perhaps the one who died was not one of the North-South Army's division commanders, but one of their opponent's 8th Order Black Ink disciples. They could not confirm this for now, as news and updates could not be transmitted easily in the chaos of the battlefield. In a situation such as this, no one would be going the extra length to ensure that such information was reported promptly. The only thing the humans could do was have faith in their 8th Order Masters and trust that they could gain the upper hand in the fight between the top masters, which would influence the trend for the rest of the battle. Not long after, they sensed the death of another 8th Order Open Heaven Master, followed by the last gleaming of a territory lord's vitality. Deaths among the top masters meant that the battle was reaching its climax. Yang Kai's divine manifestation was still making its presence known as he zipped through the battlefield. He fought alone, but even so, he managed to segment out large swaths of the Black Ink clan army, which made it easier for the humans to encircle and crush them. All the while, countless secret techniques rained down on him like a torrential storm. At every given moment, he was straddling the lines between life and death. His senses were heightened like never before, but he could not afford to be distracted, not even for a single breath. This carried on until it felt as if eons had passed. All of a sudden, something changed within the Black Ink clan army, which had been ceaselessly fighting against the humans. Yang Kai, who was still rampaging across the battlefield, was perceptive enough to catch the change. It was a sign that the Black Ink clan's fighting spirit was beginning to crack. Sure enough, it was not long before the Black Ink clan army began to move and gather towards a specific location. They were retreating towards Great Evolution Pass. The territory lords could not cope with the human strength and ferocity. Although they, too, had exhibited strength that surpassed the humans' expectations of them, from the start of the battle till now, they failed to gain the initiative in any way. Throughout this relentless battle, the Black Ink clan army suffered heavy casualties and even lost numerous territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Even though the humans suffered losses as well, if the battle carried on in a similar fashion, the situation would only continue to worsen for the Black Ink clan and they would run the risk of their army's total annihilation. Therefore, the territory lords could not hold out any longer. Given their current position, they could only retreat to Great Evolution Pass, which was several days' worth of travel away. Once there, they could regroup with the territory lords who were standing guard at Great Evolution Pass, and rely on their combined strength to withstand the humans' dogged attacks. Retreating to Great Evolution Pass was the Blank Ink clan's only choice right now. They were not in a position to act in accordance with the Royal Lord's command. How would they be able to carry out the Royal Lord's orders if they were dead? Survival came first. There would still be other chances for them to serve the Royal Lord if they came out of this with their lives. Inside the purifying Black Ink battleship, Mi Jingluan stood by the side of the ship and paid close attention to all the changes on the battlefield. When the Black Ink clan army started retreating, the army commander's heart finally settled back into place. If the Black Ink clan stood their ground till the very end, then from the way the battle was going, the North-South army would still win, but at a devastating cost. It was likely that they would be incapacitated as well, as an overwhelming majority of them would be sacrificed. This was the first time the North-South army went up against the Black Ink clan, so what else could they achieve in the future if they suffered such alarming losses in this battle? After all, their ultimate objective was to take back Great Evolution Pass. Now that the Black Ink clan showed signs of faltering, the tides turned in the North-South army's favor. The North-South army could now hunt down their enemy and gain an even more decisive victory while minimizing casualties. Thus, when it became clear that the Black Ink clan was about to retreat, an order came down from the purifying Black Ink battleship. All of the humans who continued to clash with the Black Ink clan immediately started executing the command as they imperceptibly began to provide opportunities for the Black Ink clan to retreat. 2 hours later, most of the Black Ink clan army had regrouped and were withdrawing towards Great Evolution Pass under the leadership of their territory lords. However, they were not fleeing outright as they kept fighting as they retreated. The Black Ink clan fought back just as fiercely when the human army pressed hard against them and waited until they managed to hold off the attack before they continued heading towards Great Evolution Pass. Despite their massive numbers, they still managed to keep an orderly battle formation under the command of the territory lords. Mi Jingluan could feel a headache coming on as he found himself up against a worthy opponent this time. He did not know which territory lord had command over the Black Ink clan army, but judging from the initial reaction to the clash between both factions, it was evident that this particular territory lord was a talented and insightful strategist. Perhaps, the inordinately high number of defeats suffered on the battlefield had given the Black Ink clan enough experience to strategize against the humans. All of the territory lords who lived long enough would have gone through countless defeats at the hands of the humans. Thus, even though the humans' attempt to give chase had been effective, it did not accomplish as much as they hoped it would. Mi Jingluan had planned to wipe out this entire Black Ink army, but from the situation they were in now, this was unlikely to happen. All the humans could do now was to try their best to weaken the enemy as much as possible. The two armies began to drift apart, while the Black Ink clouds thickened over the battlefield and loomed over the void. The Black Ink clouds were full of broken limbs and scattered corpses from the deaths of both humans and Black Ink clansmen, along with the wreckage of human warships that had been destroyed. In this battle, the Black Ink clan suffered heavy casualties, but the humans also suffered significant losses. A few battered warships hovered outside the Black Ink cloud with squad members gathered within, pale-faced and sporting serious injuries. These squads were the ones who suffered the most casualties during the battle. Usually, a squad consisted of 10 to 15 members, but these squads had less than half of that. Their warship suffered serious damage during the battle, therefore, they were surrounded by danger at every corner without protection. Although they survived, they were gravely injured in battle and could no longer join the fight. When Mi Jingluan gave the order for the human army to pursue the Black Ink clan, he also ordered those who could no longer fight to stay behind and tend to themselves first before regrouping with the rest of the army once they regained their strength. Numerous squads had no choice but to do so. The human army had to soldier on as they went after the Black Ink clan and thus could not linger for long. If the humans who had been injured managed to join one of the other squad's warships, they could follow the rest of the army, but if they missed that chance, their only option was to stay back and recuperate. Once they regained some of their strength, they could use the universe transference law and return to the purifying Black Ink battleship, which would not hinder the army in any way. Yang Kai was one of the ones who received the order to stay back. Even as Mi Jingluan stood aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, he witnessed Yang Kai's incredible feats on the battlefield. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Yang Kai's presence contributed greatly to the Black Ink clan army's drop in morale and decision to retreat back to Great Evolution Pass. In the battle between both armies' top masters, the humans' 8th Order Division commanders gained the upper hand and eventually pressured the Territory Lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples into retreating. However, in the open battlefield, Yang Kai had led 2 special operations squads in countless forays across the entire area. In doing so, they managed to slice through the Black Ink clan army and minimized the casualties suffered by the humans. Furthermore, with each pass of the Great Sun, the humans struck a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan's morale. As both their strongest fighters and their regular foot soldiers' spirits dipped, the Black Ink clan army's performance in battle dropped proportionally. Naturally, they had to retreat. The light of the Great Sun that rose time and time again across the battlefield was probably the most blinding light that Mi Jingluan had ever seen in his life. Others might not know how many times Yang Kai had used his divine manifestation, but Mi Jingluan knew the number very well. 19 times. That was not an ordinary divine ability or secret technique. It was a divine manifestation which all high-rank open heaven realm masters considered a trump card and expended a huge amount of energy with each use. A 7th Order master had used his divine manifestation 19 times to vanquish the dangers that loomed over the human race army. In the past, Mi Jingluan would not have believed this to be possible as humans simply did not have endless energy. How could a 7th Order open heaven realm master possess such a remarkable heritage? However, he had seen it happen with his own eyes today. While he did not know what Yang Kai used to restore the strength he had expended throughout the battle, using his divine manifestation 19 times would still place an extreme burden on Yang Kai's small universe. Thus, Mi Jingluan gave the order for Yang Kai to stay back. He wanted Yang Kai to take this opportunity to recover, as well as look out for the other humans who could not follow the rest of the army for various reasons. Yang Kai naturally obeyed the order. As it was, he did need to take some time to restore himself. Even though he ate a low-rank world fruit to replenish the world force he had expended, repeated use of Golden Crow casts the sun had once again depleted his small universe. If the Black Ink clan army had not begun its retreat, he might have had to consume another world fruit to replenish his strength once more. Even though it was quick and harmless enough to consume a world fruit to restore his world force, such miraculous treasures were meant to be saved for emergency situations. It was far better to take some time to recover his strength in the normal way. In addition to that, Yang Kai was covered in injuries from the battle and was mentally drained as well. Now that the human army was chasing after the Black Ink clan army, victory had been decided. What remained to be seen was how many Black Ink clansmen the humans managed to eliminate in the chase. Yang Kai's participation would not make much of a difference in this situation. Therefore, he agreed without protest when Mi Jingluan's order came down. At this very moment, he was sitting cross-legged near the half-wrecked warships and was silently adjusting his breathing. The survivors gathered in these warships did likewise. They did not have looks of grief and sorrow, but instead exhibited strength and determination. From the moment these soldiers joined the Great Evolution North-South Army, they knew that this was going to be a highly dangerous mission. They would not be able to rely on a great pass the way they did in the past. In the Great Evolution Theater, far from their homes, the only things they could rely on were themselves and their comrades in arms. They knew very well that there would be countless casualties in the fight to reclaim Great Evolution Pass. If they were not the ones who died, then it would be their fellow soldiers beside them. Everyone was mentally prepared to die in this campaign. Therefore, even though some of their fellow squad members had died, no one spent time grieving over this. Dying in battle on the black ink battlefield was a worthy sacrifice. The living did not have to mourn in regret, they only needed to kill even more of the black ink clansmen and take back Great Evolution Pass. This was the best way for them to honor and pay their respects to their fellow soldiers who died in battle. Even these squads had fared a lot better than some. Although their warships were heavily damaged and half of their ranks were either gravely wounded or died in battle, many other squads had been wiped out entirely. War was always brutal. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52:16, Can You Save Yourself? There were still humans who stumbled out of the battlefield every now and then. Some came out alone, while others came in groups of 2 or 3. All of them had one thing in common though, they were covered in blood and their auras were weak. Attracted by the auras of Yang Kai and the others, these scattered, weakened soldiers soon gathered together and found a place to rest and recover. As soon as Yang Kai had stabilized his condition, he rushed back into the black ink clouds. There were countless living beings within his small universe, including a World Tree clone, which was why his world force recovered far quicker than others. The heritage of his small universe also continued to increase even without the need for him to actively cultivate. The black ink clouds were still looming over the battlefield, and while both of the armies were gone, there could still be human survivors. Perhaps some of these human soldiers still had a bit of vitality left to them but could not move due to the grave injuries they suffered. They would die if no one helped them. Thus, Yang Kai decided to go and take a look. The battlefield spanned over 10 million kilometers, so it took Yang Kai some time to scan the area for life auras. He did end up finding some, however, these mostly came from heavily injured black ink clansmen who were on the brink of death. Yang Kai did not show any mercy, dispatching these survivors with swiftness and precision. He carried on searching for 2 hours. When Yang Kai emerged from the battlefield, he had a female 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with him. He did not know her name, but by the time he found her, she was already unconscious. She had climbed on top of the wreckage of a warship and was covered in wounds, so much so that her clothes were soaked in fresh blood. Apart from this female 7th Order Master, Yang Kai had only spotted numerous dead bodies belonging to other humans, along with the scattered remnants of Black Ink Clan. The vast battlefield looked like the depths of hell. This woman was the only survivor he found. Yang Kai had joined the Black Ink battlefield for hundreds of years now. He had started out as 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and was now in the 7th Order. Throughout all those years, he had been to numerous theaters and taken part in countless battles, both small and large. However, none of his past battles had ever been as tough and fearsome as this one. This could be chalked down to the fact that the Great Evolution Army had to travel so far away without anything they could rely on for help. The situation was different from all the other battles near the various Great Passes. In the Great Evolution Theater, the human race army did not have any backup or safe harbor. Even if they were injured, they did not have a secure place to recover and tend to their wounds. The only thing they could do was win their battles so that they could continue working towards the ultimate goal of reclaiming Great Evolution Pass. It was clear that the battle today would be repeated again and again in the future. How many more humans were going to sacrifice their lives here in the Great Evolution Theater in order to achieve victory? When Yang Kai brought the woman back to where the other humans were gathered, they glanced at him and nodded lightly without saying anything. There were less than 30 of them gathered here to recuperate. It did not mean that less than 30 humans had lost their ability to fight after the battle earlier. These were merely the ones who were too wounded to keep up with the rest of the human army which was pursuing the Black Ink Clan. Most of the other soldiers had joined the rest of the army despite their injuries. After setting the woman down beside him, Yang Kai once again sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing. However, at the very next moment, he opened his eyes and stared at the battlefield. He detected an unusual movement over there. He had searched the battlefield for 2 hours and did not find anything noteworthy, apart from the female 7th Order Master who was still alive. Where were these unusual fluctuations coming from? Just as Yang Kai pondered in confusion, the movements became even clearer. It was the result of a trace of vitality that was in rapid recovery. The vitality was strong and its recovery accelerated. A strong aura suddenly emanated from the battlefield. Yang Kai's expression turned grim at once. He leaped to his feet as his divine sense blasted forth a message: use the universe transference law and return to the purifying black ink battleship, now. There were over 30 open heaven realm masters who also sensed the recovering vitality before Yang Kai said anything. They had been staring puzzledly at the battlefield, but upon hearing Yang Kai's words, their expressions hardened as they realized the severity of the situation. No one hesitated. Everyone jumped into action and used the universe transference law. 2 hours of restoration was not enough for these heavily injured cultivators to heal completely, but it was enough time to let them regain the strength to cast this secret technique, which did not require too much of it. The light of an array glowed beneath all of their feet as they cast the universe transference law, and they connected with the universe array on the purifying black ink battleship. In just a few breaths of time, everyone would be able to rely on the universe transference law to teleport back to the purifying black ink battleship. Just then, as everyone focused on the commotion caused by the universe transference law, a strong divine sense swept out from the recovering vitality on the battlefield. Yang Kai turned pale. That which he had been most concerned about became reality. Earlier on, even though he sensed that the vitality was a powerful one, he could not confirm what cultivation this individual had. Just to be safe, he immediately ordered everyone to evacuate. However, now that this person's divine sense burst forth, Yang Kai could instantly tell what cultivation they had. The recovering vitality from the battlefield belonged to someone in the 8th Order. Yang Kai was fairly certain that the cultivator was not an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from the North-South Army, so there was a high chance that it was an 8th Order Black Ink disciple. Although he did not know whether any of the North-South Army's 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters died in battle, he knew that even if they did, if their bodies were still intact, the other 8th Order Masters would not leave them just lying around. They would surely take the body back with them. Only territory lords ignored the bodies of the 8th Order Black Ink disciples who died. There's still an 8th Order Black Ink disciple on the battlefield. No one had seen this coming. Yang Kai had not noticed anything when he searched the battlefield earlier. From the looks of it now, this 8th Order Master most likely cultivated some sort of secret technique that allowed him to fake his death. Otherwise, he would not have escaped the notice of the 8th Order Division commanders when they searched the battlefield. The human army had left, and the remaining 30-odd humans were weak and injured. Now that they were confronted with an 8th Order Black Ink disciple, things did not look good for them. Yang Kai's heart caught in his throat. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths of time passed. The light from the 30-plus arrays grew brighter. After the 3rd breath of time, some of the lights flared up like an explosion, and the silhouette inside that light was enveloped around instantly disappeared. 3 of them were gone. By the 4th breath of time, even more of them had left. However, there were still over a dozen of them remaining. The universe transference law was incredibly useful, but it had its pros and cons. By using the universe transference law, humans could swiftly return to nearby universe array, in this case, the purifying black ink battleship, but the distance and the user's cultivation both affected the time it took for the teleportation to be initiated. In summary, the higher the person's cultivation and the closer the universe array, the shorter time it took for the universe transference law to take effect. The 3 humans who left after the 3rd breath were all in the 7th Order. As for the dozen or so ones who left at the fourth breath, they were all in the sixth order. Their cultivation was slightly lower than the previous ones, so they left a little later. The remaining ones were mostly those in the fifth order, with a couple of sixth order open heaven realm masters among them. They had the lowest cultivation and thus took the longest to be transported. Under the usual circumstances, when humans used the universe transference law, they would do their best to ensure that the process would not be disrupted, as any disturbance would result in the failure to be transported. However, this crisis came upon them too suddenly. By the time they sensed that things were not looking good for them, they could only try to leave as quickly as possible without being able to care about anything else. 2 more breaths of time passed, and just as the remaining humans were about to leave, a figure emerged from the battlefield and charged towards them. Although the figure was still some distance away, a burst of world force in the shape of a wispy hand grabbed at them. Affected by the powerful force, the arrays beneath the dozen or so remaining humans began to shift and contort. If the enormous hand managed to catch them, even if the humans did not die, they would still fail to teleport away. If that happened, then a group of 5th and 6th order open heaven realm masters would be left to face off against an 8th order black ink disciple. They had no hope of surviving the encounter. Yang Kai had been on high alert all along, so as soon as he noticed what was happening, he roared and leapt forward with his spear. The spear soared towards the hand, and at the same time, space principles flared madly. As the spear shadows dissipated, the enormous hand enclosed Yang Kai within its grasp. However, at that very next moment, Yang Kai's silhouette burst back out of the hand. Enveloped by the radiance of his spear, his body swiftly returned to where he had been earlier. At last, flashes of light engulfed the remaining humans. Thanks to the time that Yang Kai had bought for them, the dozen or so 5th and 6th order open heaven realm masters managed to leave safely. As they left, every single one of them stared at Yang Kai with shocked and worried expressions. They knew that had it not been for Yang Kai's interference, the 8th order black ink disciple would have managed to keep them here. Yet, now that they were all gone, Yang Kai was left all by himself. How could he fight against an 8th order black ink disciple? If they had known that this would happen, they would have chosen to remain behind and join forces to battle against the black ink disciple. Even though all 30 or so of them were weakened and injured, they would still be able to put up a fight if they fought together. Still, there was no point in dwelling on this now. When they noticed that the 8th order black ink disciple's vitality was recovering, they all decided to leave. No one would have expected the black ink disciple to recover so quickly. In the silence of the void, Yang Kai raised his azure dragon spear and watched as the figure emerged from the battlefield. It was indeed an 8th order black ink disciple. He was shrouded in black ink strength and had a large mass growing out of his shoulder that made him appear as if he had 2 heads. The inky black strength within the mass was surging with great ferocity. The fact that Yang Kai had managed to interrupt his attack and render it useless made him visibly furious. He glared darkly at Yang Kai and murderous intent swirled in his eyes. "You saved everyone else, but can you save yourself?" "I won't know until I try," Yang Kai responded coolly. While speaking, he secretly consumed a world fruit. Although some of his strength had been restored, he had to ensure that he was in his best condition in order to face off against an 8th order master. Though, this 8th order black ink disciple did not seem to be all that powerful. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52:17, Either you die or I perish. During their earlier exchange, Yang Kai detected something strange. This 8th order black ink disciple's attack appeared terrifying, but in reality, it seemed to lack true substance. He was heavily injured as well. Even on the surface, he had a large wound along his abdomen, and even though he used his strength to seal it up, blood continued to trickle out. Furthermore, one of his eyes had been destroyed. The remaining, functional eye was glaring darkly at Yang Kai the same way a venomous snake stared at its prey. It was understandable to find him in this state. Someone who needed to fake his death in order to survive the battlefield had to have been incapacitated at some point. The lingering injuries on him proved as much. Plus, he was only an 8th Order Black Ink disciple and not a true 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which meant that he was a lot less powerful than a real 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even if he was at the peak of his current strength, he might not even be stronger than any of the territory lords. If Yang Kai was alone, he might not have been willing to take this risk. With instantaneous movement at his disposal, this heavily wounded 8th Order Black Ink disciple would most likely fail to do anything to him. Thus, even if Yang Kai could not win this fight, he could still escape just fine. However, he was not alone right now. He still had the unconscious female 7th Order Master that he brought back from the battlefield. Yang Kai was a 7th Order Master, and although his small universe could keep cultivators that were not high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, it could not do so with a 7th Order Master. There was very little chance Yang Kai could escape from this 8th Order Black Ink disciple's attacks if he brought the woman with him, so his only option was to fight. Back then, Yang Kai and Bai Yi joined forces and with great difficulty, they managed to kill a heavily injured territory lord, Zhu Feng. It had been several hundred years since then, and Yang Kai was now up against a heavily injured 8th Order Black Ink disciple. He did not think it was an impossible fight for him as he was now a lot more powerful than before. Has the younger generation grown so arrogant? The 8th Order Black Ink disciple snorted coldly. Yang Kai's response clearly infuriated him. Even though you might not have done it willingly, since you've become one with the Black Ink clan, you're my enemy now. You have no right to consider yourself my senior, Yang Kai answered evenly. As Yang Kai spoke, his hand shot out and a gentle force wrapped up the unconscious female 7th Order Master's body that was situated nearby. In the next moment, space principles fluctuated and the woman's body shimmered before disappearing and reappearing hundreds of thousands of kilometers away and continued drifting further off into the void. A fierce battle was about to break out, and Yang Kai had no way of keeping the woman safe in the thick of the fight, so his only choice was to send her away. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple knew very well what Yang Kai was attempting to do, but he did not try to stop it. To him, he could easily go after the unconscious 7th Order woman once he dealt with Yang Kai. He would have all the time in the world to decide her fate then. Still, he was deeply displeased by Yang Kai's attitude. After glancing at the female 7th Order Master that Yang Kai sent away, he withdrew his gaze and extended his arm. A clear sword cry filled the battlefield, and immediately after, a ray of light shot out and was soon drawn to his hand. Yang Kai's expression turned grim as he subconsciously tightened his grip around his azure dragon spear. He had seen it very clearly. A long sword had flown out of the battlefield, one that most likely belonged to this 8th Order Black Ink disciple. From the looks of it now, this 8th Order Black Ink disciple cultivated the sword Dao. Yang Kai gritted his teeth at this realization, for those who cultivated sword Dao were extremely well versed in killing. In other words, sword Dao cultivators all had a lot of experience in battle and were incredibly tough opponents. Feng Ying was proof of this as she also cultivated the sword Dao. A long sword that was prized by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would not be an ordinary artifact. The long years of nurture were enough to bind the life of an 8th Order Master with his artifact. The only thing that Yang Kai could rejoice at was the dimmed glow of the longsword artifact the 8th Order Black Ink disciple summoned. Its spirituality was noticeably diminished and there were numerous dents and cracks along its length. It could be seen that during the clash with the North-South Army's 8th Order Open Heaven Masters, this Black Ink disciple was so badly defeated that he not only had to fake his death, but even his artifact was damaged as well. Once the 8th Order Black Ink disciple retrieved his longsword, he created a sword array with a simple flick. However, bolstered by his powerful cultivation, a dangerous aura emanated from the sword array as it formed. This proved that he was indeed highly proficient in the sword Dao. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple grasped his sword in one hand and held it out in front of him as he said, "The Royal Lord values talent, so this old master will ask you this: are you interested in serving the royal lord? If you agree to do so, I can spare your life today. Truth be told, this old master's condition is less than satisfactory. I do not wish to fight against anyone else. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a hint of grievous melancholy. You were born a human, but you now serve the Black Ink clan. Old sir, have you forgotten your comrades in arms who fought alongside you 30,000 years ago and defended you with their lives? Have you forgotten the countless soldiers who died in battle at Great Evolution Pass? A hint of remembrance flickered in the Eighth Order Black Ink disciple's eyes, but he quickly shook his head. 30,000 years was a long time ago. Who'd clearly remember anything that happened back then? Yang Kai's lowered his eyes. Old sir, this means you must have also forgotten the sincerity of your goals and initial intent when you first stepped onto the Black Ink battlefield. The Eighth Order Black Ink disciple chuckled. Young man, are you trying to advise this old master to turn back after straying down the wrong path? Don't waste your breath. Ever since this old master was enlightened by Black Ink's strength, this old master ceased to be a human. You don't need to try and lecture this old master. Yang Kai nodded lightly. In that case, I won't say anything more. Seems to me that you've made up your mind, the Eighth Order Black Ink disciple remarked as he eyed Yang Kai. Yang Kai's fighting intent surged as he pointed his spear forward and answered coolly, right here, right now, either you die or I perish. Good, good, good. The Eighth Order Black Ink disciple nodded. You know, this old master was just as proud and relentless as you at that age. It's a pity. Age creeps up on everyone. Since you've made your choice, this old master will fulfill it for you. How's that? Are you ready to die, young man? In the state that this old master is in right now, it's one thing if I choose to stand down, but if we are to fight, I will do so with full force. I won't hold back at all. He had only just finished his sentence when Yang Kai suddenly flickered and appeared beside him. The azure dragon spear pierced out as he unleashed the full potential of his supreme limitless spear art, sending a storm of blows towards the enemy. The Eighth Order Black Ink disciple clearly did not expect Yang Kai to be this treacherous. He was caught unaware and did not have his guard up. In his haste, he raised his sword to fend off the attack and unleashed scores of sword waves at Yang Kai. The two figures immediately engaged in battle. Spear shadows and sword waves filled the void in a constant cycle of disappearing and re-emerging once more. Apart from the sparks from the spear shadows and sword waves colliding, bursts of world force clashed against each other with such ferocity that the local space became unstable. The look of surprise on the Eighth Order Black Ink disciple increasingly intensified. Although he was heavily injured, this Seventh Order junior did not seem to be in a much better state than him. Both of them had just survived a bitter battle, so neither one of them was in good condition. Thus, the Eighth Order Black Ink disciple assumed that it would be fairly easy for him to kill this Seventh Order master. Yet, once the fight started, he realized that things were not as he had expected. This Seventh Order junior had a mysterious movement skill that gave him a huge advantage of mobility. The Eighth Order Black Ink disciple had no choice but to focus on defending himself and to try and regain the initiative. Had his opponent been an ordinary Seventh Order master, then it would not have been hard for him to regain the advantage. He could easily exhibit to his opponent what the difference in orders signified in terms of strength. However, this young Seventh Order master was clearly not ordinary. Each time their world forces clashed, the Eighth Order Black Ink disciple could vividly sense the extreme density and purity of his opponent's strength. It was not the kind of strength that a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm master was supposed to have. Judging by the purity alone, it was comparable to his own. The Eighth Order Black Ink disciple could not help but feel stunned by this. He could not figure out how this young Seventh Order master could cultivate the strength within his small universe to this extent. He had encountered numerous Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm masters in his life, but none were comparable to the young man in front of him now. The higher the purity of the world force, the more powerful the cultivator was. Moreover, the rigorousness of this young man's world force was also remarkable. It far surpassed what was to be expected from a seventh-order open heaven realm master. Where did this freak come from? The eighth-order black ink disciple was thoroughly perplexed. Apart from that, he was also shocked by the young seventh-order master's accomplishments in the spear Dao. All his life, he focused on cultivating his sword Dao. Even after becoming a black ink disciple, he never stopped doing so. Thus, after so many years, he had reached a very high state of attainment in it. Yet, right now, a young man who was only a seventh-order master managed to use his spear Dao to fight against his own sword Dao. Even though it required a fair amount of effort, he could still tell that the young man was highly accomplished in his cultivation of spear Dao as well. The young man's spear Dao was not as refined as his sword Dao and was not of a domain as high as his, but it seemed to flow freely and effortlessly. The young man wielded his spear with such ease that it was impossible to discern any kind of pattern from his attacks, despite each of them being extremely sharp and precise. A spear Dao like this perfectly embodied the concepts of freedom and limitlessness. Even just the wielding of such a spear Dao was enough to give those who witnessed it a sense of joy and satisfaction. With pure and vigorous world force and high attainment in the spear Dao, this young man had every right to be arrogant. This was why the black ink disciple failed to defeat him as quickly as predicted. However, if this was all there was to it, then the outcome would not change in any way. After just a brief exchange of blows, the advantage that the young man gained earlier was beginning to slip away, and soon, he would slowly start to be disadvantaged in the fight. Still, the eighth-order black ink disciple was a little reluctant to kill off such a fine talent. Even when he was still human, he had already exhibited great appreciation for talented people. Even though he had been corrupted by black ink strength for 30,000 years now and prioritized the black ink clan over all else, this part of his personality did not change very much. Thus, the more talented Yang Kai seemed, the less inclined the black ink disciple was to kill him. Amid the chaotic battle, the eighth-order black ink disciple transmitted a message: "Little friend, this old master will ask you one last time. Are you willing to serve the royal lord? With your capabilities, if you gain the help of black ink strength, you will one day become even stronger than this old master. Perhaps you might even be able to become a ninth-order open heaven realm master." Yang Kai did not stop attacking as he said, "So what if I can become a ninth-order master? I will be enslaved by the black ink clan and forced to kill my fellow humans. How would you know the joys of black ink strength if you've never experienced its mysterious power for yourself?" The eighth-order black ink disciple argued back. Martial Peak, Chapter 52:18, Junior, you're a difficult one to deal with. If it is a joy that annihilates the self, then I'd rather not know it. Do you persist down your misguided path, little friend? Our beliefs differ. We will never see eye to eye on this. Ha! Since you insist on doing things the hard way, don't blame this old master for not showing you any mercy. True enough, the eighth-order black ink disciple's attacks became a lot more ruthless. He indeed had a great appreciation for talent, but Yang Kai's staunch attitude dissuaded him from trying to convince him further. Furthermore, it would not be safe to linger too long here. Although the human army had left some time ago, several dozen humans managed to flee earlier, so if the human eighth-order masters found out he survived by faking his death, they might send a division commander over and deal with him. Considering the condition he was in right now, he would be doomed if an eighth-order open heaven realm master came. With a flick of his long sword, the sword waves combined together and struck at Yang Kai's head. Under the crushing strength of the black ink disciple's blow, Yang Kai's body shook violently. Even though he mustered all of his strength to withstand the blow, it was still too much. The piercing sword chi slashed through his clothes and his blood began to gush out of the wounds. The force of that powerful blow sent Yang Kai flying back as if he had been launched from a cannon. Even so, the eighth-order black ink disciple did not let up on the attacks. Again and again, he slashed his sword and sent flurry after flurry of relentless sword chi out. From a distance, the endless waves of sword chi seemed to form a long river that ended where Yang Kai stood. Profound sword paradises chasing stars and moon sword art. At last, Yang Kai realized what this black ink disciple's background was. After fighting on the black ink battlefield for many years, he became acquainted with many of the elites from various cave heavens and paradises. Thus, he knew a thing or two about the unique divine abilities and secret techniques of the cave heavens and paradises. It was clear that this black ink disciple was using the chasing stars and moon sword art, which was one of profound sword paradise's core sword arts. However, this knowledge did nothing to influence the course of this somber fight. Both Yang Kai and the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple were survivors of the brutal battle that took place earlier. Even though the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple's injuries were a lot more severe than Yang Kai's, he was still one order higher than Yang Kai, and one order's difference was enough to give him a compelling advantage. Any other 7th Order Master would have probably died at the hands of this 8th Order Black Ink Disciple by now, but as it was, the one up against him was Yang Kai. Even so, Yang Kai seemed to have a hard time dealing with the never-ending storm of attacks. Despite unleashing his supreme limitless spear art to its fullest force, it was still hard for him to withstand the ferocity of his opponent's sword skills. The savage sword chi's overbearing power left Yang Kai's body littered with wounds. As the Black Ink Disciple's sword waves continued to wash over Yang Kai, the distance between them grew smaller, and the Black Ink Disciple's sword intent grew colder. Yang Kai's instincts flared from the looming sense of danger. He did not know why, but he had a feeling that once the distance between them closed to a certain range, the Black Ink Disciple was sure to unleash a devastating divine ability. When that happened, it would be a life-or-death moment for Yang Kai. But why would Yang Kai allow his opponent's plans to come to fruition? As the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple's figure continued to approach, Yang Kai suddenly closed his eyes. All at once, his right eye turned into an endless black abyss and the entire void seemed to be shrouded by a curtain of darkness. At the same time, a piercing golden pupil appeared in his left eye. The silhouette of the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple was reflected in the golden pupil, and with the casting of Yang Kai's secret techniques, the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple's reflection mysteriously contorted. It was as if the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple who had been launching a storm of attacks at Yang Kai was suddenly struck by lightning. It felt as if a powerful force had popped out of nowhere, struck him, leaving his body twisted up in pain as it instinctively stiffened. After noticing Yang Kai's pair of strange eyes, the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple exclaimed in shock, "The demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory eye? This young man is from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven?" However, the Black Ink Disciple did not detect any hint of demon chi on Yang Kai. Thus, there were only two possibilities. Either the young man had been hiding his background all along, or he was not a Myriad Demons Heaven disciple, but had instead used military merits he earned from the Black Ink battlefield in exchange for these two powerful secret techniques. It would not be as big of a deal if the former was true, but if the truth was the latter, then this young man was surely a lot more formidable than he assumed. Anyone who gained the chance to cultivate core secret techniques by exchanging them for military merits had to be those who earned a vast number of them on the battlefield. They were all elites who would have the blood of countless Black Ink clansmen on their hands. However, even though the young man was accomplished in both of these secret techniques, the effects were naturally dampened when he tried to use them against someone of a higher order. Thus, in the time it took the Black Ink Disciple to think this through, the effects of both the secret techniques wore off. What Yang Kai wanted was precisely this momentary lapse though. The call of the golden crow rang out, and a great sun rose once again to illuminate the void. Just as the Black Ink Disciple snapped out of his thoughts, the great sun had already broken through the torrent of sword waves and was charging towards him. Divine manifestation. The Black Ink Disciple frowned as he felt a sense of admiration for the young man. Although this youth was only in the 7th Order, beneath his own realm, his combat sense was remarkable. He must have sensed something, which was why he used his secret techniques and followed up with his divine manifestation in the hopes of disrupting his plans. The Black Ink disciple had to admit that it was an astute move to make. Had it not been for the young man's series of counterattacks, the Black Ink disciple might have already used his trump card and taken the young man's life. This was the divine manifestation of a 7th-order open heaven master, so even he, an 8th-order Black Ink disciple, could not afford to take it lightly. He had no choice but to focus his attention on defending against the attack. His finger swiped across the long sword and his world force burst forth. The sword, which had been dim this whole time, suddenly lit up in a brilliant flare. He then slashed down with force and cut the great sun in half. Even the golden crow, which had been cawing inside the great sun, let out a seemingly mournful cry. The Black Ink disciple did not stop there. He cast another mysterious sword technique and a multitude of swords appeared in the void. When the final sword appeared, Yang Kai's silhouette reappeared, and instantly, Yang Kai felt an enormous pressure weighing down on him. He was suppressed and sealed from all sides. His expression turned grim. As was expected of an 8th-order Black Ink disciple, he was able to decipher what his opponent was doing and act accordingly. Earlier on, after summoning Golden Crow casts the sun, Yang Kai charged towards the Black Ink disciple to try to deliver a sneak attack. Yet, the situation now seemed like he was delivering himself into the lion's den. His actions appeared incredibly foolish. Strictly speaking, this was Yang Kai's first time battling an 8th-order Black Ink disciple. Although his opponent was not a true 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was still close. Yang Kai now knew how difficult and terrifying it was to deal with an 8th-order Master, and this was only a heavily injured 8th-order Black Ink disciple. What if he had been at his peak? What would it be like up against the 8th-order division commanders? Zhu Feng, the heavily injured territory lord from all those years ago, was a lot easier to take on by comparison. As a former human, this 8th-order Black Ink disciple understood the way humans thought a lot better than any territory lord ever could. Thankfully, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. He did not know how the Black Ink disciple's mysterious sword techniques worked, or why it had the effect of suppressing and sealing space. That being said, while this effect would have proved useful against any other 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the same did not apply to him. With a flicker of Yang Kai's space principles, the local space which had been sealed instantly broke apart. As he hastened to retreat, the Black Ink disciple's long sword was already slashing at him. The cutting sword waves crackled from the tip of the sword. When Yang Kai came to a stop again, there was a trail of blood that ran from his forehead down to his abdomen. The cut was deep enough that his bones were visible. Had he been the tiniest bit slower in retreating just now, the Black Ink disciple might have managed to cut him in half. If that happened, then even if he had a powerful dragon vein, it would have been doubtful if he could have survived. Despite the very recent brush with death, Yang Kai's expression remained composed. The Black Ink disciple charged forward again. This battle was taking far longer than he thought it would, and the more it dragged on, the greater his fear of impending danger grew. He had to end this fight as soon as possible. "Junior, you're a difficult one to deal with." The Black Ink disciple's world force burst forth in a frenzy. Every single blow he sent at Yang Kai was suffused with a terrifying bloodthirst as he now seemed to be giving his all in every single attack. Yang Kai had numerous strange and unpredictable methods up his sleeve, so his opponents had to keep their guards up at all times. Thus, the Black Ink disciple decided to overwhelm Yang Kai with sheer force. No matter what kind of peculiar tricks Yang Kai had, his decisive weakness was the difference in order. The Black Ink disciple did not plan to rely on strategies anymore. He was going to fight with brute force and crush his opponent from the front. "As are you." Yang Kai grit his teeth and he defended himself against the Black Ink disciple's fevered attacks. If a cultivator was hellbent on using his cultivation to overwhelm an opponent who was an order lower, then there was not much the latter could do to overcome the situation. The only choice would be to try and withstand the assault. However, there was a limit to what a person could withstand. Once the opponent was worn down, death would become inevitable. In the span of several dozen breaths, Yang Kai gained over a dozen fresh wounds that cut right down to the bone. The most serious injury was the one on his neck. The black ink disciple's sword seemed to have cut through half of his neck, causing golden blood to pour out. The more serious Yang Kai's injuries became, the weaker his resistance grew. This was to be expected. The black ink disciple surmised that after being on the receiving end of his attacks for so long now, Yang Kai would not only be heavily injured, but even his small universe would no longer be able to take it anymore. It was already shocking that Yang Kai managed to survive this long. "Do you still insist on being so stubborn, young man?" the black ink disciple roared. Yang Kai clenched his jaw and refused to answer, but his dogged determination to carry on fighting was clear. "You court death." The black ink disciple coldly snorted. His longsword swished in the air and aimed straight for Yang Kai's heart. This was going to be the final blow. From the young man's earlier display, the black ink disciple deduced that he would not be able to withstand this attack. However, at that very moment, the eighth order black ink disciple saw Yang Kai raise his spear and throw it at him. Even though it was just a careless throw, his opponent's formidable strength was enough for the spear to break apart the void and fly straight towards him. Naturally, the black ink disciple would not allow such a crude attack to land, and with a quick flick of his longsword, he deflected the azure dragon spear and sent it flying. At the same time, he saw the young man opposite him charging towards him with his fist raised to strike at him. Instinctively, the eighth order black ink disciple had a feeling that something was amiss, but how could he mull this over at a time like this? The longsword pierced right through Yang Kai's chest and the savage sword chi poured into the wound. Yang Kai's fist did not touch the black ink disciple, stopping less than a forearm's length away. The black ink disciple eyed Yang Kai coolly, not showing any kind of emotion on his face. He had given his opponent a choice, and since the latter chose death, he merely granted him passage. However, just as the sword touched Yang Kai's body, the black ink disciple was able to detect that his opponent had shifted slightly, so the blow failed to hit his vitals. Still, that did not matter. Even if the young man survived this attack, his condition would be dismal right now. Just as all of this went through the black ink disciple's mind, all of a sudden, Yang Kai grinned at him and called out lightly, "Cow punch." Martial Peak, Chapter 52-19, Narrow Victory. If Yang Kai had a choice between fighting against a territory lord or an eighth order black ink disciple, he would definitely choose the latter. Although an eighth order black ink disciple was the more unpredictable opponent between the two when it came to battle tactics and thus was harder to guard against, Yang Kai still preferred facing an eighth order black ink disciple over a territory lord. After all, he had his cow punch secret technique that used space principles to specifically target the enemy's small universe. It was a secret technique that enabled him to win even if his strength was lower than his opponent's. Among all the cave heavens and paradises, there were several secret techniques that targeted the small universe of open heaven realm masters, but after all the years, Yang Kai had never found one with effects as superb as his cow punch. Unfortunately, this secret technique of his relied on the use of space principles, so no one else apart from him could cultivate it. Plus, as purifying light and purifying black ink pills were distributed to all the great passes, the number of black ink disciples on the battlefield steadily decreased, and the human secret techniques that targeted the small universe lost their utility. The black ink clan did not have a small universe, so such secret techniques would be useless against them. It had been years since Yang Kai last used his cow punch secret technique. If he recalled correctly, the last time he used it was back in the Shattered Heaven when he fought Blood Crow. Several hundred years later, he was using it once more. Although it had been a long while since he first created cow punch, the the strength of this secret technique increased as he grew stronger. From the moment Yang Kai noticed that his opponent was an 8th-order Black Ink disciple, he had counted on using Cow Punch to win the battle for him. As for his previous display of struggling to keep up in the fight, some of it could be chalked up to his genuine weakness against a stronger opponent, but some of it was on purpose as well. He wanted to lull his opponent into a false sense of security so that the 8th-order Black Ink disciple would let his guard down. While the secret technique was fairly powerful, it took time to implement. The profoundness of the Cow Punch secret technique was in the way it traced back and targeted the core source of the opponent's world force, which was their small universe. It was a time-consuming process to perform this trace. With his cultivation being in the 7th-order open heaven realm, Yang Kai needed approximately an incense stick of time to accomplish this against an 8th-order Black Ink disciple. So, the battle between them thus far lasted for approximately that amount of time. Now was his chance. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary 7th-order open heaven realm master to survive an incense stick worth of time against an 8th-order Black Ink disciple, so this secret technique would become meaningless the moment they failed to continue holding out. But once Cow Punch was successfully used, it meant that the battle outcome had been decided. The 8th-order Black Ink disciple wanted to use brute force in lieu of strategy, but Yang Kai chose to engage in a battle of wits, which was the real key for someone of a lower order than their opponent. When the long sword pierced into Yang Kai's chest, all the 8th-order Black Ink disciple had to do was ruthlessly flick his sword, then, he would be able to cut Yang Kai in half. However, he no longer had the chance to do so. Just as the 8th-order Black Ink disciple wanted to finish Yang Kai off, a wave of fierce and intense force exploded inside his small universe. All at once, his small universe was thrown into chaos and began shaking violently. All of the 8th-order Black Ink disciple's strength dissipated due to the instability of his small universe. In that instant, he could barely even hold on to his sword. Yang Kai was not about to miss his chance. His fist swung out with great force and smashed it straight into the 8th-order Black Ink disciple's head. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, combined with the terrifying physical strength that his dragon vein bestowed upon him, as well as the proximity between him and his opponent, the Black Ink disciple's head would certainly explode if struck by such a blow. However, his opponent was still an 8th-order master, and in this life-or-death crisis, he still managed a response, causing the huge growth on his shoulder to explode and eject a concentrated mass of Black Ink strength. The Black Ink strength swiftly formed into a massive jaw that swallowed Yang Kai's approaching fist. The sudden disruption made Yang Kai freeze in shock for a moment. He never thought that the abnormal growth on his opponent's shoulder possessed such a strange ability. All along, he assumed that the growth was merely a malformity left behind when this Black Ink disciple relied on Black Ink strength to break through beyond his natural limits. When Yang Kai's fist entered the gigantic jaw formed by the Black Ink strength, he immediately felt as if something sticky was clinging to it. The further his fist traveled, the more its strength was weakened. By the time Yang Kai's fist struck the 8th-order Black Ink disciple's head, the power behind it had been at least halved. Even though it was a weakened blow though, it still managed to send the 8th-order Black Ink disciple flying backwards. However, his head did not explode the way Yang Kai had predicted it would. The sword was yanked from Yang Kai's body just as the Black Ink disciple flew backwards, drawing a grunt of pain and a splash of blood from him. Even so, Yang Kai did not have the time to dwell on his injury. Now that he had finally managed to use his Cow Punch, everything he had done that led up to this would be wasted if he could not defeat his opponent before the latter was able to recover. Yang Kai estimated that his Cow Punch's effects would only last another 3 breaths of time. Thus, when the Black Ink disciple went flying backwards, Yang Kai stepped forward as well, and with a surge of space principles, he followed closely behind. Drawing on the remaining world force in his small universe, Yang Kai summoned a new great Sunday. The golden crow's calls echoed. Yang Kai raised the great sun and sent it crashing down on the Black Ink disciple. The moment the Black Ink disciple flew backwards though, he was already wary of Yang Kai's subsequent actions. He was at the weakest he had ever been as his small universe continued to shake and rumble. Never would he have thought that a 7th-order open heaven realm master could push back against an 8th-order master like him to this extent. It was humiliation beyond compare. None of his previous admiration or appreciation for Yang Kai's talents remained. All he wanted to do now was to take Yang Kai's life to make up for the indignity he felt. His opponent charged at him and once again used his divine manifestation that appeared like a great Sunday. The Black Ink disciple had to admit that this divine manifestation's strength was formidable. Even an 8th-order master like him dared not underestimate it. However, he had seen this move before and understood its power, so knew how to defend himself from it. He could not wait until his small universe stabilized, so he bit down on his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto his sword. The blood essence fully seeped into the sword, and suddenly, the dim artifact glowed radiantly. With his sword empowered by his blood essence, the Black Ink disciple slashed out at Yang Kai ferociously. This attack was enough to deflect his opponent's Great Sun divine manifestation. Although he would also suffer the aftereffects of using this attack, it was still better than dying on the spot. All he needed was to buy himself a little more time. Once the shaking in his small universe calmed, he would easily be able to crush his gravely injured opponent. However, just as he struck this blow, to his horror, yet another gust of force appeared all of a sudden. If the Great Sun gave off scorching heat, then this force felt like a frigid winter. Together with the dazzling Great Sun, a full moon rose up above his 7th-order opponent's head. The sun and moon appeared together. In all the years that this Black Ink disciple had lived, he had never seen such a mystifying scene. However, together with his awe, he felt an even greater sense of danger. With a loud roar, he forcefully channeled even more force into his attack, trying to execute it before it was too late. He did not know what divine ability his opponent was using, but he could tell that in his current state, he could not defend against it. All he could do was try to preempt his opponent for the chance of survival. As the Black Ink disciple's sword slashed towards Yang Kai, he used the cover of the Great Sun to cast water reflects the moon. The Great Sun to his left, the full moon to his right. When they began to revolve around him, yin and yang intertwined, and the sun and moon combined into a spinning kaleidoscope as space principles erupted out. In an instant, a mysterious force manifested. Formless and undetectable, this force seemed from the swirling sun and moon. Space shattered, and time froze. Terror filled the remaining eye of the 8th-order Black Ink disciple who had his longsword held out in front of him. At that moment, he could feel his thoughts coming to an abrupt halt as everything around him seemed to warp and distort. He had never felt anything like this before, and the sensation left him petrified. He watched as the sun and moon locked together and spiraled towards him, enveloping him in a kind of domain that he had no way of escaping. That singular moment seemed to stretch out as if it lasted millions of years. As the dazzling light of the sun and moon that had lit up the void slowly died out, the 8th-order Black Ink disciple stood frozen in place, his longsword still stretched out in front of him, barely a palm's length away from Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's face was ghostly pale and his aura was completely depleted. Fresh blood continued to flow out of the wound in his chest where the longsword had previously impaled him. There was also a long wound that stretched from his forehead down to his abdomen. His body was a mangled mess of flesh and blood which made him look completely wretched. What divine ability was that? The 8th-order Black Ink disciple suddenly asked. Yang Kai's eyelids hung low as he replied, Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. A manifestation of spacetime strength? The 8th-order Black Ink disciple pressed further. Merely scratching the surface, Yang Kai nodded. The 8th-order Black Ink disciple did not say anything else. He simply nodded lightly and withdrew his sword before sitting down cross-legged with a half-lidded eye. Black Ink Eternal. He whispered. As soon as he spoke, his entire being seemed to turn into a statue that had been exposed to the elements for thousands of millennia, crumbling apart and drifting away like dust scattered in the wind. The only thing left was a dim long sword. Corroded by the space-time strength from the sun and moon divine wheel, this long sword lost all spirituality. It was now nothing more than a weapon made out of somewhat decent quality material. The Eighth Order Black Ink disciple had managed to fake his death to survive the chaotic battlefield earlier, but now, he was well and truly dead. Yang Kai was consumed by a level of exhaustion that he rarely felt before. He could not stop his body from growing weak as he crumbled down. It was a narrow victory. If Yang Kai had failed to kill his opponent with his sun and moon divine wheel, he would not have been able to put up any further resistance, as the Black Ink disciple's small universe would soon recover from the effects of his cow punch secret technique. Once that happened, the Black Ink disciple would be able to access his full strength once more. Fortunately, the Black Ink disciple had miscalculated. After seeing the Great Sun, he assumed that Yang Kai was just using his Golden Crow casts the Sun divine manifestation. He never expected that the Great Sun was only one half of an even greater divine ability. He spat out his blood essence to deal with Golden Crow casts the Sun, but he was caught off guard by the Sun and Moon divine wheel. How could the Eighth Order Black Ink disciple survive when his small universe had been rendered powerless and he was attacked with Yang Kai's strongest trump card? Yang Kai quietly lay in the void, not feeling any joy from this victory. That was because even at the moment of death, that Black Ink disciple still showed utmost loyalty to the Black Ink clan, even though he was a human by nature. Perhaps Black Ink's strength might not change a human's personality, but the corrupted Black Ink disciples would reject their own nature and willingly be servile to the Black Ink clan. How woeful and lamentable that was. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-20, North-South Army's Casualties. Yang Kai's nearly dried-up small universe slowly began to restore its strength, but the progress was akin to water trickling into a bottomless well. Thus, he mustered the energy to stuff a pill into his mouth to speed up the process. The very next moment, he leaped to his feet and warily observed the surroundings. He sensed the aura of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master somewhere out there, and it was swiftly approaching. However, after realizing which direction the aura was coming from, Yang Kai sighed in relief. The aura was coming from the direction of Great Evolution Pass, and if his guess was correct, the source was one of the North-South Army's 8th Order Division commanders. From the looks of it, the 30 or so humans who returned to the purifying Black Ink battleship via the Universe Array must have reported the news to the higher-ups. As a result, the North-South Army swiftly dispatched one of the 8th Order Masters to check on the situation. Sure enough, just moments later, a short and slender 8th Order Open Heaven Master appeared in front of Yang Kai with a grim expression. He studied Yang Kai for a moment and was secretly shocked by the severity of his wounds. Although he did not know what happened earlier, from the state that Yang Kai was in now, he knew enough to tell that Yang Kai had just fought a desperate life-or-death battle. After looking around and noticing that Yang Kai was alone, he asked, "This old master is Cha Pu, Northern Army, 4th Division Commander. I am here on a rescue mission under the orders of the Army Commander. Are you Yang Kai?" "I am," Yang Kai nodded. "Where's the 8th Order Black Ink disciple?" "Dead." "You killed him?" Cha Pu was visibly taken aback. That Black Ink disciple was heavily injured and lost most of his combat ability. This junior was fortunate enough to eke out a victory, Yang Kai answered. Cha Pu nodded lightly without asking further. "In that case, come with me. We'll reconvene with the rest of the army." He did not ask Yang Kai how the latter managed to kill an 8th Order Black Ink disciple. Even if the Black Ink disciple was gravely injured, he was still an 8th Order Master. However, since Yang Kai was still standing here and that 8th Order Black Ink disciple was missing, it meant that Yang Kai did emerge victorious, so there was no reason to continue probing. "Please wait, sir. There's still one more person," Yang Kai said as his figure flickered and disappeared all of a sudden. Cha Pu raised his brow. "Space principles. Naturally, Yang Kai left to find the female 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master he had pushed out into the depths of the void earlier. He was in no position to take care of anyone else while engaged in a battle against an 8th Order Black Ink disciple, so he had no choice but to send her far away before the fight began. When he sent her away though, Yang Kai left a space beacon with her, so it was easy enough for him to locate her. With a ripple of the space principles, he emerged beside the unconscious woman. Yang Kai was slightly heartened to find that she was not harmed by the fight between him and the 8th Order Black Ink disciple. She was still unconscious and drifting through the void due to the force he exerted earlier. He caught her and swiftly returned. Soon, he was back with Cha Pu. "You did well," Cha Pu praised. "Do you have the strength left to trigger the universe transference law?" "Yes, I do," Yang Kai replied with a smile. "Excellent. Do it and return to the army's purifying black ink battleship." Cha Pu took the woman from Yang Kai and placed her inside his small universe. He then waited until Yang Kai had successfully left with the universe transference law before using it himself. Once the two of them walked out of the purifying black ink battleship's universe array and stepped foot on the deck, Yang Kai immediately sensed the constant fluctuation of unrelenting forces some distance away. It seemed as if life auras were being extinguished with every breath. It seemed the North-South Army was still pursuing the Black Ink Clan army which was fleeing back to Great Evolution Pass. From the way the situation looked now, the two armies had been clashing for quite some time. Mi Jingluan was standing on the deck of the ship and staring off into the distance with a pair of gleaming eyes. Upon noticing someone's approach, Mi Jingluan turned around and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang Kai was alive and well, albeit looking extremely miserable and exhausted. The lower-order cultivators might not know of Yang Kai's importance, but as an army commander, Mi Jingluan was fully aware of the situation. Although Yang Kai was merely in the 7th Order, his presence had a direct correlation with the speed at which the old ancestor's strength could be restored. In this campaign to reclaim Great Evolution Pass, the old ancestor had specifically requested for Yang Kai to come along with them in order to take advantage of his small universe to rapidly recover from her injuries. If a sudden misfortune fell upon Yang Kai, the old ancestor would lose an important source of support. Would that not multiply the difficulty of reclaiming Great Evolution Pass? Earlier on, Mi Jingluan instructed Yang Kai to stay back and recover because he did not want Yang Kai to join the subsequent fight and endanger himself. How could he have known that there was an 8th Order Black Ink disciple who had survived by faking his death back at the initial battlefield? Mi Jingluan had nearly jumped up in fright when he heard the news and had immediately sent Cha Pu over to rescue Yang Kai. Thankfully, Yang Kai was safe. Cha Pu came over to Mi Jingluan and used his divine sense to give a summarized report of what he knew. Mi Jingluan's expression became a little peculiar as he nodded lightly. Cha Pu brought out the female 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that he had placed inside his small universe and passed her to one of the nearby soldiers before he jumped back into the battlefield. "You don't need to join the rest of the fight. Just rest and tend to your injuries." Mi Jingluan eyed Yang Kai and added, "The sword wounds are going to be a little trickier to tackle. Remember to clear out the sword chi and sword intent when you tend to them." "Junior understands," Yang Kai nodded and looked out into the distance. Although the battle was fierce, he could not tell what the situation was like for the two armies, so he had to ask, "How are things going, sir?" Mi Jingluan smiled faintly, "Reasonably well." "Can we take them all down?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Mi Jingluan shook his head, "That's going to be a little tough. They still have quite a number of 8th Order Black Ink disciples among them. It'll be hard for us to wipe them out." No one expected to find so many high-order Black Ink disciples here at the Great Evolution Theater. That being said, Great Evolution Pass had been lost for 30,000 years, so it was obvious that the large number of Black Ink disciples who had been corrupted all those years ago had enough time to grow in strength. No one knew what the situation would be like here, and now that they finally noticed this after going up against the Black Ink clan, it was too late. If the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass don't come over to rescue them, then it's still possible for us to take them all down, but if they do send reinforcements, then we'll just have to avoid the clash for now. The Black Ink clan army had acted quite strategically. When their commander realized that things were looking bad for them, he immediately ordered a retreat to Great Evolution Pass. Clearly, he wanted to rely on the strength of the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass to hold the North-South army back. If fresh enemy troops came over to help, the North-South army would be forced to back away. After observing the battle from the deck for a little longer, Yang Kai bowed and took his leave. This junior will go and tend to the injuries now. Go ahead, Mi Jingluan waved him off. Someone led the way and helped him settle down in one of the rooms aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship. The room had been reinforced with numerous spirit arrays that blocked out everything, so Yang Kai could tend to his injuries in peace. His impressive restorative powers were now serving their ultimate function. In just a few days, Yang Kai had pretty much recovered from his injuries and cleared out all the sword intent and sword chi that had wreaked havoc within his wounds. All that was left now was for him to slowly continue restoring his depleted strength. As such, Yang Kai did not continue tending to his injuries and opened the door and left. All was quiet, with no discernible energy fluctuations nearby, nor any sound of battle. From the looks of it, the battle had come to an end at last, though he had no idea what the outcome was. After figuring out the right direction, Yang Kai left his room and headed for the purifying Black Ink battleship's conference hall. Along the way, he heard someone calling out to him. He turned to look and spotted a familiar face. It was the 7th Order squad leader of the Profound Wind Squad. How are your injuries, Brother Yang? The squad leader queried in concern. I've almost fully recovered now, Yang Kai said. The Profound Wind Squad leader nodded and said, That's good. I heard that you stood guard at the battlefield and the rest of the army left and encountered an 8th Order Black Ink disciple who survived by faking his death. We were so worried about you. Later on, we heard that Marshal Uncle Cha personally went over to bring you back. During the earlier fight on the battlefield, the Profound Wind Squad and Snow Wolf Squad, two special operations squads, had worked closely with Yang Kai. Yang Kai took the lead, and the two squads stuck close by him as they snaked through the battlefield slaughtering their enemies. They had fought side by side and forged a connection through that. Furthermore, the strength of the heritage that Yang Kai exhibited on the battlefield left both special operations squads deeply in awe of him. Thus, despite this being only their second meeting, neither of the two men felt like they were strangers. Such was often the case on the battlefield. Prior acquaintanceships or connections did not matter, just being comrades in arms was enough to bridge all distances between people. During the main battle, the Profound Wind Squad and Snow Wolf Squad had drained themselves of all their strength and had no choice but to return to the purifying Black Ink battleship. However, Yang Kai continued to weave his way through the battlefield alone and did so multiple times. The two special operations squads stood aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship and witnessed everything clearly. They sorely wished they could rush out to fight alongside Yang Kai, but they did not have any strength left in them. Not being able to stand with him till the end was an immense regret. Pardon me for asking, but may I know how I should address you, senior brother? Yang Kai asked a little apologetically. They had fought a life-or-death battle together, but Yang Kai still had no idea what the other man's name was. The Profound Wind Squad leader chuckled heartily. I forgot to tell you my name, Brother Yang. I am Ma Gao. So it is Senior Brother Ma. Yang Kai cupped his fist in greeting before asking a little solemnly, Senior Brother Ma, what was the outcome of the battle? As you know, I've been tending to my injuries after my return, so I don't know what happened in the end. Yang Kai had intended to find out from Mi Jingluan, but since he ran into Ma Gao, it was easy enough to ask him instead. Ma Gao sighed when he heard the question. Yang Kai's heart lurched at Ma Gao's response. What's the matter? Did things go badly for us humans? Yang Kai felt this was unlikely, having spoken to Mi Jingluan before he went to recover from his injuries, as the latter had said that things were going well for the humans. Did something happen after that to turn the tides? No, it didn't go badly for us humans. During the battle, our Great Evolution North-South Army managed to slaughter over 300,000 of the Black Ink Clan army, along with 6 territory lords and over 28th Order Black Ink disciples. You could say it was a great victory for us. Ma Gao paused for a moment before continuing, but we suffered quite a number of casualties too. How many? 4 8th Order Division commanders, and 3,000 of those beneath the 8th Order, Ma Gao reported sorrowfully. Yang Kai froze for a moment before sighing heavily. Just by numbers alone, the humans did not lose even a tenth of what the Black Ink Clan did, but this was not the way to quantify the battle casualties. Ever since the humans began standing guard on the Black Ink battlefield of all the various Great Passes, there had never been a battle with this many casualties aside from the one where Great Evolution Pass had been lost. The loss of 4 8th Order Division commanders was particularly damaging to the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-21, Current Situation. One had to know that in a typical war against the Black Ink Clan that spanned 100 years, it was quite normal for none of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to die, and usually less than 1,000 human soldiers below the 8th Order would perish. That was because the humans had the Great Passes behind them. They could return to Inner Sanctum any time and recuperate to prevent a large number of casualties. Usually, there were only 30,000 to 40,000 people stationed at any Great Pass. If too many people were killed in a single war, the cave heavens and paradises from the 3,000 worlds couldn't possibly send enough reinforcements over to make up for the losses. Even though the cave heavens and paradises had deep heritages, it wasn't easy for them to nurture open heaven realm masters that were above the 6th Order. If extensive casualties were the norm, as more people were killed over time, the Great Passes would inevitably be snatched by the Black Ink Clan. With the help of the Great Passes and warships, the humans were able to effectively kill the enemy while protecting themselves during the battles against the Black Ink Clan. However, it was a different case when it came to retaking Great Evolution Pass. They could still rely on warships to engage the enemy, but they no longer had a Great Pass behind them, just like what happened in the previous battle. When the war broke out, the North-South Army had no other choice but to continue fighting the Black Ink Clan regardless of the situation, hence, it was understandable that there were a larger number of casualties. After the war, 3,000 out of 30,000 soldiers were killed. In other words, they had lost 10% of their forces in a single battle, which was truly heartbreaking. Furthermore, 4 8th Order Division commanders had lost their lives. A martial uncle told me that, in comparison, 8th Order Black Ink disciples pose a greater threat to the division commanders than the territory lords. Ma Gao looked slightly dejected. That's not just because Black Ink disciples are humans, so they're more familiar with our capabilities, but primarily because of their mindset. Regardless of how powerful they are only loyal to the Black Ink Clan. If the territory lords are unable to defeat the division commanders, they will run away. However, the Black Ink disciples are different. Following the territory lords' orders, they're willing to risk their lives to fight against the division commanders despite knowing that they might perish. None of the deceased division commanders were killed by territory lords. It's all because of the Black Ink disciples' madness. Yang Kai felt his heart sinking. 8th Order Black Ink disciples were not as powerful as the true 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, if they were not concerned about their own survival, they would still be extremely dangerous foes. That was the reason so many Black Ink disciples lost their lives during the war this time. Following the territory lords' orders, they were willing to sacrifice themselves so that the territory lords had a chance to flee. It was imaginable that even though only 4 8th Order Division commanders were killed, there must be a lot of others who were seriously injured. Those 8th Order Black Ink disciples are all humans, but they've sided with the Black Ink clan and killed their own people. Outrageous! Ma Gao angrily swung his arm, as though there was an invisible enemy standing in front of him. Fortunately, they were well prepared when they were assembling an army to retake Great Evolution Pass. Although there were only 30,000 soldiers in the North-South Army, they had some 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was thanks to this large number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that the North-South Army could gain an upper hand when fighting against the top masters from the previous Black Ink clan army, which only had between 40 and 50 territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples combined. There was no doubt that the humans held an advantageous position in such a battle. If not for the fact that the Black Ink disciples had gone mad during the pursuit and were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the territory lords, which caused the division commanders from the North-South Army to be wary, all of the territory lords would have been killed during the battle. The North-South Army chased after the Black Ink clan army for 4 days, but just as the enemy seemed ready to break, the Black Ink clan reinforcements from Great Evolution Pass arrived. When the Black Ink army had retreated from the initial battle, they must have sent some people to seek help from the garrison at Great Evolution Pass. Upon learning that the humans had ambushed their clansmen, the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass were shocked. Figuring that the humans would be exhausted from a protracted battle, the Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass decided to make a move. About a day's travel from Great Evolution Pass, the retreating Black Ink army and their reinforcements met. The North-South Army dealt with this grouping for a while, however, knowing that they were unable to kill all these Black Ink clansmen, they had no choice but to retreat to recuperate. The North-South Army then established a base about 2 days' march from Great Evolution Pass. They didn't intend to cover themselves up as they blatantly hovered in the void in front of Great Evolution Pass, as if declaring they would attack anyone who dared to come out. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan had suffered immense losses this time. They had lost about 30 territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples in total, so they didn't dare to provoke the humans for the time being. Both parties peacefully coexisted for now, but they all knew that it was just the calm before the storm. Perhaps an incident would take place at any moment and shatter the peace. Regardless, this was the situation that those from the North-South Army wanted to see. The previous battle was the most dangerous they had ever experienced, and many were either killed or injured, so they needed time to recover. Hence, they were glad to see the Black Ink clan not make a move for now. After the talk with Ma Gao, Yang Kai had a better understanding of the current situation. Ma Gao had other matters to attend to, so he soon left the place. After watching him leave, Yang Kai continued shuffling towards the conference hall. When he arrived, he waited for the person on guard to inform the army commander about his arrival. Soon, he was told to see the army commander. Upon entering the hall, he saw that Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai were having a discussion. They soon made a decision, then Ouyang Lai left the place in a hurry. It was only then that Mi Jingluan had time to attend to Yang Kai. He lifted his gaze and asked, "Why don't you rest for a bit longer? I doubt you've fully recovered." Yang Kai cupped his fist, "I'm fine. I just came here to bid you farewell. The old ancestor and the royal lord must have fought with each other, so perhaps the old ancestor will need my help." Mi Jingluan nodded, "I agree. In that case, you'd better get going now. Do you have a word that you want me to pass on to others?" Yang Kai asked. After giving it some thought, Mi Jingluan replied with a smile, "Please tell Brother Xiang and junior sister Lu that I won't allow the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass to trouble the East-West Army, so they can act without constraints." "I'll be sure to tell them." Yang Kai nodded and cupped his fist again, "Farewell." "Be careful on your way," Mi Jingluan nodded. Yang Kai didn't have to bid anyone else farewell, so after leaving Mi Jingluan's office, he flew off towards the depths of the void. Although he hadn't fully recovered, it didn't affect his mobility. As he manipulated space principles, his figure flickered. He would also try to activate the universe transference law from time to time to sense the location of the East-West Army's purifying black ink battleship. He faced no obstacles along the way. One day later, Yang Kai arrived at the outskirts of the Black Ink clan's territory. Usually, there would be a lot of Black Ink clansmen in such a place. However, there wasn't even one Black Ink clansman in sight at this moment. He even passed by a feudal lord's fief and realized that there were no living creatures around. It seemed that the Black Ink clansmen had completely vanished. This place was close enough for him to activate the universe transference law and return to the purifying Black Ink battleship in the East-West Army, so he came to a stop before doing so. A glowing array appeared beneath his feet, and by the time the light faded, Yang Kai had disappeared. He was extremely familiar with the universe array and the interior of the purifying Black Ink battleships, so when he arrived, he promptly headed to the space array on the side, and through it arrived on the deck of this purifying Black Ink battleship. There would always be a person guarding the space array of the purifying Black Ink battleship in the North-South Army, and similarly, there was a person guarding this place. The moment this Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master saw Yang Kai, his eyes brightened. "Senior Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded lightly. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master quickly followed up, "The Army Commander has ordered that you are to immediately see him on your return." "I'll head over now." As Yang Kai spoke, he turned to look in a certain direction. "When he left the North-South Army one day ago, he told me Jing Luan that the old ancestor and the Royal Lord should have exchanged moves. Now, it seemed that they were still fighting. He could tell because he could still feel the horrifying energy fluctuations coming from the depths of the void even though he was far away from their source. Those were clearly the repercussions of the fight between the old ancestor and the Royal Lord. Many days had passed, but they were still locked in an intense battle. Yang Kai was astounded. Before the North-South Army ambushed the Black Ink clan army, he had already felt the initial fallout of the beginning of their battle. 7 or 8 days had passed since then, but they were still fighting. It seemed that they were in a deadlock. After giving it a thought though, Yang Kai realized that this wasn't too surprising. Once powerful beings like the old ancestor and the Royal Lord got into a fight, there wouldn't be an outcome in a short time. If they wanted, they could fight for 7 or 8 years without halting, not to mention 7 or 8 days. However, Yang Kai reckoned that even if the Royal Lord wanted to drag the fight out, the old ancestor wouldn't cooperate. She had asked Yang Kai to join this campaign, so it was apparent that she wanted to make use of his small universe to rapidly recover from her injuries. If he were in the old ancestor's shoes, he would have found a chance to engage in an all-out clash with the Royal Lord with the goal of causing mutual damage. Hence, he supposed the battle would end in no time. He then cast these thoughts away and headed straight to the conference hall. This time, he didn't even need to inform the army commander about his arrival, as the moment a senior brother standing guard saw him coming over, he promptly led him inside. It seemed that the army commander had given orders in advance. Xiaofan and Lu Zhiping, as well as some 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, were all inside the conference hall. Upon Yang Kai's arrival, Xiaofan ended the discussion they were having and asked, "You're finally back. How was the trip?" Yang Kai saluted them, "Greetings, sirs. Fortunately, I've managed to complete my task." Xiaofan nodded, "How is it going in the North-South Army now?" Yang Kai replied, "They fought an intense battle before I came back. The 30,000 soldiers of the North-South Army intercepted the Black Ink clan army that departed from Great Evolution Pass. They managed to kill more than 300,000 Black Ink clansmen, including 6 territory lords and over 28th Order Black Ink disciples." One of the 8th Order Division commanders was elated upon hearing that. "That's wonderful." On the other hand, Xiaofan looked at the matter from a different perspective and asked with concern, "How about their own casualties?" Yang Kai reported honestly, 4 division commanders and 3,000 soldiers below the 8th Order died in battle. Lu Zhiping sighed, "That's more or less the same as what we'd estimated." Xiaofan rubbed his forehead. No one could have expected there to be so many high-rank Black Ink disciples in the Great Evolution Theater. Every territory lord seems to have 2 or 3 8th-order Black Ink disciples serving them. His words suggested that they were already aware of the existence of the excess of high-rank Black Ink disciples. It showed that the East-West Army had at least exchanged moves with the Black Ink clan already. This saved Yang Kai the trouble of explaining. He initially wanted to report to them about the Black Ink disciples as a kind of warning, but since Xiaofan and the others were already aware of the situation, he didn't have to anymore. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-22, Army approaches the city. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai realized that it wasn't surprising. The North-South Army only had to attack the Black Ink clan coming out of Great Evolution Pass. On the other hand, the East-West Army had to charge through the enemy's territory, so there was no way that the journey would be smooth sailing. Those high-rank Black Ink disciples could be said to be the tumors left behind in Great Evolution Pass 30,000 years ago. Those tumors were the losses that the humans had suffered and also the obstacles that the humans would face in the future. Sir Mi Jingluan gave me a message to pass along, Yang Kai said. Xiaofan replied, go on. He said for the East-West Army to act freely, and that he will ensure that the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass won't pose a threat. Xiaofan nodded, got it. He then examined Yang Kai, are you injured? Yang Kai replied, I'm fine. Xiaofan went on to say, since you're injured, you should go back to recuperate now. Good work. It's my duty. Yang Kai cupped his fist and withdrew. After he was gone, Lu Zhiping let out a sigh. It seems that the North-South Army will have to suffer quite a bit to deal with the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass. Xiaofan remarked, it's the same everywhere. The situation we're facing is not optimistic either. There's still a long road ahead if we want to destroy the Black Ink clan and retake Great Evolution Pass. The other 8th Order Division commanders nodded as they understood what he meant. The Black Ink clan was able to react remarkably quickly to any changes in the war as Black Ink nests were unparalleled when it came to the transmission of information. The plans that Xiaofan had devised could be said to be immaculate. First of all, they let go of a territory lord in the Wind and Cloud Theater to alert their enemies. Then, they sent a puppet army to Great Evolution Pass to keep the Black Ink clan focused on that front. Even the Royal Lord had personally headed to that place. That way, the Black Ink clan's territory would be void of any powerful masters. Without the Royal Lord in charge, the East-West Army could directly storm into their territory. If they could shatter the royal city and destroy the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest, it would be much easier to retake Great Evolution Pass. The Great Evolution Army was divided into 2 groups. One of them headed straight to the Black Ink clan territory while the other ambushed the Black Ink clansmen that left Great Evolution Pass. It was a well-thought-out plan. If the transmission of information between the Black Ink clan wasn't so swift, the East-West Army could gradually weaken the Black Ink clan's power along the way while they headed to the royal city. At the very least, they could wipe clean a dozen territory lords' territories, killing off those territory lords and their subordinates one by one. Once that was done, the pressure that the East-West Army would face in the future would be greatly reduced. However, not long after the East-West Army arrived at the Black Ink clan's domain and occupied a territory lord's home territory, the news that the humans had arrived spread across the entire Great Evolution Theater in an instant. All the territory lords who stayed back led their armies to the royal city to protect that place. On the other hand, the royal lord promptly returned. He was an intelligent person, so he didn't head straight to the royal city. Instead, he intercepted the old ancestor and got into a fight with her, and their battle was still ongoing till this point. The North-South Army had intercepted the first batch of Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass, so the East-West Army fortunately didn't have to worry about being attacked from the rear. Unfortunately, the royal city must be heavily guarded now, so the East-West army was sure to face a tough battle. While it was difficult for the North-South army, it would be even more strenuous for the East-West army. The moment Yang Kai returned to Dawning Light, his squad members approached him. Seeing that his face was pale, Feng asked with concern, "Are you injured?" Yang Kai nodded, "I had a fight with someone, but I'm fine." "How are things here?" Feng replied, "We're still heading towards our destination. Supposedly, we're not far away from the royal city now." They were not able to accelerate their pace with so many soldiers moving together, therefore, even though the North-South army had already gone through a great battle, the East-West army still hadn't arrived at the royal city. When Yang Kai was coming back to Dawning Light, he already realized that the army was still moving forward. "Were there any fights here?" Yang Kai asked. Feng replied, "There were no proper battles to speak of. When we just arrived at the Black Ink clan's domain, we managed to take over a whole territory lord's territory. It was a place with a territory lord, who had several 8th Order Black Ink disciples, and several tens of thousands of soldiers. However, we effortlessly killed them all due to the huge gap between our forces. The territory lord's territory that was destroyed belonged to Zhichong. Upon receiving the royal lord's order, he headed to Great Evolution Pass with his own army, and after he departed, another territory lord brought his own army to be stationed in Zhichong's territory. That was because his territory was on the periphery, so the royal lord had ordered that all the territory lords had to head to the borders to get ready to lend assistance to Great Evolution Pass. After all, there were about 1 million Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass right now, so the place couldn't accommodate any more people. To their surprise, the East-West army never attacked Great Evolution Pass. Instead, they headed straight to the Black Ink clan's domain. The unlucky territory lord, who had only stayed in Zhichong's territory for a few days, was killed by the East-West army. There was no doubt that luck wasn't on his side. It was peaceful at first, however, in the past 3 days, the Black Ink clan started harassing us from time to time. It seems that they're trying to slow down our pace as we approach their royal city. As soon as Feng finished speaking, Yang Kai felt some fluctuations coming from a particular direction. It was apparent that some people were in a fight, but it wasn't a large-scale battle. The exchange of moves didn't last for long. Barely a cup of tea's time later, the noises died down. The fight didn't even slow the human army down at all. The Black Ink clansmen were not fools. There were 30,000 human soldiers, 2,000 to 3,000 warships, and 60 or so 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in this army. In order to deal with such a horrifying force, they had to mobilize an equal number of territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples as well as several 100,000 Black Ink clan soldiers. If there hadn't been so many Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass, they could have come together and intercepted the East-West army in order to stop them from approaching the royal city. Nevertheless, there were about 1 million Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass, with roughly an equal number of Black Ink clansmen left in the Black Ink clan's domain. If they sent several 100,000 people to attack the humans, the defense around the royal city would be significantly weakened. No one would dare to expose the royal city to such a huge risk. It would be wonderful if they could defeat the humans and stop them from advancing further. However, if they lost the battle, they would no longer be able to protect the royal city. It would also be unwise to divide themselves into smaller groups. Only by gathering all their forces together in the royal city would they stand a chance to deal with the humans. Therefore, the territory lords responsible for protecting the royal city told the territory lords who were on their way to hasten their pace and only send some small groups to harass the humans in an attempt to slow them down. Their strategy was indeed effective as, although there were a lot of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the East-West army, they couldn't be constantly on the lookout for harassment from all directions. These small groups from the Black Ink clan ranged from 2,000 to 10,000 in number and were like vipers that were hiding in the darkness as they waited for a chance and jumped out from all directions to bite the East-West army. The humans were initially unsuspecting, so they suffered some losses. Nevertheless, the leaders soon adapted. Following Xiangshan's order, the 8th Order Division commanders scattered around the army to maintain a perimeter. Since then, the harassment from the Black Ink clan became significantly less effective. Every time the Black Ink clan launched a sneak attack, they would suffer immense losses. Presently, the East-West army hadn't been greatly affected, but they were not sure what would happen when they arrived at the royal city. The leaders would have to make a decision then. Feng and the others were curious about what was going on with the North-South army, so they asked Yang Kai about it. Yang Kai didn't inform the members of Dawn when he left a while back. Nevertheless, as he remained missing for such a long time, Feng and the others naturally grew curious. After asking around, they found out that Yang Kai had left their army and headed to Great Evolution Pass in order to contact the North-South army. Since he had returned, it suggested that he had completed his task. Yang Kai told them that the North-South army had clashed with the Black Ink clan's army. Although they had killed a lot of their opponents, 4 8th Order Division's commanders and 3,000 cultivators below the 8th Order had lost their lives. When they heard this solemn news, all of them fell silent. The moment they joined the Great Evolution Army, they knew that it would be a dangerous journey. Despite that, none of them had experienced any real danger so far. As Yang Kai brought up the number of losses, they realized that it was more dangerous than they had imagined. 4 8th Order Division commanders lost their lives, so how were weaker cultivators like them supposed to protect themselves? Perhaps they would lose their lives in the next battle. With that said, all of them had been cultivating for countless years, and it wasn't the first day they arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. They were all prepared for their eventual demise. As long as they didn't lose their lives meaninglessly, they would have no regrets. The demise of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters made them feel dejected, so they were no longer in the mood to keep chatting. They returned to their own places and cultivated in an attempt to strengthen themselves. For the following days, Yang Kai detected harassment from the Black Ink clan on several occasions, but just like what happened previously, the noises soon died down. What was strange was that at a certain point, all the harassment stopped. Yang Kai had a feeling that they were not far away from the royal city now, otherwise, the Black Ink clan wouldn't have frequently harassed them and then stopped all of a sudden. They were anxious because the humans were getting close to the royal city and frequently harassed them as a result. However, after discovering that harassment was no longer useful, they decided to stop wasting troops. Just like Yang Kai had expected, one day later, the army was given orders to stop. Yang Kai was recuperating on the deck when he received the order. The messenger was passing on the order to everyone using divine sense and soon left to inform the soldiers at the back. If the East-West army was compared to a dragon, Dawning Light was located in the Dragon Claw area. Hence, they were able to clearly see what was ahead of them. The moment Yang Kai received the order, he opened his eyes and gazed at the front. From afar, he could see that darkness had covered a large area of the void, and there seemed to be something magnificent in the middle of the darkness. The last time Yang Kai saw something similar, he was outside of the royal city in the Yinyang Theater, therefore, he immediately realized that the darkness was where the royal city was located. At this moment, the East-West army was in a spot that would only take a person half a day to reach the royal city. The army commanders seemed to be acting rather boldly, as though they had no regard for the Black Ink clan whatsoever. While the North-South army was stationed 2 days away from Great Evolution Pass, the East-West army was stationed just outside of the royal city. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-23, Older Ginger is Spicier. The distance between the armies of the two races was short, and the slightest anomaly might lead to a war. Although they were in a place where it would take half a day to reach the royal city, Yang Kai could see a lot of people moving around on the other side. However, he was unable to clearly see it as the distance was still too great. Therefore, he decided to activate the demon eye of annihilation and observed intently. Soon, he could clearly see what was going on over there. The eye secret technique was useful in such situations as not only could it help the user see through all falsities and apply pressure to enemies, but it could also enhance the user's eyesight. Within the darkness was indeed where the royal city was located, and the magnificent structure there was none other than the royal lord's black ink nest, which looked like a giant flower that was yet to blossom. As the black ink nest pulsed, a lot of black ink strength spurted out of it and spread across the entire royal city. There was no doubt that the black ink clansmen living in this place had the best environment to cultivate in. It was the same for the humans who had occupied the best cave heavens and paradises that suited them. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the royal city was pretty intense. Yang Kai did not only see that there were a lot of black ink clansmen moving around in the royal city, but there were also a large number of black ink clan soldiers who were stationed outside of the royal city. These black ink clan soldiers were brought to the royal city by the territory lords who had rushed over to this place in recent days. Presently, they had set up defensive positions as they prepared to deal with the human race army. The sight prompted Yang Kai to let out a sigh. Although the East-West army had gotten off to a good start, they arrived at this place too late as the Black Ink clan had ample time to get ready. If the East-West army had arrived at the royal city earlier, they could have easily destroyed the royal lord's black ink nest and retaken Great Evolution Pass. Once the royal lord's black ink nest was destroyed, all black ink nests in the Great Evolution Theater would wither. By then, all the black ink clansmen here would be like a tree without roots or a river without a source. Without black ink nests, no new black ink clansmen could be born. At that point, the Great Evolution Army wouldn't even have to directly clash with the enemy, they could just slowly weaken them and eventually occupy this entire theater. But now, the Black Ink clan had rallied together around the royal city, so it wouldn't be possible for the East-West army to destroy the high-rank black ink nest. Standing beside Yang Kai, Feng Ying asked, "Is that the royal city?" Yang Kai nodded, "Yes. That's some really thick black ink strength," Chi Tai Chu sighed. Although they had been fighting against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for 1,000 to several thousand years, it was the first time they were so close to a royal city. It wasn't until this moment that they realized how grand it truly was. The progress against the Black Ink clan in the Blue Sky Theater was pretty swift. It was the first theater where the humans had their own forward base. However, the forward base was still far away from the royal city. The Black Ink clan in Blue Sky Theater were only forced to give up a half of their territory. This was the first time humans had gotten so close to a royal city, putting them practically on the Black Ink clan's doorstep. The thick black ink strength exuding from the royal city astounded the humans. The black ink clouds they had encountered in the past weren't comparable to the ones they were seeing now. They were also awestruck by the high-rank black ink nest. Those mid-rank black ink nests they had destroyed in the past were not comparable to the one in this place. It was like the difference between a grandfather and his grandson. While they were astonished, they were also excited. It was the first time in history that humans had managed to come to the Black Ink clan's doorstep. Although it had been a bumpy journey, it was a breakthrough for the human race. This breakthrough also meant that the deadlock that had been ongoing for countless years on the Black Ink battlefield had finally been shaken. Since they were already in this place, battle would be inevitable. Nevertheless, none of them knew how or when the war would break out. As the leaders had told them to stay in place for the time being, it seemed that they didn't intend to immediately launch an attack on the royal city. This was understandable seeing how the East-West army had to come all the way to this place while the Black Ink clan were fortifying their royal city's defenses. If the humans launched an attack now, they would be the ones suffering a setback. How would the leaders achieve a breakthrough in such a situation? Yang Kai fell into his thoughts as he pondered on what he would do if he were the army commander of the East-West army. After giving it a thought, he believed that they'd better get some rest first, while it would be ideal if they could lure some Black Ink clansmen out of the royal city. The situation the two races were in seemed to have turned around. Usually, it would be the Black Ink clan attacking the Great Passes while the humans defended themselves. However, this time round, it was the humans attacking the Black Ink clan while the latter was forced to defend themselves. Nevertheless, the royal city was not as sturdy as the Great Passes occupied by the human race. Strictly speaking, the Great Passes were actually enormous mobile palace artifacts that were built by their forefathers, and they had been continuously refined and enhanced over the generations. These safe havens had helped the humans ward off the Black Ink clan countless times. On the other hand, the royal city was different. No humans had ever attacked a royal city before, so the Black Ink clan had never thought about building defenses around it. This was the biggest difference between the royal city and the Great Passes. It was also something that the humans could make use of. Certainly, there were areas where the humans were weaker than the Black Ink clan. Although there were 30,000 people in the East-West Army, several thousand of them were actually craftsmen who specialized in the Daos of artifact refining, alchemy, and arrays. As these specialists were excluded from direct combat, there were only 26,000 to 27,000 people who could go to war, and they had to ensure that there wouldn't be a lot of casualties. When the Black Ink clansmen attacked the Great Passes, they wouldn't worry about the loss of lives. In fact, the territory lords and feudal lords had no regard for the lives of the lower-rank Black Ink clansmen. The humans could never use the same tactic. While Yang Kai was pondering on this issue, he suddenly felt an anomaly happening in a particular direction. He turned his head and saw several rays of lights charging forward in that direction. They were all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Where are they going? Yang Kai was puzzled, and the members of Dawn were equally perplexed. Half a day later, they finally got their answer. Once again, some 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters leaped into the void and worked together to place down some artifacts. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he watched them. Ning Qizhi stroked his chin as he gazed at the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were pretty busy now, and asked doubtfully, "If I'm not mistaken, they're trying to set up a set of void yin-yang mirrors. Am I right?" Yang Kai nodded. "Yes, they're yin-yang mirrors." Yang Kai was the one who originally created this set of artifacts, which was then enhanced by Grandmaster Ma Fan. The humans from different Great Passes had learned how to make them and improved upon the initial design. This new version did not require someone with the knowledge of the Tao of space to use. With the help of this artifact, one could literally flip parts of the void, transferring massive objects across vast distances. The void yin-yang mirrors had allowed for a much more convenient mining of resources, increasing the available resources in the Great Passes several-fold. It could be said this new version of the void yin-yang mirrors had helped all the Great Passes amass a large amount of materials. Now that they were setting up a set of void yin-yang mirrors in this place, their goal was obvious. Upon realizing the reason behind it, Chi Tai Chu commented, "They're trying to build a forward base here. It seems that they've decided to enter a prolonged fight with the Black Ink clan." It wasn't certain whether the Black Ink clan had deliberately done it, but the void around the royal city was empty. There wasn't even a single shattered universe fragment, let alone universe worlds. With that said, it was understandable. The Black Ink nests would consume a lot of resources in order to nurture new Black Ink clansmen. The universe worlds around the royal city must have been fully extracted and then disposed of. Besides the royal city, it was similar for all the territories owned by territory lords and feudal lords. Therefore, the place where the East-West Army was located was completely empty without any cover at all. Regardless of what they did or what plans they came up with, the Black Ink clan could clearly see everything. On the other hand, there was Black Ink strength that concealed the entire royal city, making humans unable to peer through the darkness. In order to even the playing field, they had to move a universe world to this place. With a universe world around, they could turn it into a base of operations. Although it wouldn't be as useful as a Great Pass, it was better than nothing. By doing so, they could exert more pressure on the Black Ink clan as well. With the humans openly building a forward base right at their doorstep, would the Black Ink clan make a move? Certainly, the humans hoped that the Black Ink clan would launch an attack. Xiaofan and the others would like nothing more than to see the Black Ink clan leave the royal city. If the enemy did not launch an attack now, it would be harder to deal with the humans when the latter finished building their forward base. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that had left this place half a day ago must have been searching for a suitable universe world. This simple move would put the Black Ink clan soldiers in a tight spot. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that the leaders of the army were indeed like aged ginger, spicier than the young stuff. With that said, if he were the one in charge, he would have made the same decision. It was the best option. It wasn't that hard to arrange a set of void yin-yang mirrors. There were two sets of mirrors, namely the yin mirrors and the yang mirrors. Currently, there were 8 mirrors set up in different places in the void. When the artifacts were activated, the place that was locked by yin mirror and yang mirror would flip like a mirror, initiating an exchange between two places. Shortly after, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were done setting up the artifacts. Now, all they had to do was wait. When the division commanders found an appropriate universe world, they would activate the void yin-yang mirrors. The Black Ink clansmen were both furious and astounded when the human soldiers marched towards them. However, when they saw that the humans had stopped in a place that would take half a day to reach from the royal city, they breathed a sigh of relief. Certainly, what the humans had been doing couldn't be hidden from the territory lords. However, they had no idea what the humans were up to. Before they ascertained the humans' intentions, they wouldn't dare to make a rash move, nor would they be willing to do so. All the territory lords hoped that the royal lord could defeat or even kill the human old ancestor. Once the most powerful master on the human side was removed from the picture, the humans would automatically lose the fight. Having said that, it wasn't likely to happen, for it wasn't easy to deal with an old ancestor. Initially, they hoped that their fellow clansmen from Great Evolution Pass would come so that they could pincer the humans from both sides. However, the news they heard from Great Evolution Pass enraged them. The cunning humans had left behind an army just outside of Great Evolution Pass. As they clashed, the Black Ink clansmen coming out of Great Evolution Pass were either killed or seriously injured. Left with no choice, they were forced to confront the human race army there. The territory lords looked intently and saw some dots of light flickering in the void. The dots of light were already dazzling the moment they appeared. As the dots of light resonated with each other, they seemed to seal a portion of the void within them. The next instant, layers of ripples started spreading from the void that was locked by the lights. Martial Peak, Chapter 52-24, Can They Tolerate It? The territory lords outside the royal city couldn't help but widen their eyes and watch attentively. At this moment, they were wary of anything that the humans were doing. As they looked intently, more and more ripples spread from the void. As it happened, a phantom image started appearing. The gigantic phantom looked like a universe world. However, the phantom was somewhere between real and illusory, so they were unable to clearly identify it for now. Soon though, the territory lords could see it with clarity. It was indeed a universe world's shadow. Moreover, the shadow was solidifying by the breath, as though it was turning physical. One of the territory lords even recognized this universe world, which would take a person about a day to arrive at from the royal city. It was purely a coincidence. When this territory lord came to the royal lord to attend to some matters more than 10 years ago, he happened to take a rest on that universe world. He had observed the universe world's terrain, so he could still remember it, therefore, even though it was just its shadow, he could instantly recognize it. The discovery shocked the territory lords. They initially thought that it was just a phantom image, but now it seemed that the humans were using some kind of special technique to move a universe world over. What are the humans trying to achieve? While they were both shocked and doubtful, the void yin-yang mirrors started to flip the void. The universe world that would take a person a day to reach from the royal city now appeared in the void as it hovered in silence. Nevertheless, this universe world was desolate and void of any vitality. All of the universe worlds on the black ink battlefield looked just like this. Their world forces had been sucked dry by the Black Ink clan, and without world force, those universe worlds would wither and die. After the universe world stabilized, a purifying black ink battleship flew towards the universe world under the protection of several battalion-class warships. Following that, a large number of cultivators that came in groups of different sizes stepped out of the purifying black ink battleship and battalion-class warships and began dispersing around the universe world. The universe world that was moved to this place by the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters using the void yin-yang mirrors looked like a gigantic sphere. Although it was quite massive, it wasn't hard for Open Heaven Realm Masters to move around it. A 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could circumnavigate the universe world in half a cup of tea's time. The cultivators that had left the warships were all array masters and artifact refiners, 2,000 in total. They soon scattered around the universe world as they examined the terrain and looked for suitable spots. Yang Kai and the others could clearly see what they were doing, so at this point, the leader's intention was obvious to them. The universe world that had been moved to this place would be turned into a forward base, just like the forward base in the Blue Sky Theater. They had been part of establishing the forward base in the Blue Sky Theater and suppressing the Black Ink clan over the years, and by now it was a robust fortress. Furthermore, the forward base was connected to Blue Sky Pass through a series of universe arrays. Regardless of what the Black Ink clan did, they couldn't remove the forward base anymore. After all, the territory lords from the Blue Sky Theater had suffered immense losses after the war back then, and it wasn't certain how long it would take them to recover. Before they could nurture enough territory lords, the Black Ink clan wouldn't pose a threat to the forward base in the Blue Sky Theater. Now, the 8th Order Masters who were the leaders of the East-West Army had spent some effort moving a universe world to this place and were planning to turn it into a forward base, which would serve the same purpose as the forward base in the Blue Sky Theater. However, the East-West Army's current location was far more provocative. It was expected that the Black Ink clan would be furious once they figured out what was happening. The forward base in the Blue Sky Theater was still far away from the royal city, however, the East-West Army was camped out right at the Black Ink clan's doorstep. It was a real question whether the Black Ink clansmen could tolerate it. While the artifact refiners and the array masters were busy building the new forward base, the leaders of the army told all the soldiers to be prepared for any potential attacks from the enemies. The leaders were apparently wary of what the Black Ink clan might do. Regardless of whether the Black Ink clan would launch an attack or not, the humans would be in an advantageous position. If the enemy didn't make a move, the humans would be able to complete their forward base. However, if the enemy rashly attacked, the East-West Army wouldn't be afraid to confront them out in the void. The human race had come all the way here to fight against the Black Ink clan, thus, they needed to kill their opponents and complete military objectives to make their sacrifices worthwhile. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan had no idea how to deal with such a situation. A commotion broke out among the territory lords the moment they realized the humans' intentions. Presently, there were 30 or so territory lords that had gathered together outside the royal city. The number was slightly higher than the number of territory lords in Great Evolution Pass. Initially, there were close to 90 territory lords in the Great Evolution Theater, which was higher than average for any given theater. That was because it had been peaceful in the Great Evolution Theater for the past 30,000 years. The Black Ink clan had ample time to cultivate in peace, so they naturally had more territory lords. From time to time, these territory lords would bring their armies to lend a hand to their fellow clansmen at Wind and Cloud Pass or Azure Void Pass. Although they would always be defeated, most territory lords could come back alive, at the very least. Mostly it would be the high and low-rank Black Ink clansmen they had brought to the battlefield that lost their lives. Therefore, there had always been some 90 or so territory lords in Great Evolution Theater over the years. The number might vary from time to time, but there wouldn't be a drastic change. However, the humans had deployed soldiers from Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass this time. They were so ferocious that the Black Ink clansmen in the Azure Void Theater and the Wind and Cloud Theater were soon defeated. Even the reinforcements sent from Great Evolution Theater had lost their lives. In the battle against the Black Ink clan outside of Wind and Cloud Pass, the East-West Army managed to kill close to 300,000 Black Ink clan soldiers and 11 territory lords. Those were all territory lords from the Great Evolution Theater. The same thing happened outside Azure Void Pass. All of the reinforcements who had been fighting there from Great Evolution Theater were defeated. As a result, some 20 territory lords from Great Evolution Theater had lost their lives. It could be said that they had suffered tremendous losses. Hence, there were a total of only about 70 territory lords in the Great Evolution Theater right now, and they were divided into two groups. One of the groups was in Great Evolution Pass while the other was in the Royal City. The numbers were basically equally divided. The humans' intentions were obvious, so the territory lords could naturally see it. At that moment, more than 30 territory lords were locked in an argument, with two opposing points of view. One of the groups thought that the human soldiers must be exhausted from the long journey, so now was the time to attack. At the very least, they wouldn't allow the humans to provoke them by building a forward base just outside the royal city. These aggressive territory lords were the majority. This couldn't be helped, as the Great Evolution Theater had been completely ruled over by the Black Ink clan for the past 30,000 years. Over the years, they had always regarded the entire theater as their territory. Certainly, they couldn't put up with these humans who came out of nowhere and made a scene in their home. Compared to these aggressive territory lords, the other group was more conservative. Through the Black Ink nests, they had learned about the outcome of the war at Great Evolution Pass. After that war, 6 territory lords, over 28th Order Black Ink disciples, and 300,000 soldiers had lost their lives. The number of casualties was terrifying. In the Great Evolution Theater, the Black Ink clan had never suffered such immense losses over the past 30,000 years. And all this was also when they were facing far fewer human soldiers. From what they had gathered, only 30,000 humans had fought in that battle in total. Although they had a lot of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and their warship certainly played a big role, the outcome showed that the humans were truly powerful. 30,000 humans could already kill so many Black Ink clansmen outside of Great Evolution Pass, so the same number of humans outside the Royal City wouldn't be weak either. If they got into a fight, the humans would definitely suffer, but the Black Ink clan wouldn't be in a better state, they might even come out worse than before. Whatever the outcome, it was inevitable for some of the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples to lose their lives if they fought. Since the stronger Black Ink clansmen all innately feared death, they were worried that they would be the ones getting killed. The conservative territory lords knew that by not making a move now, it was like giving the humans a chance to sharpen their blades, and once those blades were sharp enough, it would pose a huge threat to the Black Ink clan. With that said, they had their own considerations. The battle between the Royal Lord and the Old Ancestor hadn't ended. Everything would be fine if the Royal Lord won the battle, however, if the Royal Lord was defeated, and they didn't manage to defeat the enemy at their doorstep, the Royal City would be destroyed. Therefore, they wanted to play it safe for now so that they would remain a threat to the humans. Furthermore, it had been some time since the Royal Lord and the Old Ancestor first clashed, so they figured it would not be long before the battle came to an end. Perhaps the Royal Lord would return to the Royal City soon, and when that happened, he would decide whether they should launch an attack or hold their lines. Hence, they wouldn't have to worry about anything else, nor would it be a waste of time by not making a move. As they couldn't see eye to eye, the territory lords continued to argue. None of them could convince the other side. As a result, they were not able to launch an attack on the humans and could only watch as the enemy made their arrangements on the newly moved universe world. Certainly, the aggressive territory lords were infuriated, thinking that they had missed an opportunity. However, without the cooperation from the conservative territory lords, they wouldn't be able to launch an attack on the humans. On a barren mountain in the universe world, Xiaofan looked into the void with his hands behind his back. His gaze seemed able to ignore the restraint of distance and clearly see what the Black Ink clansmen were doing in the royal city. "What a shame," Xiaofan said impassively. Lu Zhiping, who was standing beside him, turned to look at him. "Senior brother Xiang, do you think the Black Ink clan won't attack us?" Xiaofan replied, "A long time has passed already. They would have attacked us already if they wanted to. Since they don't seem to have the intention of launching an attack, they won't be coming anytime soon. It seems that none of the territory lords is authoritative enough to make a decision." Lu Zhiping replied with a smile, "The royal lord is the most powerful being among the Black Ink clan. The territory lords working for the royal lord have their own territories and subordinates, so while they wouldn't dare to disobey the royal lord, they are all on equal footing amongst themselves. It's unlike the strict military structure we have." Xiaofan nodded gently. Lu Zhiping went on to say, "Regardless, we can seize the chance to get some rest and establish the forward base. Once we gain a foothold here and recover, we can come up with a way to lure the enemies out of the royal city." "You have a point, junior sister. I share the same sentiment." All of a sudden, Lu Zhiping turned to look at him with a pair of bright eyes. "Do you already have a solution?" Instead of replying to her question, Xiaofan asked, "Why do you think so?" Shaking her head, Lu Zhiping replied, "I just feel that you're quite confident. It's apparent that you've given it some consideration, otherwise, you wouldn't have told some people to look for a suitable universe world not long after we arrived at this place. Since you already expected the current situation, you certainly have a follow-up plan." Martial Peak, Chapter 52-25, Mutually Wounded. Xiaofan put on a smile. "I do have an idea that I want to discuss with you." Lu Zhiping felt somewhat dejected. In fact, she was an intelligent person. However, after leading the East-West Army alongside Xiaofan all this time, she realized that she was nowhere as quick-witted as the latter. When it came to military affairs, while she could see one step in front of her, Xiaofan could already see 3 to 4 steps ahead. Prior to working with Xiaofan, who was from Blue Sky Pass, she had already heard a lot about him. It wasn't until she started working with him that she realized the man was truly gifted when it came to military affairs. He was born with this gift, and no one else could imitate him. There were a total of 2,000 arrays masters and artifact refiners who were working together, all of them above the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. Before this, the soldiers from the East-West Army had no idea how efficient it would be when so many array masters and artifact refiners worked together, but now they could witness it. Right after the universe world was moved to this place, the array masters and the artifact refiners started collaborating. It took them 2 days to fully survey the universe world's terrain. After that, more than 10 leaders gathered together and came up with a plan. 3 days later, a grand array framework was established on this huge universe world. Although 3 days had passed, the Black Ink clan still remained silent. It was basically confirmed that the Black Ink clan wouldn't launch an attack. If they had the intention of attacking the humans, they wouldn't have waited for 3 days, they would have taken action before the humans could organize themselves. The array masters and the artifact refiners, who were initially in a hurry, became at ease now. Since the framework had been completed, they just had to fill it with different arrays. They also had to continuously modify the connection and coordination between the arrays. This framework was the result of the planning of all the array masters in the East-West Army, and with the help of the artifact refiners, the array masters could quickly get any artifacts they needed. There was basically no wasted time. Although a lot of resources had been consumed, no one would worry about that given the circumstances. Resources and manpower were naturally of utmost importance in a war. Back then, in order to attract the Black Ink clan's attention, Xiaofan told the artifact refiners to craft several tens of thousands of puppets and send them to Great Evolution Pass. Now, he didn't mind consuming some resources to build this forward base. As long as they could occupy the Great Evolution Theater, they would be able to extract as many materials as they pleased in this expansive void. By then, they wouldn't have to worry about a lack of resources. They would be rewarded handsomely in the future for their hard work today. 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Over 10,000 individual arrays had been arranged on this universe world, and with their activation, this universe world, which was initially just an ordinary rock, now exuded a dangerous aura. They had made such an achievement in just a few days, so it was imaginable that if these array masters were given enough time, they would be able to turn this universe world into a robust fortress. All this time, the Black Ink clan still didn't take any action. Xiaofan and the others had already expected it, so they were not surprised. Violent energy fluctuations could still be felt coming from the depths of the void. Although they were far away from that place, everyone could still detect the dangerous aura that came from this fallout. Those were the repercussions of the clash between the old ancestor and the royal lord. It had been half a month since their fight began, but the battle still hadn't ended, and no one knew when it would end. Finally, there came a moment when the continuous shockwaves abruptly stopped and no more energy fluctuations were felt coming from that place. At that instant, both the humans and the Black Ink clansmen couldn't help but look in the direction where the fluctuations were previously emanating from, their hearts all seemingly stuck in their throats. The battle between the two top masters had ended. Who was the winner? Was one of them killed? The outcome of the battle would affect the fate of these soldiers of the two races greatly. As they stared intently, a dazzling light was seen approaching them at full speed from the depths of the void. The moment they spotted this ray of light, it was still far away, but in the blink of an eye, it had moved across millions of kilometers, and by the time they blinked, it had become much closer. While the humans were excited, the Black Ink clansmen were horrified. This couldn't be helped, as a light of such brightness could only belong to the old ancestor. The royal lord could never emit such brilliance. Just like what they had expected, as the light approached, the aura of an open heaven realm master that could overturn the universe spread out imposingly. There was no doubt that it was the old ancestor. The Black Ink clansmen instantly went on full alert. They had no idea what was going on with the royal lord, but the human old ancestor had returned while the former was still nowhere in sight. It was apparent that he was in a terrible state. If the old ancestor decided to make a move on them, they wouldn't be able to counterattack without the royal lord around. In an instant, all the Black Ink clansmen inside and outside of the royal city were panicking. However, they were pleasantly surprised to see that the old ancestor didn't have the intention of attacking them. Instead, she dashed towards the human side and soon disappeared into the universe world. The territory lord's eyes brightened when they saw that. There was no doubt that the old ancestor was badly injured, otherwise, she wouldn't have ignored them. In that case, the situation wasn't as terrible as they thought. Since the old ancestor was no longer able to make a move against them, what about the royal lord? While they were lost in their thoughts, from the direction where the old ancestor appeared from, a cloud of darkness stealthily approached. Compared to the grandiose display the old ancestor made earlier, the royal lord's appearance was somewhat furtive. These clever territory lords instantly figured out that the royal lord must be terribly injured as well, just like the human old ancestor, otherwise, he wouldn't be acting so cautiously. When the royal lord was close enough, the territory lords could feel that his aura was indeed unstable. It was obvious that he was heavily wounded. They hurriedly went over to protect the royal lord. At the same time, they reported to him what the human soldiers had been doing and asked him to make a decision on what they should do. While they were at it, the territory lords of different stances argued and accused one another, trying to shift the blame for whatever was to come. The royal lord was already furious to begin with, and seeing his territory lords endlessly pestering him, his fury erupted like a volcano. As he released his pressure, the territory lords instantly shut their mouths. As he swept a dispassionate glance over them, he couldn't help but have the urge to kill them all to vent his rage. He had suffered a huge setback because of the old ancestor. Since he became a royal lord, he had only dealt with an old ancestor once, therefore, even though he was powerful, he was unable to fully utilize his strength when exchanging moves with a human of the same caliber. Moreover, this old ancestor was like a rabid dog when fighting him, not caring one bit about defending herself as long as she could bite off a piece of his flesh. As a result, he had been badly suppressed during the entire fight. There were even several times when he almost lost his life, and presently, one of the black wings on his back had turned limp. That wing had nearly been torn off his back by the old ancestor. A chill ran down his spine as he recalled that moment. That bitch is insane. Although he had only dealt with a ninth-order master once prior to this battle, and it happened over 30,000 years ago, he knew that the fights between royal lords and old ancestors almost never resulted in death for either side. No one would really be aiming to kill the other party. Given how strong they were, no one could intervene in their battles, and no one could guarantee that they would be the last one standing. Each strike might also be fatal, thus, they would act cautiously. However, this female old ancestor was different. She seemed determined to kill him the moment they clashed. Fortunately, he wasn't unprepared. He had speculated that the humans intended to retake Great Evolution Pass, and upon learning that the old ancestor that was in charge came from Yinyang Pass, he contacted the royal lord from the Yinyang Theater through his black ink nest. Although he had never exchanged moves with the old ancestor who was in charge of the invading human army, the royal lord from Yinyang Theater was her arch-nemesis. After the conversation, he learned a lot of useful experiences from the royal lord from the Yinyang Theater and had at least some understanding of the methods this old ancestor could use. It was thanks to this information that he was able to deal with the old ancestor's violent attacks and preserve his own life. Despite that, he was still badly battered after the fight. Having said that, that crazy woman wasn't in a better state either. It could be said that they were mutually wounded after the battle. He had suffered a setback, but it was negligible in the long run as the other party was in a similar state. He was already furious to begin with, so upon returning to the royal city and being bombarded with his subordinate territory lords' arguments, it was only natural he flew into a rage. The human soldiers were already at their doorstep, so the territory lords should have launched an attack before they established a foothold, but instead, they gave the humans ample time to rest and even build a forward base. Wastes. Although he was infuriated, he knew what the territory lords were worried about. Moreover, it was pointless to blame it on them at this point. Since they had missed the best chance, it was unwise to launch an attack on the humans now. He endured the pain and asked, "Where are the reinforcements from Great Evolution Pass?" Before he left Great Evolution Pass, he had ordered them to send troops to the royal city and reckoned that they should have arrived by now. The territory lords gloomily exchanged glances before one of them with a distinctive hunched back, making him look like an old turtle with a hard shell, reported, "Sir, the reinforcements were intercepted by the humans on their way here. Many were injured or killed, so they had no choice but to withdraw back to pass." The royal lord's brow twitched when he heard that. It seems that nothing is going to go well for me. When he was still in Great Evolution Pass earlier, he heard from Hong Di that there were some human soldiers who were hiding outside Great Evolution Pass. Nevertheless, they were unable to find out their whereabouts. Now, it seemed that the human soldiers had ruined their plans. With their presence outside Great Evolution Pass, it was impossible for the Black Ink clansmen there to lend a hand. In other words, the royal city was in a state of isolation. Fortunately, the humans were divided as well. It wasn't the worst-case scenario yet for the Black Ink clan. The territory lord, who looked like an old turtle, said cautiously, "Royal Lord, please make a decision on whether we should launch an attack or focus on defending the royal city." Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-26, Help with Healing. The territory lords couldn't reach an agreement despite all their fierce arguments. Since the royal lord had returned, he would be the one making the decision. After giving it a thought, the royal lord said, "Defend the royal city at all costs. As long as the humans don't attack us, all of you shouldn't make a move." He then turned to look at the territory lord who looked like a turtle and declared, "Che Kong, you will be given command of this war. While I am recuperating, you will lead the other territory lords to defend the royal city." The territory lord named Che Kong slightly bent his back. "Yes, sir." The royal lord didn't bother to warn the other territory lords that they would be punished for not obeying Che Kong. Without the royal lord's order, these territory lords were all on an equal footing, which left them disunited. However, since the royal lord had given the order, they certainly had to obey. Furthermore, Che Kong, who looked like an old turtle, was among the strongest territory lords when it came to his strength and aptitude. He was a territory lord who took part in the assault on the old ancestor from Great Evolution Pass and survived 30,000 years ago. He didn't just take part in a war that was intended to occupy Great Evolution Pass, he had directly exchanged moves with the old ancestor from Great Evolution Pass. Although he had only traded 3 moves with that old ancestor, the price he had to pay was 800 years of hibernation. The terrifying-looking cut on the tortoise shell on his back still hadn't healed until now. That was a wound caused by the old ancestor from Great Evolution Pass. As a territory lord, he was a cut above the others in the same realm because he had survived a fight with a human old ancestor. Therefore, the other territory lords had no objection when the royal lord appointed Che Kong to be the commander. Che Kong was one of those conservative territory lords, and it was largely because of his prestige that the aggressive territory lords, who were in the majority, were unable to launch an attack on the humans. After the royal lord issued his orders, he returned to his black ink nest in the royal city to recover. Soon, a massive amount of resources were sent to the black ink nest and thrown into the black ink pool to produce black ink strength. The royal lord's thinking was simple. Since they had missed the best chance to launch an attack, it was useless to do so at this point. From the looks of it, the humans didn't have the intention of invading the royal city immediately, hence, it would be peaceful for both sides for a period of time despite the inevitable confrontation. He could seize this chance and recuperate. Although he had suffered a setback during the battle, he could recover much quicker than the old ancestor as he had his black ink nest to support him. He had learned a piece of important information from the royal lord from the Yin Yang Theater. The old ancestor who had come to this place this time practiced a strange cultivation technique that was also rather unique among the humans. It was because of its uniqueness that it would be difficult for her to recover once she was wounded. She needed the help of something called bustling world essence to heal her injuries. In Yin Yang Pass, the old ancestor had a setup to help her recuperate, but she didn't have such convenience in the Great Evolution Theater. In other words, as time dragged on, he would recover much quicker than the old ancestor. When he fully recovered, it would be easy for him to kill her. By then, he would make her pay the price for wounding him. A high-spirited royal lord fell into a state of deep sleep as he was engulfed in ample black ink strength. On the deck of Dawning Light, Yang Kai looked in the forward base's direction. Certainly, he could clearly see that the old ancestor had returned. As he had come into close contact with the old ancestor before, he could sense that something was off despite her grandiose return. It seems that she is badly injured. Just like he had expected, the reason the old ancestor requested he join this campaign was that she wanted to make use of his small universe to recuperate. Therefore, once the old ancestor clashed with the royal lord, she would go all out despite knowing that she would be injured. As such, the battle between them wouldn't last for a long time. Since the old ancestor had returned, Yang Kai supposed that his help would be needed. At the thought of this, he told Feng to see him, then said, "When I'm not around, all of you have to stay safe should there be a battle." Feng asked curiously, "Do you have a new task?" Yang Kai replied, "Maybe." The moment he finished speaking, a ray of light shot up from the forward base and dashed towards them. Upon arrival, the person revealed himself and cupped his fist. "The army commander would like to see you, senior brother Yang." "Understood," Yang Kai nodded, "I'll be going now." He then followed the person and flew towards the universe world. However, they didn't land on the side that was facing the royal city. Instead, they circled around the universe world and came to its other side. It was then the person started descending. Soon, they arrived at the periphery of a mountain valley, where Yang Kai's guide said, "Just keep going forward, senior brother. The army commander is waiting for you over there." Yang Kai thanked him and stepped forward. A while later, he arrived at the entrance of the valley. Xiaofan and Lu Zhiping were waiting for him. Yang Kai saluted them and looked into the valley. However, at this moment, it was covered in clouds. The inside of the valley gave off a dangerous feeling. Apparently, it was shrouded in a grand array. "How is the old ancestor now?" Yang Kai asked. Xiaofan replied, "Go in and see for yourself." As Xiaofan spoke, he tossed something to Yang Kai. "This token can be used to control the grand array in this valley. Don't lose it." "Yes," Yang Kai replied, then activated his power to refine the token. A moment later, he lifted the token and waved it at the grand array in the valley. A beam of light shot into the valley, and as the clouds weltered, a portal that led inside was revealed. Yang Kai stepped into the portal, which slowly shut behind him. From the outside, the valley seemed to be filled with clouds. However, the moment Yang Kai stepped inside, he realized that there were no clouds at all. It was just a normal valley. Due to the fact that the entire universe world was desolate, this valley was pretty barren as well. As Yang Kai turned around, he could see Xiaofan and Lu Zhiping standing outside the valley. Nevertheless, he reckoned that they couldn't see him. Yang Kai felt the old ancestor's aura coming from the center of the valley, but unlike how imposing it had been when she returned, it was now weak. He traced the aura and soon saw a petite figure who had curled up on a pile of stones. The old ancestor had turned into a young child, and she looked even younger than the first time Yang Kai met her. When Yang Kai came across the old ancestor in the shopping district of Yinyang Pass for the first time, she looked like a kid who was 7 or 8 years old, but now, she looked like she was just 3 or 4. Yang Kai felt his eyes twitching. It was a rare thing to find an old ancestor who looked like this. The color had drained from her delicate face, and her clothes were soaked in blood. There was also a jade bracelet on her wrist that was full of cracks. Yang Kai had no idea what kind of artifact the jade bracelet was, but it was obviously not ordinary as it was worn by someone like the old ancestor. Presently, the artifact was full of cracks, and most of its spirituality had been lost. It went to show that the previous battle was truly perilous. The old ancestor must have overexerted herself. Yang Kai secretly sighed. Without alerting her, he activated his power and released his world force. The illusory phantom of his small universe spread across the valley with his figure as the center. If a person looked intently, they could see that the illusory phantom of the small universe was full of living creatures and complicated terrains. Countless people were seen moving around all over the place. This was a miniature version of a world. The entire small universe was soon spread across the mountain valley. Considering the fact that the old ancestor was sound asleep, Yang Kai settled her down on a beautiful spirit peak after he was done manifesting his small universe. The spirit peak wasn't majestic by any means, but it had ample world energy, making it a perfect place for quiet recuperation. As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, a log house appeared where the old ancestor was asleep. It wasn't anything special, but it was good enough to protect her from the wind and rain. After he was done with all that, Yang Kai found a place on the spirit peak and meditated in silence. He had no idea how long it would take the old ancestor to recover, but it definitely wouldn't be a short time, therefore, he could seize the chance and cultivate. Time slowly went by in the small universe, but the old ancestor didn't seem to be waking up anytime soon. With that said, as the owner of this small universe, Yang Kai could feel that a mysterious force was streaming into the old ancestor's petite figure from all directions. It was the bustling world essence. Initially, he was worried that by placing the old ancestor on such a barren peak, she might not be able to absorb much bustling world essence, but now it seemed that wherever she was in his small universe, it didn't really matter. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai realized that it wasn't so surprising. The so-called bustling world essence was produced from the daily lives of all living creatures, therefore, his entire small universe must be filled with it. Despite the fact that they were in a remote place, there was still bustling world essence in the air. Of course, the bustling world essence would be more ample if they were in a busy city. Initially, Yang Kai thought that his days would remain dull and uneventful until the old ancestor regained consciousness. However, 1 month later, he opened his eyes and looked towards the bottom of the mountain. There was a village at the bottom of this spirit peak where a dozen or so families had settled, making a living by hunting and felling trees. Hunters would go out to look for prey near the spirit peak, but Yang Kai would normally just ignore them. He didn't intend to interfere in the affairs of his small universe. Although he was the ruler of this world, any rash interference might bring about detrimental outcomes as the world had its own way of operating. Most of the hunters would only do some hunting below the middle of the mountain, and there was a lot of prey around, so they didn't have to worry about bringing food to the table. However, there was one hunter who seemed to be unlucky this time as he hadn't found anything to catch. Therefore, he decided to go further up the mountain. Yang Kai observed the route the hunter took and realized that if he did nothing, the person would soon arrive at the log house where the old ancestor was recuperating. When that happened, the hunter would definitely investigate. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't allow anyone to disturb the old ancestor, but just when he was ready to do something to conceal the log house, the unconscious old ancestor suddenly sent him a message. The message was so vague and garbled that he couldn't even figure out its meaning. Apparently, the old ancestor was not clear-headed when she sent the message and simply did so out of instinct. With a frown, Yang Kai hesitated for a bit before deciding to take a wait-and-see approach. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-27, Old Ancestor was abducted. Half a day later, the hunter, who hadn't found any prey, was both exhausted and hungry. He scooped up some water from a spring with his hands to quench his thirst, but while he was drinking it, he became startled all of a sudden. That was because he could see a simple-looking log house in front of him. He didn't remember there being a log house on the mountain. Although this place was far away from his usual hunting area, he had been here before, and he was certain he had never seen this log house in the past. Out of curiosity, he shuffled towards the log house and shouted, "Is anyone inside?" No one responded to him after he shouted several times. Left with no choice, he apologized and pushed the door open before stepping inside. Yang Kai had built the log house in a hurry to put a roof over the old ancestor's head, so there was nothing inside other than a bed, which the old ancestor's petite figure was currently curled up on. The instant the hunter entered the house, he saw the figure on the bed and was both doubtful and wary. Although he was an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before, cultivation wasn't a secret on the Void Continent, and the hunter knew that the youngsters in the neighboring village had always wanted to join a nearby sect. The hunter also had such a dream when he was younger. 1,000 kilometers away from the village, there was a sect named Water Moon Pavilion that would recruit new disciples every few years. When the hunter was younger, he traveled all the way to Water Moon Pavilion with that dream in mind and participated in the disciple recruitment in the hope that he could join the sect and become a mighty expert who could fly through the sky one day. Unfortunately, his aptitude was poor, so the senior experts were not interested in taking him in as a disciple. He was swiftly eliminated from the disciple recruitment. After his dream was crushed, the hunter wandered around the continent for several years and eventually, he returned to his hometown and built a family of his own. Compared to the other hunters in the village, he was more experienced as he knew that other than cultivators, there were also some special beings in this world. Spirits. It was said that when some spirits had cultivated long enough, they could assume human forms. Ordinary people couldn't tell the difference, but apparently there was a class of evil spirits known as vixens. Rumor had it that vixens loved turning into beautiful young ladies to seduce energetic young men. Therefore, the moment the hunter saw that there was a strange-looking log house with a young girl inside, the first thought that flashed through his mind was that he might have run into a spirit. He felt a crawling sensation on his scalp as it was said that there were good and bad spirits, however, he couldn't differentiate the good spirits from the bad ones. Upon closer look though, he realized that the petite figure on the bed was quite pitiful looking. Even if she was really a spirit, she was a frail one. Why would he be afraid of her when he was a fully grown man? With that thought in mind, he stopped feeling anxious. He initially wanted to leave the house in silence. After all, he wasn't sure if the petite figure was a spirit, but just when he was preparing to step out of the log house, he froze for a moment. That was because he could hear that there was something off about the petite figure's breathing. As an experienced hunter, he understood the prey on the mountain fully well. When animals were wounded and dying, they would breathe just like the young girl, intermittently and weakly. There was a tinge of hesitation on the hunter's face. A moment later, he grit his teeth and shuffled towards the bed. What if she's an ordinary child and not a spirit? If no one takes care of her, she'll soon be eaten by the beasts. As he looked down, he realized that the child on the bed was only 3 or 4 years old. Although she was sound asleep, there was a hint of discomfort on her face, as though she was having a nightmare. Moreover, her face was unusually pale. He placed his palm on her forehead and discovered that it was scorching. She's sick. Without hesitation, the hunter picked up the little girl and dashed out of the house. He had to return to his home as soon as possible. Regardless of where this little girl came from or why she was alone in the log house, she would soon lose her life if she was not treated. The hunter's thoughts were simple. He had to go down the mountain and look for a doctor. The idea of dealing with her parents if they ever looked for her never crossed his mind. When that happened, he would just give the child back to them and explain what had happened. After the hunter left in a hurry, Yang Kai, who had been observing them in silence, revealed himself. As he watched the hunter leave, he stroked his chin and fell into his thoughts. The old ancestor was abducted. What should I do? He could have concealed the log house's existence. That way, an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before would never have discovered the old ancestor's whereabouts. However, at the most critical moment, the old ancestor sent him a message. He was unable to figure out the old ancestor's intentions. The message was vague and garbled, so he was unable to ascertain what it meant. It also didn't look like the old ancestor had intentionally done it. Instead, it was like she acted out of instinct while still asleep. Although the old ancestor's message wasn't clear, it was apparent she wanted to stop him from concealing the log house by sending it to him at that moment. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to let nature take its course. Then, the old ancestor was taken away. Since she didn't send Yang Kai any further messages, it seemed that he had made the right choice. With that said, he couldn't just ignore her, hence, he concealed his figure and tailed the hunter. It took the hunter half a day to go up the mountain, but it only took him 2 hours to go down. The exhausted and starving hunter tripped over and became covered in dust, but he protected the little girl well. After returning to the small village, he kicked the door of his house open and shouted, "Dear, something has happened." Upon hearing his voice, a stout woman came out of the kitchen. An apron was wrapped around her waist, and there was a huge rolling pin in her hand. It seemed that she was preparing dinner. As the sky was turning dark, most people would supposedly have their dinner soon. The stout woman was in stark contrast with the lean hunter. As they stood side by side, the stout woman was 2 times larger than her husband. Villagers were usually straightforward people, so the moment she heard what her husband said, she roared, "What's wrong? Did that guy snatch your prey again? Don't worry, I'll beat him up for you." "No, no, no." The hunter repeatedly shook his head. "I picked up this little thing." Saying so, he dashed into the house. The moment he brushed past the stout woman, she caught a glimpse of what was in his arms. At that instant, she was rooted to the spot. After her husband entered the house, she exclaimed and followed him in a hurry. A moment later, the old ancestor was lying on a simple-looking bed in silence. There were some animal pelts on her figure, and beside the bed, the hunter and the stout woman stared fixedly at her with widened eyes. As the stout woman gazed at the petite and frail child on the bed, the ferocity on her face vanished. "Where did you pick her up?" The stout woman poked her husband with her elbow, accidentally exerting too much force with her arm and almost causing him to fall over. "On the mountain." The hunter briefly explained to her what had happened on this day. The stout woman's expression changed slightly. Why would there be such a thing on the mountain? Could she be a spirit? They had been a married couple for quite some time, so sometimes, before they fell asleep at night, the hunter would tell her stories, including ones about spirits. "I don't think so." The hunter lifted the pieces of animal skin. "Look, she doesn't have a tail." He then brushed back the little girl's hair. "There are no strange-looking ears either." "I don't think she's a spirit." The stout woman nodded in agreement. Since the little girl didn't have a tail or some strange-looking horns or ears, she shouldn't be a spirit. The hunter then said, "The clothes she's wearing suggest that she's from a wealthy family. Moreover, she has been unconscious since I discovered her. I guess that she suffers from some kind of incurable disease, so her family members dumped her on the mountain." Tears started streaming out of the stout woman's eyes. "She's such a pitiful little thing. How could her parents have the heart to abandon this beautiful baby? Dear, please get Dr. Kai to come over now and examine this child. It's a life, after all. Since we found her, we can't possibly watch her die without doing anything." "You're right," the stout woman wiped her tears away as she put down the rolling pin and took off her apron. Then, she turned around and left the house. There wasn't a doctor in the village, but there was a doctor surnamed Kai in a village that was about 20 kilometers away. Although he wasn't really an expert in medicine, he was already the best doctor in this area. The sky had turned completely dark when the stout woman stepped out of the house, and since the 2 villages were so far apart, Dr. Kai certainly wasn't willing to go over. However, the stout woman never gave him a chance to resist. She picked up the thin doctor with one hand and dashed across the 20-kilometer gap to return home. It only took her an hour to go back and forth between the villages. After the doctor was invited into their house, the couple repeatedly apologized to him in order to appease him so that he could examine the little girl. The couple anxiously watched them on the side. After Dr. Kai was done feeling her pulse, the stout woman asked nervously, "What sickness does she have, Dr. Kai?" Although Dr. Kai wasn't an expert in medicine, he had gained some experience and had sharp eyesight after practicing medicine for years, so he replied doubtfully, "She doesn't seem to be sick." The stout woman rolled her eyes. "What are you talking about, doctor? Look how pale her face is. How could you tell me she's not sick?" Dr. Kai waved his hand. "I've felt her pulse and checked her breathing, so I don't think she's sick. In fact, she's not just healthy, she's more vigorous than most kids. However, it's apparent that there's something wrong with her. This old master has no idea what's going on." He sighed, "Perhaps I'm just not skillful enough." I'm sorry that I'm unable to treat her." Upon finishing his words, he got up and ready to leave. The stout woman got in his way and put on a fawning smile. "Dr. Kai, you're the only doctor around this area. If you don't treat her, she'll die." A helpless Dr. Kai replied, "How do I treat her when I don't even know what's wrong with her?" The stout woman insisted, saying, "Regardless, just do whatever you can to help her. I'm sure the medicine you prescribe will be useful." The hunter nodded repeatedly on the side. Dr. Kai shook his head. "Medicine is not food. How can I prescribe medicine for her when I don't even know why she's sick? If she consumes the wrong medicine, she'll fall ill even though she's healthy now." The stout woman begged him to treat the little girl, but Dr. Kai firmly turned her down. With her patience running out, the stout woman picked up the rolling pin from the side and demanded, "Dr. Kai, I've never received any formal education, so I might be a little rude when I speak, and I'm sorry if I've offended you in any way. However, she's still a child. Will you please be kind enough to lend her a hand?" Dr. Kai felt his brow twitching as he looked at the rolling pin that was thicker than his thigh. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-28, Please Stop Making Trouble, Old Ancestor. In the end, Dr. Kai left behind a prescription slip. Faced with the threat, he didn't think he could reason with the stout woman, who was holding a rolling pin. With that said, he wouldn't dare to prescribe any strong medicine. The herbs on the slip could be easily found on the mountain and were simply meant to nurture one's blood essence. There wouldn't be a problem even if the young girl really consumed them. The hunter personally sent Dr. Kai back to the village, then returned to his home in a hurry. It was the middle of the night, but the stout woman was still seated by the bed as she looked lovingly at the little girl. The hunter felt moved at the sight. It had been over 20 years since they got married, so he was fully aware of his wife's temperament. He had never seen her behaving so gently before. He hadn't had any food for the entire day, and he was exhausted from all the traveling. Hence, he was both knackered and starving, so he said to his wife, "Let's have dinner. I'll get some rest after the meal, and look for those herbs in the morning." The stout woman grunted in agreement and picked up the rolling pin before shuffling towards the kitchen. At the break of dawn, the hunter left the house to do some hunting and looked for the herbs on the prescription. He made a living by hunting on the mountain, so he was also familiar with the herbs in this area. As such, it wasn't hard for him to carry out both tasks, though it did require some experience and luck. The hunter returned before dusk. He was lucky this time as he had captured a roe deer and found some herbs. He passed everything to his wife so that she could prepare dinner and feed the little girl. It was a small village with only more than a dozen families living here. Hence, everyone soon found out that the hunter had picked up a little girl from the mountain and would come over and take a look at her from time to time. Although the villagers had never received any formal education, they were all kind-hearted people, hence, no one would gossip about this child who came out of nowhere. They just felt sorry that she had to go through so much pain at such a young age. The neighbors were kind enough to lend them a hand. Whenever the other hunters went up the mountain, they would always bring back some herbs and pass them to the stout woman. The hunter also returned to the log house several times in an attempt to search for her family members, but his efforts were in vain. 3 months passed just like that. Although they fed her with herbal soup and broth every day, the child that the hunter had brought back remained unconscious. With that said, the couple was relieved that the little girl now looked healthier than before. Her face was no longer horrifyingly pale as some color had been restored to it. That made them feel increasingly hopeful. 4 months had passed since the hunter picked up the girl, and one morning, the stout woman was preparing some broth as usual. She then brought it into the room to feed the little girl with it. Meanwhile, the hunter was sharpening his arrowheads in the yard. All of a sudden, the stout woman was heard exclaiming from the room, "Darling!" Shocked, the hunter promptly put down the arrow and dashed into the room before asking anxiously, "What's wrong?" In a dazed state, the stout woman pointed at the bed. The hunter looked in that direction and became astonished as well. That was because the little girl, who had been lying on the bed for 4 months, had sat up at this moment. She stared at them with a pair of eyes that were filled with puzzlement. "She's regained consciousness," the stout woman spoke in a shaking voice. With the bowl of broth in one hand, she grabbed her husband's arm with her other hand, using all her strength as she was worried that she was dreaming. The hunter felt dizzy as he was swayed by his wife and called out, "Calm down, you're frightening her." The stout woman came to her senses and put on a harmless-looking smile. With the bowl of broth in her hand, she took a seat by the bed and said gently, "You're finally awake. When did you wake up? How are you feeling?" The little girl seated on the bed didn't seem to hear her, nor did she respond to her. She just stared fixedly at the bowl of broth in her hand. Even after asking a few more questions, the stout woman still didn't get any responses. As she darted her gaze between the kid and the bowl of broth in her hand, she asked, "Are you hungry?" Saying so, she leaned close to her as she wrapped one arm around the little girl's neck and held out the bowl for her with the other hand. In just 10 breaths of time, the little girl chugged down the entire bowl of broth. The hunter was elated on the side, since she can eat, it means that she's all right. Go get her another bowl of broth. When the little girl was done having the second bowl of broth, she licked her lips as though she was craving more. She looked pitifully at the stout woman. Despite feeling sorry for her, the stout woman still shook her head. "You can't drink so much broth since you just woke up. I'll let you eat anything you want when you recover." She then put down the bowl and asked gently, "What's your name? Where's your home?" The little girl appeared perplexed. After asking several questions, the stout woman still didn't get any replies. She turned to look at her husband and asked worriedly, "Darling, do you think she might be a mute?" The hunter replied, "Perhaps she's just too young to understand what you're saying. Regardless, she's awake now. It seems that Dr. Kai's prescription is useful. We'll have to thank him, then." The hunter nodded, "That's for sure. Since the herbs are useful, I'll get more from the mountain now." He then went up the mountain while the stout woman told the little girl to stay in the house while she put together a gift. Although the gift wasn't valuable, it could show her sincerity. She then headed to Dr. Kai's house, which was 20 kilometers away. After the couple was gone, the little girl remained seated on the bed in silence. She looked up at the ceiling with her eyes, but no one knew what was on her mind. Yang Kai abruptly appeared beside the bed and looked down at her. A moment later, the little girl on the bed realized that something was off and she turned her head and met Yang Kai's eyes. Instead of being shocked though, she was just curious about why there was a stranger standing beside her bed. "What are you doing, old ancestor?" Yang Kai asked curiously. He had been secretly observing the old ancestor for the past 4 months, and during this period, he found something that he couldn't understand. After the great battle with the royal lord, the old ancestor became severely wounded and fell into a coma for 4 months. However, as Yang Kai observed the old ancestor, he realized that there was something amiss with her condition. Nevertheless, he couldn't spell out what was wrong. Faced with his question, the old ancestor remained silent. She grew increasingly curious about this stranger as she gazed at him with a pair of clear-looking eyes. After staring at each other for a moment, Yang Kai sighed, "Please stop making trouble, old ancestor." The old ancestor remained silent. She didn't even seem to have the intention of parting her lips. This prompted Yang Kai to frown. The old ancestor didn't seem to be messing with him. Instead, she looked both curious and puzzled, as though she really couldn't recognize him. Yang Kai felt his heart clench up tight. Could the old ancestor be more severely wounded than he thought and had lost her memory? However, he soon dismissed the speculation. As a ninth-order open heaven realm master, she was one of the most powerful cultivators alive. Regardless of how badly injured she was, she couldn't possibly lose her memory over some simply physical trauma. Therefore, He reckoned that the old ancestor was either pulling his leg or had used some kind of special technique to seal her memory. Usually, regardless of how horribly injured the old ancestor was, her memory wouldn't be affected after she turned into a kid, only her temperament would change as she would become somewhat childish. Nevertheless, if she had sealed off her memory, it was only natural that she couldn't recognize him. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai reckoned that he couldn't make a judgment now. Since it would still take the old ancestor a long time to recuperate, he could just keep observing her. Faced with such an old ancestor, Yang Kai wasn't even sure how to communicate with her and could only briefly examine her injuries. Even with his 7th-order open heaven realm cultivation, Yang Kai was unable to detect any injuries on the old ancestor's figure. Upon examination, he realized that the old ancestor was completely fine, it was just that she was weaker than the other kids of the same age. As the stout woman was about to return, Yang Kai could only bid her farewell for now. I'll have a talk with you again sometime in the future. Get some rest for now. Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai disappeared from the spot. When the stout woman returned from Dr. Kai's house and stepped into her home, she saw the little girl wandering around, as though the latter was looking for something. Flabbergasted, she hurriedly picked up the little girl and put her down on the bed before telling her again that she shouldn't move around as she pleased when no one else was at home. When Yang Kai retracted his gaze from the old ancestor, what was happening in the outside world caught his attention. Seated on the rooftop of the hunter's house, he looked up into the void, past the world barrier of his small universe. Some rays of light seemed to be rapidly approaching from the depths of the void. There were only 3 rays of light, but they were traveling in a straight line as they moved forward at great speed. The sight made Yang Kai feel doubtful, as these rays of light didn't seem like they belonged to the open heaven realm masters. Instead, they looked like lights that radiated from spirit arrays. But what kind of spirit arrays could move so quickly? Curious, he activated the demon eye of annihilation and observed more closely. What came into his sight astounded Yang Kai. The 3 dots of light that rushed forward in a line were indeed lights that radiated from spirit arrays that had been set up on 3 round universe worlds. These universe worlds must have been carefully selected as they were neither small nor big. They were respectively 1/10 of the size of the universe world used as a forward base by the East-West Army. Various arrays had been arranged on these universe worlds, and with those arrays in operation, these universe worlds flew over rapidly from the depths of the void and were still accelerating. Yang Kai had no idea where they were coming from, but it was apparent that they had crossed a long distance. They were already moving at the speed of lightning when they came into Yang Kai's sight. Moreover, each universe world exuded a dangerous aura. It was obvious that the arrays on the universe worlds did not just propel them forward, but they also served other important purposes. After examining the universe worlds for a time, Yang Kai figured out what those arrays were for. His face twitched upon that realization. Needless to say, it was another plan that Xiaofan had come up with to deal with the Black Ink clan. However, this plan was rather devious and he wondered if the Black Ink clansmen could bear it. Additionally, Yang Kai also discovered something that piqued his interest, which was the differences between the sizes of these universe worlds. The royal city was located on a universe world, and the forward base set up by the humans was also built on a universe world. However, the latter was moved to this place by the humans using a special technique. Comparing the two, the universe world the forward base sat on was much larger than the one the royal city was located at, about 3 times larger in fact. Initially, Yang Kai didn't understand why the army commanders had selected such an enormous universe world when it was only meant to be a temporary forward base. It seemed like a huge waste of resources at the time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-29, Attack of the Universe Worlds. After all, the larger the universe world was, the more resources would be needed to set up spirit arrays to fortify it. They should have selected a suitable and less resource-consuming universe world. There were only 30,000 human soldiers, so a much smaller universe world could easily accommodate them. Although Yang Kai was doubtful at that time, he didn't ponder on it as it was just a thought that flashed through his mind. However, the moment he saw the rays of light approaching from the depths of the void, he realized the reason behind it. The forward base where the humans were located was enormous and just half a day's flight from the royal city. This forward base was not just a nail at the Black Ink clan's doorstep, but it also served as a screen, an obstacle that could obstruct the Black Ink clan's sight. Presently, Yang Kai was at the back of the forward base, so he could clearly see the rays of light coming from the void. However, on the other side, the Black Ink clansmen in the royal city would be unable to see what was going on. This gave the humans more room to maneuver. It seemed that by the time the army commanders had chosen to set up a forward base, they had come up with a series of follow-up plans, otherwise, they wouldn't have moved such a massive universe world to this place. The Black Ink clan soldiers were in a rigid formation in front of the royal city. Since Che Kong was told to take command, it had only taken him a month to reorganize the entire army. Presently, there were 1,000,000 Black Ink clan soldiers surrounding the royal city tightly. Regardless of how the humans launched an attack, they could immediately deal with the enemies. Che Kong had no idea how he should take the initiative to attack the humans, but it wouldn't be hard for him to defend the royal city with this setup. Defense had always been his forte. As the commander of 1,000,000 Black Ink clansmen, Che Kong was located in the middle of the army so that he could easily react to any potential threats from the humans. After a month of silence, Che Kong all of a sudden felt his chest tightening as an ominous feeling washed over him. This caused him to feel alerted as he lifted his gaze to look at the human side. There were a lot of warships moving around the forward base, but he had no idea what the humans were up to. However, it didn't seem like the humans had the intention of attacking the royal city at that moment. This made Che Kong feel doubtful. Since the humans didn't intend to attack, why did he feel a sense of unease all of a sudden? Could it be a false alarm? He sincerely hoped that it was just his nerves. Before the royal lord started recuperating in the Black Ink nest, he appointed Che Kong to be the commander of the Black Ink clan soldiers and entrusted him to protect the royal city. Certainly, Che Kong could not disappoint the royal lord. While he was lost in his thoughts, a dazzling light suddenly radiated from the back of the humans' encampment. The unease Che Kong felt intensified at that moment. The next instant, the light flashed into his sight. It was so dazzling that he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Initially, he couldn't make out what the light was, but as the distance shortened, he quickly realized its true nature. Che Kong, who had been seated at the time, leapt to his feet with widened eyes. The next moment, his roar reverberated across the entire void, enemy attack. Over the past month that he had been leading the Black Ink army, Che Kong had repeatedly pondered on what kind of strategy the humans would use to assault the royal city. He had also put himself in the shoes of the leaders from the human side and inferred how the war would unfold. He came to the conclusion that, regardless of what devious plans the humans had come up with, they wouldn't achieve their goal as long as he steadfastly protected the royal city. There was no doubt that he was pleased with the expected outcome. However, it wasn't until the humans finally revealed their move that Che Kong realized he had underestimated how cunning his enemy truly was. It never crossed his mind that the humans would attack them using a universe world. The universe world was full of arrays, which were obviously arranged by the humans. After shooting past the forward base, the universe world came straight at the royal city. Che Kong had no idea where this universe world came from, but it had obviously moved across a long distance in the void as it was moving at incredible speed. By the time Che Kong alerted the other Black Ink clansmen, the ray of light was only 1,000,000 kilometers away from the royal city. If they did nothing, the universe world would smash into the royal city in 10 breaths of time. The consequences would be dreadful. The location of the royal city was also a universe world, and although it was gigantic, it didn't have any powerful defenses. It wasn't comparable to Great Evolution Pass in this respect. Great Evolution Pass was an enormous mobile palace artifact, so even without any active arrays, it was still significantly sturdier than a mere universe world. Moreover, be it the humans or the Black Ink clan who controlled Great Evolution Pass, there were various arrays in Inner Sanctum that could enhance its defenses. The approaching universe world that was full of spirit arrays appeared to only be a third the size of the universe world the royal city was situated upon, but if it really crashed into the royal city, everything would be smashed to pieces. By then, not only would the royal lord be disrupted from his recuperation, but the high-rank Black Ink nest would also be destroyed upon impact. If that happened, the royal lord would never let Che Kong off. If they had detected the universe world that was coming at the royal city earlier, they could have easily warded it off given the forces available to them. However, Che Kong was caught off guard as the despicable humans obstructed their line of sight using their forward base. By the time he discovered the strange attack, Che Kong was only left with 10 breaths of time to react. He had no time to mobilize his soldiers, so he personally charged towards the universe world. At the same time, over 30 territory lords took action along with him. All of the territory lords knew that they had to do their best to fend off this universe world attack, for the slightest impact on the royal city would surely disturb the royal lord's recuperation. Black Ink clansmen recuperated by falling into a state of deep sleep. It was the same for the royal lord as it was for everyone else. Once they were disturbed though, their recuperation would be disturbed, resulting in backlash that could undo their recovery progress or possibly even make their condition worse. The royal lord was the most powerful master they had to rely on, so they naturally wouldn't allow anything to disturb him. All the territory lords shot into the sky. The sight was magnificent as their auras were menacing. Meanwhile, countless feudal lords followed closely behind them. On a barren mountain in the forward base, Xiaofan, Lu Zhiping, and other 8th Order Division commanders looked on intently and saw that the Black Ink clansmen from the royal city were charging forward like the moths to a flame. Before they even arrived, they had started sending out violent attacks at the universe world that was coming at the royal city. One 8th Order Division commander asked, "Do you think they can ward it off?" Honestly speaking, it wouldn't require an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to make a move to destroy a universe world. A 6th Order or even a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, given enough time, could destroy a universe world. After all, an Open Heaven Realm Master had broken free from the restraints of the inner universe. The power they could draw from their small universe was world force, hence, it wasn't difficult for them to shatter a universe world. Naturally, the Black Ink clansmen of similar strength could achieve the same results. However, the Black Ink clan was not dealing with an ordinary universe world at this moment. It was a universe world protected by various arrays that the array masters had spent a month and massive amounts of resources to arrange. Therefore, it was no longer an ordinary universe world, it was the greatest siege weapon to destroy a city with. "We'll see," Xiaofan replied impassively. He was just giving it a try to ascertain how effective this tactic was to achieve their objective, therefore, the East-West army had not prepared to launch an attack at this moment. As such, the division commanders could just watch what was going on and have a casual chat among themselves. They could see that the Black Ink clan had fully utilized all their powers, as all sorts of dark, ominous techniques smashed against the universe world, which caused it to flicker and start breaking apart. There was no doubting the destructive force of several dozen territory lords making a move together. Therefore, even though the universe world was equipped with all sorts of defensive arrays, it couldn't possibly withstand the violent attacks from so many territory lords. Before the feudal lords could even make a move, the universe world had turned dim. The next instant, it exploded into countless fragments that scattered around. The territory lords couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief while at the same time, they were infuriated. It seemed they had been frightened over nothing as it was just a universe world, after all. Even though it was equipped with various arrays, it couldn't possibly pose a threat to them. However, all the territory lords had come forward to fend it off. If the humans launched an attack on the royal city at that moment, they wouldn't be able to protect the city. While such thoughts were crossing their minds though, another ray of light appeared behind the shattered universe world. "There's more!" Che Kong roared. This time, the territory lords did not become flustered. With the earlier experience, they knew how to deal with this situation now. Furthermore, with more feudal lords joining them, it became easier to destroy the approaching universe world. Several breaths of time later, the second universe world became shattered and broke into countless pieces. The next instant, the third universe world was seen coming at them. The territory lords secretly cursed at the leaders of the human race. The series of despicable moves was quite annoying. With dozens of territory lords and innumerable feudal lords working together, they cast an attack together and destroyed the third universe world when it was still millions of kilometers away from the royal city. However, the territory lords didn't lower their guard down. They stared fixedly at the depths of the void, as they were worried that there would be a fourth universe world. Soon, they were relieved that there wasn't a fourth universe world. It seemed that the humans had only gotten 3 universe worlds prepared. Upon making sure that all the universe worlds had been intercepted, and that the royal city was not impacted at all, Che Kong led the territory lords and feudal lords back. Instead of feeling elated though, Che Kong only felt increasingly worried. Although they had successfully fended off the 3 universe worlds that the humans had launched at them this time, what if there were 4, 5, or even more universe worlds? There would come a time when they were unable to stop the universe worlds, and when that happened, a large number of the Black Ink clansmen would lose their lives, and the royal lord's recovery would be interrupted. It was apparent that the humans were just testing the waters this time, and the next attack would be the real show. Che Kong believed that after the test this time, the human leaders would continue to use such a tactic. Damn it! Che Kong thought. Faced with such a despicable tactic, the Black Ink clan had no other choice but to directly deal with it. They couldn't even imitate it as they didn't have so many skillful array masters on their side. Martial Peak, Chapter 5230, Xiao Zhao's relative. Since Yang Kai had cultivated the Tao of time and learned a few things from his third disciple, time flowed 4 times faster in his small universe than the outside. Therefore, even though the old ancestor had been recuperating in his small universe for 4 months, only 1 month had passed in the outside world. In just 1 month, the East-West Army was able to carry out such a plan. Yang Kai couldn't help but admire Xiang Shan and the others' farsightedness. After the 3 universe worlds circled around the forward base, Yang Kai was unable to see what happened next as his sight was obstructed. With that said, even though he was in a desolate valley on the opposite side of a universe world, he could still feel the violent energy fluctuations coming from the royal city. He reckoned that the expressions on the territory lords' faces would be interesting when they saw the universe worlds, which were equipped with various arrays, coming at the royal city. However, he didn't think it would be difficult for the Black Ink clan to fend off these universe worlds. After all, there were some 30+ territory lords, not to mention that they had many 8th-order Black Ink disciples with them. It was unlikely that the universe worlds could harm them. That was indeed the case. The energy fluctuations coming from the royal city only lasted for about 10 breaths of time before they vanished. Again, days went by peacefully. From the looks of it, the human soldiers didn't seem to have the intention of invading the royal city at all. Meanwhile, inside the small universe, the old ancestor was still recuperating in the hunter's home. The couple treated her very well. Although they were not related by blood, they took care of her as though they were her biological parents. Half of the food brought back by the hunter from the mountain found its way into the old ancestor's stomach. Certainly, the couple was surprised at the fact that the little girl they picked up from the mountain had such a big appetite despite being so petite. Moreover, she seemed to truly love eating. The only thing that concerned the couple was that the little girl hadn't grown much in size despite her big appetite. She looked like she was 3 to 4 years old when they picked her up back then. 4 years had passed, but she hadn't changed one bit. This was unusual, for kids normally grew very quickly at such a young age. 4 years was long enough for a toddler to become a child that could freely run around. However, that wasn't the case for Xiao. Yes, after raising the little girl they picked up from the mountain for 4 years, the couple had given her a name. She was named Xiao because she would smile brightly whenever there was delicious food for her. Considering the fact that Xiao was abandoned by her family back then because she was critically ill, the couple believed that her illness was the reason she hadn't grown much. In the past, Dr. Kai had left behind a prescription slip. Using the herbs on the list, the couple spent the next 4 months pulling Xiao back from death's door. Although her life was saved, she must have been left with a hidden ailment that resulted in her sluggish growth. With that said, they were gratified that Xiao wasn't mute, unlike what they initially thought. Furthermore, she was an intelligent child who was good at speaking and singing. Additionally, she also seemed to be gifted when it came to hunting. She was only 4 years old when they picked her up, and she was 8 years old now. What could an 8-year-old child do? The hunter had no idea what other 8-year-old kids were like, but Xiao could already follow him to the mountain and hunt every day. He had even crafted a small bow for her. Over the past 6 months, Xiao was able to bring back a lot of prey. There was even once when the hunter killed an 800-kilogram wild boar with her help. The wild boar was large enough for all the villagers to enjoy for half a month. All the villagers treated Xiao well. Knowing that she loved food, the villagers would frequently send her delicious dishes so that she could satisfy her craving. One day, the stout woman was busy doing household chores in the afternoon when she heard some noises outside the house. After opening the door, she saw that her husband and Xiao had returned. That surprised her because it was only in the middle of the afternoon. Usually, her husband wouldn't come home so soon. What bothered her was that there was a hint of worry on her husband's face. Although she wasn't a typical sensitive woman as she was rather straightforward, she was good at observing her husband's expressions. After all, they had been married for many years. "What's wrong?" she asked. The hunter shook his head and remained silent. Gazing at Xiao, he said, "Go out and play." After a grunt, Xiao put down her bow and quiver. "I'll look for Sir, then." Then, she turned around and left the house in a hurry. Worried, the stout woman shouted from behind, "Take it slow. Don't trip." Despite knowing that the little girl could easily move around on the mountain along with the hunter, the stout woman was still worried that she would trip over if she ran too fast. As for the Sir Xiao had mentioned, he was a scholar who happened to arrive at this place 4 years ago. The scholar seemed to have fallen in love with the environment here, so he decided to settle down. Several years had passed since then. Perhaps he had decided to stay here forever. Though the scholar didn't have other skills, he was a well-read person. They happened to need a teacher in the village, so the scholar decided to help the children learn how to read and write upon the hunter's request. In return, they would give him some food, so he didn't have to worry about survival. Xiao loved spending time with the scholar. According to her, the young man would always give her treats every time she paid him a visit. The couple had never heard of some of the food she had mentioned. The couple pondered on this issue many times. The scholar received his food from the villagers, so where did he even get some treats to share with the children? However, to Xiao, anything edible was delicious. After Xiao was out of sight, the stout woman turned around and saw that her husband was seated by the table. He took a few sips of the tea and sighed. Annoyed by her husband's behavior, the stout woman landed a slap on his back, almost causing him to spit blood. "Just spill it. Stop sighing and keeping silent." The hunter let out another sigh before saying, "I came across a woman on the mountain today." While glaring at him, the stout woman sneered. Was she beautiful? After becoming startled for a moment, the hunter put on a helpless smile. What are you talking about? Why don't you ask me where I saw her? The stout woman snorted. Where did you run into her? In a grim voice, the hunter replied, in that house. The stout woman fell into a dazed state for a moment, then her expression changed. What do you mean? Gazing at her, the hunter went on to say, you're also aware that I picked up Xiao from the log house on the mountain back then. Over the years, I'd go take a look at the house whenever I go hunting in that area. I've never seen anyone there, but today, there was a woman in the log house. Judging from the clothes she was wearing, she should be from a well-to-do family. She also had some servants with her. So what? The stout woman appeared wary. The hunter continued, saying, I asked them what they were doing there, and one of the servants told me that the woman lost something around there a few years ago, so they were looking for it now. The stout woman's expression changed drastically. Have they found it? The hunter shook his head. I never asked her what she had lost. Did she see Xiao? The hunter replied, no. Xiao and I separated to run down a roe deer. She wasn't by my side at that time. The stout woman was evidently relieved. The hunter sighed, dear, I think the woman's appearance somewhat resembles Xiao. Shut up. The stout woman roared. The hunter was so shocked that he hunched his back. He wouldn't dare to offend his wife when she was enraged. Relentless, the stout woman walked up to the door and placed her hands on her hips before shouting at the clearing outside the house, you have lost her, so what's the point of you looking for her now? You were not heartbroken when you lost her back then, so how could you look for her when she's healthy now? Do you think she'll go back to you? What a heartless woman. She spat in contempt. There seemed to be an invisible enemy outside the house as the stout woman resentfully cursed at it. She didn't have any other skills, but she excelled at cursing at the people she hated. It wasn't until a long time later that her fury slightly subsided. She turned around and stared at the hunter. Go up the mountain and kill that woman with your bow tomorrow. The hunter's forehead was covered with cold sweat. I don't think that's a good idea. What's wrong with that? I'll take all the responsibility. The stout woman appeared determined as she walked towards the table and picked up the teapot. She directly chugged it down to quench her thirst. After she was done drinking it, she landed the teapot on the table with a loud thud. Then, she sat on the chair with a listless expression. She was no longer as feisty as earlier when she cursed at the invisible enemy. A moment later, she covered her eyes with her hands. The hunter stole a glance and asked, why are you crying all of a sudden? The stout woman was trying to suppress her sorrow when she heard her husband's words. Unable to take it anymore, she started bawling her eyes out. Darling, don't you think that Xiao is a gift to us from the heavens? No one can take her away from us, right? It had been over 20 years since the couple got married. They were pretty hard-working when they were younger, but for some reason, she couldn't bear a child. When the hunter brought Xiao back from the mountain 4 years ago, the stout woman thought that the heavens had finally had mercy on her by sending this child to her. Initially, she still hoped that her husband could find Xiao's relatives so that she could return to her family. However, 4 years had passed, and the couple already regarded Xiao to be their daughter. They were not willing to part ways with her now. At the thought of the possibility of Xiao leaving her, the stout woman was heartbroken. The hunter placated her by saying, well, I simply chanced upon a wealthy woman who lost something several years ago. She's just looking for it now. She might not necessarily be Xiao's relative. The stout woman's vision had turned blurred from all the crying. While sobbing, she said, you said that the woman resembles Xiao, and she's looking for something she lost. Who else could she be if she's not Xiao's mother? At that, the hunter fell silent. In fact, such a thought sprang into his mind the moment he saw the woman. That was because Xiao indeed took after her. While the stout woman continued bawling, the hunter remained silent. A moment later, he said, the child has her own parents. The woman is from a wealthy family. If Xiao Xiao goes back to her, she'll have a bright future. It's much better than staying with us here. In the future, she'll be able to marry a good man. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-31, I'll bring you something delicious. The stout woman abruptly stopped crying and stood straight up. Glaring at the hunter, she threatened, if you dare to send Xiao Xiao back to her, I'll break your legs. Saying so, she turned around and shuffled towards her room. When she brushed past the hunter, she landed a kick on the bench that he was seated on. In an instant, the bench broke apart with a crack. The hunter lost his balance and fell to the ground. Gazing at the broken bench, he gulped. Although he knew that his wife was strong, he hadn't expected her to be this strong. Undoubtedly, his leg was not as robust as the bench. As he recalled what she had told him before she left, he decided to keep his mouth shut. There was a simple-looking house at the bottom of the mountain. Despite that, it was jointly built by the villagers and was sturdy enough to fend off rain and wind. This was the residence of the scholar who happened to visit this place 4 years ago. It also served as a school in the village. Other than the kids in the village, the hunters from the neighboring villages would also send their children to this school when they learned that there was a scholar who could teach children how to read and write. Therefore, more than 10 kids would frequently gather together in this small school for lessons. The kids from the mountain villages were reckless and naughty. Initially, the hunters were worried that this frail-looking teacher wouldn't be able to discipline them. They wouldn't want to see their kids causing any trouble. However, they were surprised to learn that regardless of how mischievous the kids were, they would become obedient and studious the moment they stepped into this school. The teacher didn't seem to have any special ways of disciplining the kids. He simply taught them how to read and write. This strange revelation amazed the hunters. At this moment, the teacher, who was giving the kids a lesson, cracked a smile all of a sudden, as though he had discovered something funny. The students were puzzled, but none of them dared to ask him about it because he always had this strange sense of authority about him. With that said, there was still a kid who raised her hand and asked in a clear voice, "Sir, why are you smiling all of a sudden?" The person who asked this question was none other than Xiao Xiao, who looked smaller than the other children. Instead of feeling afraid, the kids all respected the teacher. He had never punished them in any way, however, as soon as they stepped into this school, they would become obedient. Nevertheless, Xiao Xiao was the only one who didn't seem to revere the teacher, and she was the only one who had the audacity to interrupt the teacher when he was giving a lesson. Upon hearing that, the teacher lifted his head and revealed a stalwart-looking face. He replied with a smile, "Nothing. I just thought of something funny." With a tilted head, Xiao Xiao appeared puzzled. The teacher continued with the lesson. The reason he put on a smile was that he had detected what happened in the hunter's home. The way the stout wife reacted was hilarious. In fact, he was aware that there was a wealthy woman in the log house on the mountain. Strictly speaking, she indeed resembled Xiao Xiao in a way, however, one wouldn't have thought so if he didn't have such a preconceived idea. He knew that the wealthy woman had nothing to do with Xiao Xiao. After all, Xiao Xiao was a ninth-order old ancestor, while the wealthy woman was just one of the many living beings in his small universe. It was just a coincidence, and the couple was being too sensitive. When the hunter brought the old ancestor back to his home, Yang Kai followed behind them. Despite realizing that there was something wrong with the old ancestor, he didn't have a way to deal with it, therefore, he could only pretend to be a poor wandering scholar and settle down in this village so that he could keep in contact with the old ancestor and observe her. Over the past 4 years, he had noticed some things that concerned him. First of all, the old ancestor was terribly injured, otherwise, she would have grown in size after such a long time. Her injury was so deep though that even Yang Kai was unable to detect it. When the old ancestor started growing, it would mean that she was on the road to recovery. It was the second point that especially puzzled him though. It seemed that the old ancestor had indeed lost her memory. It had been 4 years since he started approaching the old ancestor, but she always regarded him to be the teacher in the village. She didn't remember anything that had happened in the past. Yang Kai had a feeling that the old ancestor had sealed her memory voluntarily, but he had no idea why she had done so. Now, he could only cooperate with the old ancestor by giving her the best environment to recuperate and hope that she would recover soon. After the lesson ended, the kids returned to their homes. Yang Kai remained seated in the classroom. A moment later, a petite figure stuck her head out from the door and flashed a smile at him. A helpless Yang Kai shook his head with a smile. Although the old ancestor's memory had been sealed off, it seemed being a foodie was innate to her. He beckoned to Xiao Xiao, who then skipped towards him and obediently stood there. Then, he turned his palm over and revealed a skewer of candied hawthorns before passing it to her. An elated Xiao Xiao said sweetly, "Thank you, sir." In the middle of the night, Xiao Xiao realized that something was off. She extended her hand and discovered that her mother, who was hugging her, was crying. Puzzled, she asked, "Why are you crying, mother? Did father bully you?" The stout woman shook her head repeatedly, "No. I was just having a nightmare." Oh. Believing her statement to be true, Xiao Xiao turned over and snuggled up to the stout woman. As she patted the stout woman's back, she placated her by saying, "Don't worry, mother. I'm here for you." Whenever she had a nightmare in the past, her mother would always pat her back, and she would fall asleep again soon. "I'm not afraid because I know you're here for me," the stout woman replied and hugged the little girl even tighter. The next day, the stout woman dressed Xiao Xiao up and helped her put on the clothes she was wearing 4 years ago when they picked her up. As Xiao Xiao hadn't grown over the last 4 years, she could still fit into those clothes. It wasn't certain what the clothes were made of, but they still looked brand new even after 4 years. The stout woman was on the brink of breaking into tears as she dressed Xiao Xiao up. On the other hand, the hunter squatted outside the house in silence. The couple had not talked about this, but the hunter knew what his wife's intention was the moment he saw what she was doing. Xiao Xiao still remained joyful. After the stout woman was done with it, she looked at the sweet and innocent smile in the mirror and let out a sigh. Xiao Xiao said, "Mother, it'll be hard for me to go hunting in such clothes." The stout woman forced a smile, "You're not going to go hunting today?" With her head tilted, Xiao Xiao asked curiously, "Am I not? I'll look for the teacher, then." "You're not looking for the teacher either." The stout woman took Xiao Xiao's hand and rose from the chair, "Your father will bring you to a place. Just follow him." And, despite feeling perplexed, Xiao Xiao nodded. The hunter stepped into the house and exchanged glances with his wife before looking away. He beckoned to Xiao Xiao, "Let's go." "Yes." Xiao Xiao skipped forward, and the hunter followed behind her. All of a sudden, the stout woman shouted from behind, "Xiao Xiao." By the time Xiao Xiao turned around, the stout woman had approached her and pulled her into her arms. Trying her best to stop her tears from sliding down her face, the stout woman said, "You must stay safe no matter what." "I know, mother. Wait for me, I'll bring you something delicious." Xiao Xiao nodded repeatedly. "Go now." The stout woman forced herself to release Xiao Xiao and turned around. She didn't dare to take another glance at her, for she was worried that she wouldn't have the heart to let her go. Behind her, Xiao Xiao's laugh faded into the distance. A while later, the stout woman whirled around, but Xiao Xiao was no longer in sight. She raced forward, but the next instant, she stopped in her tracks and grasped the door frame as she fell into a dazed state. A long time later, she fished out a skewer of candied hawthorns from her clothes and carefully unwrapped the paper before taking a bite. She swallowed it along with her tears. "It's sweet." The hunter had walked along the rugged mountain paths countless times, but this time, it was the most difficult walk in his life. They took a break from time to time, and it wasn't until the afternoon that they arrived at the log house. Initially, he hoped that the wealthy woman would have left by now so that he no longer had to feel conflicted. However, he came just as the woman was about to leave. The woman was surprised to see the hunter, but what surprised her even further was that he had brought a young child, who was wearing expensive clothes, with him. While the servants were vigilant, the woman let the hunter get closer to her. "Is there something you want to tell me?" the woman asked. She had a feeling that the hunter had come all the way here to look for her. As she spoke, she took a glance at the child beside him. At that instant, she couldn't move her eyes away. That was because the young child was truly adorable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was beautiful. The woman came from a well-to-do family, and she had seen many young children from wealthy families, but none of them was comparable to the little girl before her eyes. If the child before her eyes was like a skylark, the ones she had seen in the past were no different from the mud on the ground. She couldn't believe that such a child lived in this remote mountain. The hunter felt heartbroken when he realized that the woman was staring fixedly at Xiao. I suppose she can recognize Xiao. After all, Xiao hadn't changed one bit over the past 4 years. If this woman is her relative, it was expected that she could recognize her. He parted his lips in an attempt to say something, but he couldn't bring himself to say anything in the end. Xiao was a friendly and outgoing young girl, so she flashed a sweet smile at the woman and asked, "How are you, madam?" The woman put on a smile as well, such a good child. She beckoned to a servant, who then came forward with a lunch box. The woman bent her back and passed the lunch box to Xiao. "I made this. It's delicious. Give it a try." Xiao turned to look at the hunter as though she was asking for his permission. Her gaze suggested that she badly wanted the food. This couldn't be helped, as she could never resist good food. However, the hunter had fallen into a dazed state. This was different from what he had imagined. Although the woman seemed to be fond of Xiao, it didn't look like she had identified the latter to be her relative. Could it be? Agitated, the hunter asked, "Madam, you told me that you'd lost something the day before. Have you found it yet?" The woman shook her head. "I lost it several years ago, and I don't remember where I lost it. I just feel that this place looks familiar to me, so I thought I'd lost it around here. Unfortunately, it seems I was mistaken. In any case, it's not something so important, so I've decided to give up looking for it." The hunter, whose figure was stiff, became at ease in an instant. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-32, Attacking the Royal City. Inside the house, the stout woman was seated on a chair as she embraced Xiao with a bright smile. She was so ecstatic that it was as though she had retrieved something irreplaceable she had lost. Xiao felt that her mother was strange on this day, but she was too young to understand the myriad of things in the world, therefore, she couldn't specify what was odd. Presently, there was a lunch box in front of her. It was given to her by the wealthy woman on the mountain. The food inside the lunchbox wasn't expensive, just some osmanthus cakes she had apparently made. Villagers like them had never seen such delicate cakes before, let alone eaten them. Half of the osmanthus cakes inside the lunchbox were gone, most of them having disappeared into Xiao's stomach. "Have another piece, mother." Xiao picked up an osmanthus cake and held it out for the stout woman. With a smile, the stout woman replied, "I'm not having any more. It's too sweet. Go on and eat it." "All right," Xiao replied and munched on the osmanthus cake. It was so delicious that she had the urge to swallow her own tongue as well. The hunter was getting ready for the hunting session the next day by sharpening his arrowheads. When he saw the heartwarming scene in the house, he wore a sincere smile. The North-South Army's forward base was located on an asteroid that would take a person 2 days to reach from Great Evolution Pass. 1 year ago, the North-South Army clashed with the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass. Although they had killed a lot of their enemies, they had suffered some losses as well. The defeated Black Ink clansmen fled back to Great Evolution Pass and received help from their companions. Since then, they had not left Great Evolution Pass. 1 year had passed, and the North-South Army was now locked in a staring contest with the Black Ink clan stationed at Great Evolution Pass. They were like two beasts that bared their fangs at each other from a distance, but neither could kill the other party, so they didn't attack. After suffering a setback previously, the Black Ink clansmen wouldn't dare to make a rash move again. They were worried that there would be no turning back once they launched an attack. On the other hand, the North-South Army didn't have a way to deal with the Black Ink clansmen who refused to leave Great Evolution Pass. It wasn't until the humans became the attackers that they realized just how difficult dealing with a Great Pass was. Great Evolution Pass provided the best defense for the Black Ink clansmen, so if the North-South Army rashly launched an attack, many of their soldiers would lose their lives. Given the collective power of the North-South Army now, it would be hard for them to retrieve Great Evolution Pass in short order, and once they launched an attack and failed, they would lose their advantageous position. The army commander of the Southern Army, Ouyang Lai, was an irascible person, so the deadlock they were faced with was giving him a headache. Therefore, he urged Mi Jingluan on a daily basis to come up with a way to lure the Black Ink clan out of Great Evolution Pass so that they could meet them in battle. Of course, Mi Jingluan didn't have a solution to this problem or he would have used it already. As long as the Black Ink clan refused to leave Great Evolution Pass, there was little he could do. Please calm down, Brother Ouyang. We're faced with a stalemate here. Since the Black Ink clan won't leave the pass, it's hard for us to launch an attack. We have no other choice but to maintain the status quo. Mi Jingluan appeased Ouyang Lai, who had repeatedly looked for him to discuss the plan to deal with the enemy. Undoubtedly, Ouyang Lai could understand what the other man was talking about. He was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master as well as an army commander after all, so even if he was a hot-headed person, he wouldn't have attained such achievements without being able to understand the bigger strategic picture. Despite that, he could never change his irritable temperament. How long will the confrontation last? For eternity? Ouyang Lai said furiously. He thought that the Black Ink clansmen were too timid. Despite their vast army, they didn't have the courage to launch an attack and only knew how to hide. It was expected that he was annoyed. Mi Jingluan comforted, we certainly can't let the confrontation go on for eternity, but the breakthrough we need can't be achieved here by us. For now, we'll have to depend on the East-West Army. Ouyang Lai darted his gaze around and gave it a thought. He then said, Brother Mi, you mean? Mi Jingluan nodded, if the East-West Army can deal a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan at the Royal City, the Royal Lord will surely become flustered. When that happens, the Black Ink clan occupying Great Evolution Pass won't be able to keep hiding. They certainly have to head to the Royal City upon receiving the Royal Lord's order, and will be able to take action. Upon hearing that, Ouyang Lai nodded repeatedly, you have a point. Brother Mi, when do you think the breakthrough will be achieved? Mi Jingluan replied, that will depend on how long those from the Royal City can persevere, however, I don't think it'll happen in a short time. The number of soldiers in the East-West Army is roughly the same as ours. Although they have the old ancestor with them, the Black Ink clan over there have a royal lord. It won't be easy to achieve a breakthrough. Now, what we should do is find a way to contact the East-West Army. It would be best if we could communicate instantly so that it would be easier for us to carry out any following plans. Ouyang Lai shook his head, that will be difficult. This place is too far away from the royal city. It's not hard to contact them, but the exchange of information will be sluggish. We can't make it instantaneous. Mi Jingluan nodded, it would be best if we could let Marshal Nephew Yang build several universe arrays between Great Evolution Pass and the royal city, however, I'm afraid he's busy right now as he has to help with the old ancestors' healing. Otherwise, given Xiang Shan's farsightedness, he would have told Yang Kai to do so already. Still, sluggish or not, being able to share information is essential. Oh, Yang Lai said, in that case, we should send someone to the East-West Army. Mi Jingluan put on a smile, I've already done so. He should have arrived by now. Upon hearing that, Oh Yang Lai couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy only told me about it after he'd done it. It makes me look ignorant. It's taxing to work with such a scheming person. Mi Jingluan looked at the depths of the void. There were two reasons why he had sent someone to the East-West Army. First of all, he really did need to exchange information with them. Secondly, he wanted to find out how the East-West Army was planning to attack the royal city. The royal city was protected by a large number of Black Ink clansmen, and the royal lord was around, so it wouldn't be easy for the East-West Army to attack given their current strength. Mi Jingluan had put himself in the shoes of the army commanders in the East-West Army and pondered on what he could do. He had come up with some possible solutions, but he didn't think they would be very effective, therefore, he wanted to find out how Xiang Shan would act. Meanwhile, the East-West Army was mobilizing at their forward base. The warships, which were initially docked on the universe world, rose into the sky and soared towards the void. When the 8th Order Division Commander Cha Pu, who was standing on a mountain, saw that, he appeared surprised and asked the person beside him, "Are you going to attack the royal city?" Cha Pu was the division commander of Northern Army's 4th Division. He was also the person Mi Jingluan had sent to this place to contact the East-West Army. Just like Mi Jingluan had expected, Cha Pu had arrived at this place 3 days ago. He came at a time when the East-West Army was about to carry out a grand plan, so he decided to stay and observe so that he could bring more details back to Mi Jingluan. The reason an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was asked to come to this place was that it was a long journey that was paved with danger. If a 7th Order Master was told to come here, he might not make it. Therefore, Mi Jingluan could only send an 8th Order Division Commander. It had been peaceful on the North-South Army's side recently, so it would be fine even though Cha Pu wasn't around. Additionally, he was the one who came to Yang Kai's rescue after the latter killed an 8th Order Black Ink disciple. Presently, the person standing beside him was Xiang Shan's adjutant, Li Xing. Xiang Shan had ordered him to keep Cha Pu company and answer his questions. Now, the soldiers of the East-West Army had been mobilized as though they were going to attack the royal city. Anyone who wasn't blind could see that. This made Cha Pu feel worried. He had seen the defensive formation around the royal city. Given the East-West Army's current power, it would be unwise to directly attack the royal city. Once the two parties clashed, the East-West Army would suffer immense losses. Although he knew Xiang Shan wouldn't do something so foolish, he couldn't help but feel worried. To the side, Li Xing replied, "Don't worry about it, Marshal Uncle Cha. Sir Xiang has said that you just have to keep watching." Cha Pu turned to look at him with a smile. "Oh? Did senior brother Xiang say that? It seems that the mobilization of soldiers is just a pretense." Li Xing lowered his gaze. "I wouldn't dare to reveal details about ongoing military operations." He knew everything about the army as he was Xiang Shan's adjutant, but without his permission, he wouldn't break secrecy. Cha Pu didn't intend to make things difficult for him, so after a nod, he said, "Since you've said so, I'll be looking forward to it then. Let's see how senior brother Xiang is going to deal with the Black Ink clan." They fell silent after that. The mobilization of the East-West Army was swift. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers from different divisions, who had been resting and building up their strength for the past year, boarded their warships and soon formed into a fleet. There were over 2,000 warships setting sail, giving off a menacing air. Certainly, what they were doing couldn't be hidden from the Black Ink clan, so those from the royal city instantly detected the anomaly. Che Kong was standing on the deck of his great ship. With a solemn expression, he stared intently towards the front. He had no idea why the humans had suddenly assumed a battle formation, but regardless of the reason, it seemed that a fight was inevitable. Before the royal lord fell asleep, he had ordered that they should defend the royal city at all costs. They could ignore the humans if the latter didn't try to invade the royal city, however, if there was movement, they had to do their best to stop the humans. Therefore, the moment Che Kong noticed the mobilization of the human army, he passed down an order. Soon, 1,000,000 Black Ink clansmen were ready for the war. However, Che Kong found something odd a moment later. The humans didn't directly come at the royal city. Instead, they were heading towards the left side of the royal city and circling around it. This made Che Kong feel puzzled. What are the humans trying to achieve? Are they trying to launch an attack on the back of the royal city by circling around it right in front of me? That's ridiculous. Do they think I'm blind? If the humans had the audacity to do such a thing, Che Kong swore that he would destroy them for their insolence. Cha Pu, who was watching from the forward base, was equally puzzled. He shared Che Kong's sentiment. By circling around the royal city without any cover, they couldn't achieve anything other than wasting their time. However, he didn't ask any questions. The leaders of the East-West Army must have their reason for acting this way, so he just kept watching. Mi Jingluan wanted to find out how the East-West Army was going to achieve a breakthrough, so perhaps this battle would be the key. It would only take a person half a day to reach the royal city from the East-West Army's forward base, so by circling around the royal city, the East-West Army's fleet arrived at its left side a bit more than half a day later. They stopped moving forward at this point, and with a battalion-class warship leading the way, the fleet charged towards the royal city in a domineering manner. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-33, Flanking the Enemy. The East-West Army's fleet was rapidly getting closer to the royal city. Certainly, the Black Ink clansmen wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Che Kong ordered half of the 1,000,000 Black Ink soldiers to head to the left side of the city and prepare to intercept the enemy. This was the right move as well as the only solution. With that said, Che Kong wasn't a fool, so he didn't send all his soldiers to the left side of the city. He had to be wary of a potential sneak attack from the humans. The humans' fleet was indeed coming at them from the left, but it was just a fleet of warships after all. No one could guarantee that all the humans were on those warships. If all the Black Ink clan soldiers gathered together on the left flank, they would be powerless to deal with the humans if the latter launched an attack from the right. Che Kong was confident that the fleet was only meant to harass them while the humans' target was the right side of the royal city, otherwise, they wouldn't have openly circled around the royal city to attract their attention. Therefore, while sending some Black Ink clan soldiers to the left, Che Kong also told the remaining Black Ink clansmen to keep an eye on any anomaly on the right side. As time passed, an austere atmosphere pervaded the void. Half a day later, the two groups were only 5,000,000 kilometers away from each other. At such a distance, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the Territory Lords could start exchanging moves. However, both parties restrained themselves as none of them decided to make a move first. At this point, what was going on with the human warships could clearly be seen. What surprised Che Kong was that the warships were indeed full of human cultivators. This made him feel perplexed. He initially thought that the fleet only served as a pretense to attract their attention while a massive amount of human soldiers would secretly gather together on the right side of the royal city and launch a sneak attack on them. However, that didn't seem to be the case now. The warships were full of humans. In other words, all the humans had gathered together in this fleet. There wasn't another group of soldiers. Why did they intentionally make a detour? If they're not trying to fool us, what's the point of them circling around the royal city? Could they be avoiding something? Wait, avoiding. All of a sudden, Che Kong's expression changed drastically as he stared off into the depths of the void, recalling the events from 1 year ago. The 3 universe worlds that flew in a straight line had come at them from that direction back then. The human fleet had perfectly avoided that direction by making a detour. In the meantime, Yang Kai, who was giving a lesson in the classroom in his small universe, looked up all of a sudden. He saw through the barrier of his small universe and gazed at the depths of the void. He was in a position where he could detect the anomalies coming from a certain region of the void before the Black Ink clan could do so. They're coming again. Yang Kai had seen the same scene a year ago. There were some universe worlds coming over from the depths of the void at the speed of lightning as they hurtled towards the royal city. The last time he saw such a sight, the universe worlds radiated a dazzling glow as the arrays around them operated at full capacity. The universe worlds were not so eye-catching this time, in fact, they were rather furtive. Apparently, the array masters had restricted the light from the arrays so that the universe worlds could remain hidden. They were trying to catch the Black Ink clan off guard. However, the 3 universe worlds were unable to harm the Black Ink clan previously, so what about this time? What are you looking at, sir? Xiao asked curiously. She followed Yang Kai's gaze and saw that there was an insect that was trying to struggle out of the spider web on the ceiling. Nothing. Yang Kai lowered his head with a smile and continued with the lesson. Meanwhile, the universe worlds, which were equipped with various arrays, skirted past the forward base and flew towards the royal city. Cha Pu, who was watching everything from the mountain, widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Is that the trump card all of you have prepared?" Li Xing, who was beside him, replied, "Yes." As Cha Pu gazed at the universe worlds and the place where the East-West army was located, he gasped, "The soldiers and the universe worlds are flanking the enemy. The Black Ink clan can't possibly deal with both sides at the same time. That's indeed an ingenious plan." It was no wonder that Mi Jing Luan regarded Xiang Shan highly. It seemed that the man indeed lived up to his fame. The universe worlds were equipped with various arrays, so even an 8th-order open heaven realm master like Cha Pu could feel the dangerous auras exuding from them. It could be expected that if these things smashed into the Black Ink clan's lines, many of them would lose their lives. The only way to deal with these universe worlds was to destroy them before they could get close, which required the powerful masters from the Black Ink clan to make a move. But when they did so, the East-West army could launch an attack and hit the Black Ink clan's exposed flank. However, faced with this situation, could the masters from the Black Ink clan sit back and do nothing? That was impossible. Furthermore, the timing was immaculate. The East-West army was only 5 million kilometers away from the royal city, so they could launch an attack at any moment, and there was no way the Black Ink clan could ignore them. They would have their hands full as they had to deal with an attack from 2 sides. An idea suddenly sprang into Cha Pu's mind. Since the East-West army could use such a method to deal with the Black Ink clan here, could the North-South army imitate them? However, he soon dismissed the idea and let out a sigh. The North-South army couldn't do the same because Great Evolution Pass was different from the royal city. Although the royal city was the most important place for the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater, it didn't have powerful defenses or fortifications set up. Therefore, faced with the universe worlds, the Black Ink clan couldn't ignore them. Great Evolution Pass was different as it was extremely sturdy. If the North-South army wanted to do the same by leveraging universe worlds to attack the enemy, the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass could simply ignore them. Even if the universe worlds smashed into Great Evolution Pass, it was questionable if it would suffer any damage at all. To the side, Li Xing explained, "In fact, we sent 3 universe worlds over 1 year ago." "Oh?" Cha Pu arched his brow. "What was the outcome?" Li Xing replied, "It wasn't effective. There are many masters on the Black Ink clan side. Before the universe worlds could get close to the royal city, they were shattered." Upon hearing that, Cha Pu said, "Ineffectiveness was the outcome you all wanted to see, right?" Li Xing nodded. "You're indeed intelligent, Marshal Uncle Cha." Cha Pu chuckled, I'm afraid I don't deserve your compliment. It seems that senior brother Xiang is indeed a far-sighted person. As they spoke, the Black Ink clansmen from the royal city had descended into chaos. Although the lights and outward traces of the arrays were concealed, the territory lords could certainly detect the dangerous auras that were rapidly approaching. They looked over intently and saw a number of universe worlds flying right at the royal city. Unlike the previous time, these universe worlds were not positioned in a straight line, so they could already see 3 universe worlds with their bare eyes, and they believed there were even more would appear soon. Che Kong gnashed his teeth, but after giving it a quick thought, he passed down a new order. The next instant, more than 10 territory lords and over 28th Order Black Ink disciples shot into the sky and charged towards the universe worlds. They had gone through the same incident 1 year ago, so they knew how to deal with these universe worlds. After all, they already had some experiences. As long as they could shatter these universe worlds before they could get close, the royal city wouldn't be impacted one bit. However, back then, all the masters from the Black Ink clan had joined forces to easily ward off the 3 universe worlds. This time, they could only utilize 30% of the manpower they previously had. This couldn't be helped, as the humans' fleet was too close to the royal city and they appeared determined to launch an attack. There was no way Che Kong could ignore this threat. He had to keep 60% to 70% of his forces to deal with the humans to ensure that they could keep the royal city safe. Violent energy fluctuations burst forth as different secret techniques and divine abilities burst forth. The moment these territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples made a move, they easily shattered the surrounding space. None of them were fools, so they did not disperse their powers and instead focused on the universe world at the front to destroy it first. Based on their previous experience, they could easily turn a universe world into dust by joining forces. Nevertheless, after they made a move, they realized that this universe world was different from the ones they had dealt with back then. It was far sturdier. Apparently, the array masters had reinforced the universe world with arrays. Therefore, after the first round of attacks, even though the universe had broken into pieces, it didn't explode into dust as they had expected. Furthermore, the moment the universe world came apart, rays of horrifying light were shot from the universe fragments towards the royal city. This was obviously a prearranged effect of these spirit arrays. Once the universe world was attacked, the arrays would start running on their own. It was very unlike what had happened previously. The territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples were caught off guard, and although they had promptly made a move, they still couldn't stop the universe fragments from raining down on the royal city. What's more, there were still 2 complete universe worlds behind these fragments. The territory lords roared and fully activated their powers. The 8th Order Black Ink disciples wouldn't dare to hold back either and cast all the divine abilities and secret techniques they could use. Seeing that, the feudal lords, who were the second layer of defense, quickly rose into the sky to assist them. In just a cup of tea's time, the universe worlds coming from the depths of the void were all shattered. What astonished the Black Ink clan was that there were 10 universe worlds this time, which was more than 3 times as many universe worlds as a year ago. Although they had destroyed all 10 universe worlds, they still couldn't rest easy, for after every universe world was shattered, the preset arrays on it would explode. In order to fend off the powers of those arrays and falling universe fragments, several 8th Order Black Ink disciples became wounded while many 7th Order Black Ink disciples and feudal lords lost their lives. As for the high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen, the losses there were even more significant. Upon receiving the order, they had to do their best to intercept the universe fragments that were falling towards the royal city. More and more of them lost their lives as their auras continuously withered. Despite the Black Ink clan's best efforts though, they couldn't possibly block or deflect all the universe fragments. Finally, there came a moment when a universe fragment crashed into the universe world where the royal city was located. The moment of impact, all the remaining spirit arrays on the universe fragment detonated and turned into a dazzling light that engulfed all the Black Ink clansmen around it. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-34, Hit and Run. The moment the universe fragment crashed into the universe world where the royal city was located, all the Black Ink clansmen froze. Che Kong, who had remained in the center of the army as he had to prevent the humans from invading the city, felt his face twitching. All the Black Ink clansmen appeared horrified. They were not afraid that the universe world where the royal city was located would be destroyed. Although the universe fragment that crashed was huge, the Black Ink clan had launched a series of attacks on it, hence, it wouldn't cause tremendous damage to the royal city. They were also not concerned that the arrays on the universe fragment would explode and kill thousands of Black Ink clansmen. What they were afraid of was the impact that the crash would bring. While all the Black Ink clansmen were terrified, the dormant will in the royal lord's Black Ink nest awakened. It was the royal lord. In the end, the royal lord, who had been recuperating, was alerted. The will scanned the entire universe world and all the Black Ink clansmen as though he was trying to find out what was going on. Soon after, burning fury exuded from his will. 1,000,000 Black Ink clansmen trembled like quails without a home in the winter. The royal lord's fury was obviously targeted at them, blaming them for their uselessness in allowing him to be disturbed when he was in a state of deep sleep. All the Black Ink clansmen knew what would happen when a person was interrupted when he was recuperating in a Black Ink nest. All the progress the royal lord had in healing over the last year would now go to waste. That was why the royal lord was infuriated. However, he didn't give any orders. Instead, he quickly slumbered off again. In fact, he didn't have time to give them instructions. To him, nothing was more important than his recovery. As long as he could make use of the Black Ink nest's power and restore his strength before the human old ancestor did, he would gain the upper hand. All the Black Ink clansmen knew that such a thing could never happen again, otherwise, many people would lose their heads when the royal lord was done healing. While they were still ill at ease, energy fluctuations could be felt coming from the human army on the left side of the royal city as countless secret techniques and divine abilities were launched at them. At that instant, lights of different colors illuminated the entire void as the horrifying bombardment flew towards the royal city like a storm. Every attack was equivalent to a move made by a seventh-order open heaven realm master. The arrays and artifacts on the warships were meant to maximize the humans' combat power, therefore, every attack sent out from a warship was at least on par with what a seventh-order master could produce. Simultaneously, a massive number of the divine abilities cast by the 8th Order Division commanders. Che Kong roared as the 600,000 or so Black Ink clansmen on the left of the royal city intercepted those attacks. Although the number of Black Ink clan outnumbered the humans 20-1, and they had fully activated their powers, they still couldn't intercept all the attacks. The rays of light clashed with the Black Ink clan soldiers, and as the powers within the rays of light exploded, many lost their lives. The territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples, who were positioned on the right side of the royal city to destroy the universe worlds, hurried over to provide assistance. Since all the universe worlds had been shattered, the humans no longer had a trump card, therefore, they wouldn't have to keep an eye on the right flank any longer. As the humans had decided to launch an attack on the royal city from the left flank, the Black Ink clansmen were forced to engage in a life-and-death battle with them. However, the moment these territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples arrived, they were dumbfounded by what they saw. As the lights of the secret techniques and divine abilities subsided, the humans, who were supposed to be just 5 million kilometers away from the royal city, had actually retreated under the cover of the explosions. Moreover, they didn't seem to have the intention of coming back as they were leaving in a hurry. The territory lords were astounded. Che Kong felt his fury burning in his chest like a volcano that was about to erupt. He was so vexed that he almost coughed up blood. Although he was unresigned, he didn't dare to order a pursuit and was forced to watch the human soldiers swagger away. Ha ha ha. On the mountaintop, Cha Pu, who had witnessed everything, guffawed. He was so ecstatic that he almost cried tears of joy. What a brilliant move. You all have deceived the Black Ink clan. It's indeed terrifying to deal with someone like Brother Xiang. He gave such a remark from the Black Ink clan's perspective. Like the Black Ink clan, he too believed that the East-West Army would make use of the Universe World's attack to launch an offensive against the royal city. After all, it was indeed a good opportunity. Faced with such an emergency, about 30% of the Black Ink clan's forces had been forced to move to the right flank to deal with the incoming Universe Worlds. If the humans had initiated an attack at that point, they would surely have gained the upper hand. Furthermore, the human soldiers on the warships seemed ready to engage in an all-out battle with the Black Ink clan then and there. However, none of them could have expected that the East-West Army's move was just a pretense. Although they appeared menacing by stopping just 5 million kilometers away from the royal city, they only launched one salvo before running away. They actually ran away, just like that. Cha Pu wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. It was like the humans had arrived at the Black Ink clan's doorstep and slapped them in the face. Then, before they could react, the humans had scampered off. The Black Ink clan was not even able to counterattack. Anyone would have felt extremely vexed if such an incident happened to them. It was expected that the territory lords were not too happy at this moment. With that said, such a surprising move was the best decision. The humans wouldn't have suffered a setback if they had launched an attack on the royal city at that point and could even deal a heavy blow to the enemy in a short time before withdrawing. However, the humans would inevitably suffer some losses that way. Moreover, the battlefield could be unpredictable. If the fight dragged on, the advantage they had gained by attacking the enemies with the Universe Worlds would gradually diminish. When that happened, they might not be able to retreat so easily. There were 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers, some 30 or so territory lords, and 2 to 3 times that amount of 8th Order Black Ink disciples. That was more than the East-West Army could handle. By launching one round of attacks and retreating, the humans could still achieve their objective while preventing any losses. This time, the humans only pretended to have the intention of attacking the royal city. Their only goal was to strike the Black Ink clan with the Universe Worlds. But what about next time, and the time after that? With enough time and resources, the humans could repeatedly use this tactic. On the other hand, as long as the Black Ink clan couldn't leave the royal city, they could only passively defend. Cha Pu was certain that if the Black Ink clan diverted too many soldiers to intercept the Universe Worlds next time, the East-West Army wouldn't mind launching an attack on the royal city and catching them off guard. The Black Ink clan were aware of this as well, so as long as the East-West Army made a move, the majority of the Black Ink clan would stay back to prevent any potential incursion. However, with only 30% of their army available to be mobilized, the Black Ink clan might not be able to protect the royal city from the Universe Worlds without suffering from any damage, as proven by what had happened earlier. The humans had only mobilized 10 Universe Worlds this time, but that wasn't necessarily their limit. Perhaps the Black Ink clan would be greeted with 15 or even 20 Universe Worlds next time. The East-West Army had devised a solid plan, and as long as they continued implementing it, it was just a matter of time before they could deal a crippling blow to the royal city, if not destroy it outright. Upon learning everything that he needed to know, Cha Pu said, "Marshal nephew, since the battle has ended, I'll head back and report to Army Commander Me." Li Xing was slightly surprised and asked, "Don't you want to wait for Sir Xiang's return, Marshal Uncle?" Cha Pu shook his head, "There's no need for that. Please tell Senior Brother Xiang that the North-South Army will not let the efforts of all of you go to waste, nor will we allow the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass to come to this place." With a solemn expression, Li Xing nodded, "I'll definitely pass on your words." The next instant, Cha Pu turned into a beam of light and shot off into the void. Half a day later, all of the East-West Army had returned to the forward base. On this day, the East-West Army had only launched one round of attacks and did nothing else. Without suffering any losses, they managed to kill some Black Ink clansmen with the 10 Universe Worlds they had prepared. Although they couldn't get an exact count, the commanders believed that in the end, they must have killed 50,000 to 60,000 Black Ink clansmen. Of course, such a number was insignificant compared to the million Black Ink clansmen they were facing. Furthermore, those who lost their lives were weaker Black Ink clansmen. None of the territory lords or 8th Order Black Ink disciples were killed, while only a small number of feudal lords and 7th Order Black Ink disciples, a few dozen at most, had perished. This kind of loss was negligible to the Black Ink clan. It was nothing more than a flesh wound. With that said, the casualties of the Black Ink clan were not their biggest victory. They had achieved their main goal for launching the attack, which was to interrupt the Royal Lord's recuperation. After the last universe world was shattered, a fragment crashed into the universe world where the Royal City was located. Apparently, the Royal Lord had awakened upon impact. Although the humans were millions of kilometers away from the Royal City, they could still detect the menacing will. The main goal of the East-West Army this time was to disturb the Royal Lord. Killing Black Ink clansmen came second. Presently, both the Royal Lord and the Old Ancestor were recuperating. The Royal Lord made use of the Black Ink Nest's power while the Old Ancestor had Yang Kai's small universe. It could be said that both of them had external aids. Therefore, the person who could recover quicker would gain the upper hand. Those from the East-West Army couldn't help the Old Ancestor recover, so they could only set their eyes on the Royal Lord, who could never have thought that the humans would harass him while he was recuperating inside the Black Ink Nest. Although they didn't kill many Black Ink clansmen, they had attained significant achievements this time. Presently, the East-West Army couldn't attack the Royal City because there was a huge gap between their collective powers. By using such tactics, the humans could gradually shorten the gap and wait for a suitable chance before they launched a real strike on the Royal City. The Black Ink clan wouldn't be able to deal with them by then. This was a long process that couldn't be rushed. Better yet, even faced with this provocation, the Black Ink clan wouldn't dare to make a move despite technically having superior forces. They had to protect the Royal City, for once they moved out of position, the East-West Army would have a chance to invade the Royal City and destroy the Royal Lord's Black Ink Nest. Therefore, even though they had figured out the humans' plan, they still didn't have a way to deal with it. The Royal City was like a rope that tied all these Black Ink clan soldiers to the spot, rendering them immovable. Faced with the humans' moves, they couldn't take the initiative to launch an attack as they could only passively defend the city. It seemed it was fated that they would be led by the nose in this war. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.